Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
I'd like to call our
first.
Let's try again. Okay, much better. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our first committee to order. Conservation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 1?
Good morning. Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the third quarter report of the Shelby Farms Park Conservancy for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. I have moved this item. It has been seconded by Commissioner Morrison. Thank you. Ms. Andrews, if you would introduce yourself. This will be your last report to this body, I do believe.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today to give our third quarterly report to the County Commission. As a reminder, we work together in a public-private partnership to make sure that Shelby Farms Park reaches its potential and serves the people of Memphis and Shelby County at the highest level possible, which is something we are achieving together every day. Next slide. We wanted to share that we recently scheduled an incredibly fun Earth Day event. Earth Day is our longest running event at Shelby Farms Park. We hosted our first one, I believe, in 2007. Unfortunately, it rained on us for Mother's Day, which the park appreciated, but the visitors certainly didn't for Earth Day, excuse me. But the good news is we still were able to use Earth Day as a great fundraising opportunity for the park. This is part of the reason we produced the event. It's free to the public, but our sponsors make that possible. So we met all of our targets and raised some good money to operate the park. And fortunately, we're going to be able to use all of the fun kid and family programming that we had designed in upcoming summer events. Next slide, please. We've recently launched our seasonal event series, Canoes and Cocktails. This runs through spring, summer, and fall. As long as there is nice weather, we want to get people out on the lake and out on the visitor center lawn. This is a really fun event. You have the option of renting a boat, either a kayak, canoe, stand-up paddleboard, and going on a guided tour of Hyde Lake with a park ranger or another staff member to hear about the history and the ecology of the lake, which is a really interesting story. And there are cocktails after. You can also just purchase a ticket to go to the cocktails portion if you don't want to get out on the lake. This is a great fundraiser for the park as well. We recently hosted our second annual Buffa-Throw disc golf tournament. We've got a beautiful and recently renovated disc golf course at the park. We shared with you last year that we were able to complete a full renovation to have a really high-level disc golf course to serve the city. Even though there was threat of rain, we almost sold out this event, so that tells us that there is lots of demand for tournaments like this, which we're happy to provide. We also brought back our open water swim training sessions. Those of you who have been with us for a while with these reports will remember we launched this when Ironman came to Memphis, and we heard from the local triathlon community that there was really nowhere to practice open water swimming in the city, and open water swimming is different than pool swimming, and these triathletes needed a place to practice, so we worked out a way to do this. The Ironman deal was a 3-year deal, so that's no longer happening, but the demand is still there for the open water swimming because it's such a rare opportunity to have such a large lake that can accommodate it safely. We don't allow people to swim in the lake every day, but in this case, we're able to get waivers and make sure everybody stays safe. We have lifeguards on duty. This continues to grow. We have serious athletes involved. We also have people who are participating in their first triathlon, so we're excited that Hyde Lake can serve the public in this way. Next slide, please. Not every event that happens at Shelby Farms Park is one that we're producing. Often the events are situations where we're renting out park grounds or facilities for others to produce events. We've had some really wonderful ones this spring that I wanted to share. The Memphis in May Triathlon has been held at the park for many years. This event continues to grow. It's really popular. We also held the Water Lantern Festival. I don't know if anyone was able to make it out for that or if you saw the videos online, but it was an incredibly beautiful event. Thousands of people showed up for it. And then, of course, the Dragon Boat Festival, which is a great event, a beautiful site on Hyde Lake, all of these dragon boats, and a wonderful cultural event that also continues to grow. And we're happy to partner with the organizations that produce these events. They raise money for their organization, and they raise money to support Shelby Farms Park. We've also recently relaunched our Get Outside fitness programs. As a reminder, we have free public fitness programs every single day. These programs are available to anyone who wants to walk up and participate. We have yoga, Pilates, kiddo kinetics. We have wonderful partners from YMCA, Ballet Memphis, Club Pilates. There are opportunities for every age, fitness level, interest, so encourage people to take advantage of that. Next slide, please. Thank you. We've recently completed some renovations. We have a yurt near the playground. A lot of people don't realize that. It was originally over by the old visitor center. When we started construction of the lake, we moved it to the playground. We've used it for a little bit of everything, education programming, meetings, events, and now we're trying to turn it into a revenue generator for the park. As a reminder, we raise and earn 75% of all of the funds that are required to operate the park and the Green Line every year, so we're constantly looking for ways to appropriately raise money to support that goal. So the yurt got a new cover, floors got refurbished, we're getting new furniture for it, and hope to sell it as a meeting and training and event space. So we'll keep you posted on the progress of that. We also renovated the event stage at Hyde Lake. It got power washed, it got repainted on the exterior, and all of the wood got restained and finished. It is a lot easier to raise money to build new things than it is to raise money to take care of the things you've already built, but that is a core principle for Shelby Farms Park Conservancy. We're committed to making sure that all the wonderful things that we've built continue to be wonderful. Speaking of which, the Woodland Discovery Playground was built in 2011, or opened in 2011, and as you can imagine, it has been very well loved by many, many, many thousands of kids. In the northernmost section of the playground, we've got a huge area where there are tree houses and nets suspended for climbing. It is time to replace the entire net system, so we are planning that, and we'll be doing that in fiscal '27. It will require closure of that section of the playground, but it will be worth it because it will remain safe for years to come. We also recently completed renovations of the Pine Lake Outpost. This is a little wood structure that was also relocated from previous visitor center area when we constructed Hyde Lake. This is where we rent out pedal boats. We also have a little gift shop. You can get snacks. Pretty soon we're going to be selling hot dogs out of this location, which we think will be popular. This is close to the playground and to the Go Ape Treetop Adventure course. Our ranger team built a deck, and it's a really nice place for people to gather, and we hope it will also earn some good money to support operations of the park. Reminder that all of our recreational seasonal openings are happening now. You can rent a bike, you can rent a boat, kayak, canoe, stand-up paddleboard. We have a water playground. It is free 1 day a week. The other days we do charge a fee because it does cost us money to operate, but we wanted to make sure that everybody could participate. Next slide, please. We're very proud of our Shelby County Summer Youth Workers, These are the interns from your program, and we have got some wonderful young people with us this year. Amaria is working at our front desk. She's doing a fabulous job. And Christian works with our ranger crew. He actually worked with us through this program last summer, too. We hope that he works with us every summer and then eventually comes to work with us permanently. Next slide. Looking ahead, we have a brand new Starry Nights show that will be coming to the park this winter, as in totally new show, new exhibits, new program. It's going to be extensive and impressive. We're also adding a walking show element. So we're very excited to tell you more very soon about Starry Nights, but it's going to be an incredible benefit to the community. And we will be celebrating the Heart of the Park 10th anniversary. We're coming up on 10 years of cutting the ribbon on our biggest project to date, which was a $50 million investment in public assets, the visitor center, the event center, the new lake, trees, trails, and all of the amenities that the community has loved so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've got a lot going on. That's really exciting. We have no commissioners in the queue, so let's bring this item to a vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Morrison, and Bradford. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation, and that will conclude Committee Number 9, Conservation. Our next committee, Facilities, will begin in 3 minutes at 8:45.
All right, I've got 8:45. I don't see Commissioners Wright or Caswell present. If my colleagues don't have any issues, I'll just go ahead and call to order Committee Number 15, Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements. If we could read the first item, please.
Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and CS3 Inc. and the issuance of emergency purchase orders and a check to CS3 Inc. totaling $195,115.71 to provide temporary chiller services to the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center located at 637 Poplar. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in an amount not to exceed $195,115.71, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Good morning.
Good morning. Eddie Miller, Deputy Administrator of Support Services. What we have here is a situation where the chiller at this location, forensics, went down, which at the time we hoped was a repair that would be able to be made. But we had to get a temporary chiller in there quick because of the nature of the business at this facility. Unfortunately, through trials and tribulations, we were not able to repair the chiller, so the temporary chiller sits while we await for chiller replacement at the location.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you so much, Chair. And so you stated that you're ordering a chiller. How long will it take to receive this chiller once it's ordered?
Eddie Miller, Support Services. There's usually about a 6 or 7 month lead time on a chiller. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Mr. Miller, and really maybe more for Director Norval just to chew on, we seem to constantly be needing to rent these chillers. I wonder what the cost would be to just purchase one, and then maybe the county could move it around as needed. But that's a discussion I'll have with Director Norval at another time.
Okay.
Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners had the opportunity to vote, we'll tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Morrison, and Bradford. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let's read item number 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution to grant a permanent utility easement, 30-foot wide water easement and 10-foot wide electric easement in size over, across, and upon a tract of Shelby County-owned land located on the northwesterly side of Summer Avenue, approximately 1,550 feet southwesterly from the center line of Shelby Oaks Drive to the city of Memphis, for the use and benefit of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division for nominal consideration for its provision of utility services and maintenance thereof. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item is moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Ms. Sykes-Wood, good morning.
Good morning, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This would be the third of 3 easements in this area on Summer Avenue, and it's just a standard MLG and W easement.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have voted, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Morrison, and Bradford. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes committee number 15, and our next committee will start at 8:55.
Okay, I would like to call to order the Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement Corrections Courts. It's 8:55. Parliamentarian, please read item number 1 into the record.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the emergency purchase of 9 FlyPro Parrot Anafi UKR PRCS charging systems, 40 Parrot Anafi UKR batteries, 10 Parrot Abafu UKR Gov radios, Wi-Fi plus 5G, and 1 Parrot Anafi UKR online training expenditure from Safeware, Inc., on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $209,509. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office grant funds in the amount not to exceed $209,509, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Mills. We do have a speaker. Please proceed.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rhonda Odell, Business Service Analyst with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This resolution ratifies an emergency purchase previously approved by purchasing and funded entirely through grant funds with no impact on the county general fund. The equipment supports the Sheriff's Office Homeland Security and enhances security and operational resiliency at the port, a critical infrastructure asset. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval, and we have staff here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, for the listening audience, can you tell us what the purpose of these items are for?
Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Mickey Keaton, Shelby County Homeland Security Office. We use these drones for a multitude of things, mainly search and rescue missions. We also use them for suspects on the run. We use them for crowd overwatch when we're having large events, such as Delta Fair, PGA Golf Tournament. The drones are used in almost every facet of what we do now.
Thank you very much. I see no commissioner in the queue. Let's take this item down for a vote. Can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Morrison, Vice Chair Bradford. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a recommendation. Commissioner Wright, you ready to take over? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Parliamentarian, please read item number 2 into the record.
Item 2 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office FY 2026 grant fund operating budgets and to expend grant funds in the amount of $383,175 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and matching funds in the amount of $127,725 for the purchase of port security equipment. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of federal grant funds in the amount of $383,175 and expenditure of FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office matching general funds in the amount of $23,910 and FY 2026 Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security matching general funds in the amount of $103,815 for a total purchase amount of $510,900, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Mills. We have speakers. Please state your name and position for the record. Okay, please press your button. Thank you.
How's that? Charles Newell, the Deputy Director of Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency, 1075 Mullins Station.
Oh, I thought you were going to present. Okay. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, I think this one, because it's amending the budget, I think we need to refer it to the Budget Committee when we finish the presentation.
Thank you so much. And this clear finance?
Yes.
I assume it did. Okay. All right. Thank you. Will do. Okay, and see no other commissioners in the queue. Let's take this item down for a vote.
So, Madam Chair, I would make that motion to refer to Budget Committee.
Second. Since it's referred to Budget Committee, we're going to go on with the next item, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Parliamentarian, please read item number 3 into the record.
Item 3 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government on behalf of the Shelby County Government Division of Corrections and Medicalistics, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $320,986.75 from contract execution through June 3rd, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods for the provision of next-gen electronic health record system, the related components, and the associated maintenance service. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 Correction Enterprise Fund in an amount not to exceed $320,986.75, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Oh, it does.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Mills. We do have a speaker. Please state your name, position for the record. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Russell. I'm the Administrator for Shelby County Division of Corrections. And this item before you requests your approval of a contract with Medicalistics for support and maintenance for the federally mandated certified electronic health record technology record system that tracks behavioral and healthcare information for the inmates and detainees at 201 Poplar, Jail East, Corrections, and the Youth Justice Education Center. That system is next gen, and the only authorized support and maintenance provider for that system in our region is Medicalistics. This contract allows for 2 one-year renewals at the current cost. SCD requests approval of this resolution. Thank you.
Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this item down for a vote. Can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Vice Chair Bradford. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I was just going to add, we have a couple of add-ons as well.
We do?
Yep.
Okay. And before we go on, I just want to make sure that we notate somewhere in the record that item number 2 will be it has been moved to Budget and Finance.
Yes, ma'am, and I would recommend maybe that someone maybe move it up, maybe to the top of the agenda, because that's
So
going to be a
moved.
very long
So moved.
committee.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Morrison. This has been moved to the top of the agenda on the committee for budget. Thank you so much.
So then we'll make it item 14, add-on item 14, but we can take it out of order. But yes, sir. Oh,
Okay, and thank you. We have an add-up come around. How long? 5. Since we have a really long agenda, do you want me to go ahead and just recess this committee and come back after the committee number 11? What time is it? 9:10? No, it's 9:10. It's not 9:10. We have a few minutes.
All right, Commissioners. Commissioner Sugarman, do you mind if I take over? All right. Are we ready for our first add-on item? Does that mean I can ask you to read item 4? Okay, let's read item 4.
Yes, sir. Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution approving an expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in an amount not to exceed $139,976.50 for the purchase of a 25-passenger jury bus. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount not to exceed $139,976.50, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you so much. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Ms. Odell, good morning.
Good morning again. Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office Business Service Analyst. I am pinch hitting for my boss who's out sick today. So this resolution authorizes the purchase of a 25-passenger jury bus for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The jury bus is used to safely and securely transport jurors and supports the efficient operation of the Shelby County court system. The Sully Corporation, doing business as Comtrans, has been approved through the county single-source procurement process and is capable of providing the required vehicle. The total cost of the bus is $139,976.50. Funding is already available in the FY26 Sheriff's Office General Fund budget, and this request does not require any additional appropriation or new funding. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. I make a motion to suspend the rules to include this add-on.
Just want to note that you don't have to suspend the rules for an add-on unless it doesn't have the summary sheet and the routing sheet. Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, so there's a motion to suspend the rules due to the summary sheet.
It should be in there.
Oh, I see, yeah, I see the summary sheet. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, are you good? Okay, I think we're good. Any other commissioners seeking to be recognized? If not, we can take this to a vote. Commissioners, cast your votes. If all members wish, Commissioner Thornton? Please show Commissioner Thornton as an aye. And IT, if someone could help Commissioner Thornton, she's got an issue. Excuse me, technical issue.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Vice Chair Bradford. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will move down with a favorable recommendation. And can we read add-on item 4? Add-on 5.
Yes, sir. Item 5 is an add-on item. Item 5 is a resolution ratifying the emergency purchase of 5 Harley-Davidson police motorcycles from Southern Thunder Harley-Davidson on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $142,464.95. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount not to exceed $142,464.95, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Morrison. Ms. Odell?
Good morning again. Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office Business Service Analyst. This resolution ratifies an emergency purchase for 5 Harley-Davidson police motorcycles for the Shelby County Sheriff's Motor Unit. Several motorcycles were recently declared a total loss due to crashes, significantly reducing the motor unit's operational capacity. The loss of these units places additional strain on the remaining motorcycles, limited maintenance availability, and creates a potential safety concern for deputies. Replacing these motorcycles is necessary to maintain safe, reliable, and effective law enforcement operations, including traffic enforcement, escorts, special events, and emergency response activities. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval, and we are here to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Good morning. Just a couple of questions in reference to these crashes. Can you tell me about when these crashes occurred and something about the nature of the crashes?
Yes, ma'am. Tim Albin, Shelby County Sheriff's Fleet Manager. These have happened in the last budget cycle. We lost 2 at one time. Involving a crash on 64 Highway. The other one was in a motorcade, and we lost that one as well. None of these accidents were our fault of our officers. It was actually the fault of the citizens of Shelby County.
So you had 2 in 2025, 2 in 2026.
That would be 2025 and 2 in 2025, 1 in 2026.
Okay. And so this was the result of citizens causing the crash? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
None law enforcement issues? Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. For emergency purchases, is the assumption that because it's an emergency, it costs more? Can you just talk about the cost of just a conventional purchase of one of our motorcycles as compared to the emergency purchase?
Commissioner Thornton, Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office Business Service Analyst. The emergency is the timing of this item. Because this is the last session of meetings for this budget year, that's why it's being declared an emergency. The cost would be the same whether it was purchased today or 6 months from now. The cost is the same.
And your budget, was this a budgeted item for you, this fiscal 26?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so my question then becomes the vendor, Southern Thunder Harley Davidson. Is there one locally or is there one in Tennessee?
It's a local-owned business.
Okay, it says South Haven, Mississippi. So there's a facility here in Memphis, in Shelby County?
No, ma'am.
So then it would not be local. It would be South Haven, Mississippi. Okay, and then, so when you say 2025, do you mean fiscal year 2025 or do you mean calendar year 2025?
Budget year 2025.
Okay, so it's budget year 2025, then why did you wait until budget year 2026 to purchase the item?
Actually, we had a few extra motorcycles that were deemed to replace, and we actually provided maintenance and got those up and running to get the officers back to work.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Just because Commissioner Sugarman raised the point, so I see the buyer information is associated with the Arlington, Tennessee address, but then at the top of the document, it says South Haven, Mississippi. What's the difference between the two of those?
Commissioner, I'll let purchasing answer that question for me. He's shaking his head.
James Gloss, Administrator of Purchasing. Good morning, Commissioners. This is an add-on, and I'm not prepared to discuss this and not familiar with the addresses in this situation right now, but.
So I'm going to make a motion to send this down without recommendation. I know that when we receive information that says that they're local vendors, we trust that the information is true. The documents that we have conflicting information. So if it's classified as local, but we see indicators that Mississippi is involved, just clarify why on documents we have two different addresses. Thank you.
And James Gloss, Administrative Purchasing. As far as purchasing goes, when we say a vendor is local or non-local, we look in our system to confirm that and not just look at the addresses as far as purchasing goes.
All right, thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner Thornton to send this down without recommendation. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, this will move down without recommendation. I believe that concludes this committee.
Good morning. We will call to order Committee Number 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 61 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $230,725 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute the claim deed, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Thornton. We do have a presentation. Good morning, Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Good morning, Esther Sykes-Wood. The total asking price for this was $230,725. That was the sales price, so this was no over-asking on this. However, it was a negative $496,898.15 and back tax collection. There were 14 buyers that were out of town, 14 buyers from out of town purchasing 31 DTPs. And there were, out of the 6153 were sold for less than back taxes.
Okay, just one quick question. Ms. Sykes-Wood, do we keep maybe a listing or a directory of out-of-town buyers?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, we have them in our system as far as the ones that have purchased from us.
Okay, do you have it like in a category of just registry, if you will, of out-of-town buyers? It would be interesting to see, to categorize the out-of-town buyers and where they're buying and the amount of and the kind of parcels they're buying. Where they're buying, the kind of, because I think we may need to have some research like this. The Senate, and hopefully this bill will come down and it will impact us as passed. The U.S. Senate passed this private equity bill. That's not what it's called, but anyway, that's what it's going to impact. So we need to know, have our hands on, or have our minds around these out-of-town buyers. Okay.
Esther Sykes-Wood, yes, ma'am, we can look at the data and process. I know we've done it before and pulled that types of data. I would say the main concern here, I usually hear, is that out-of-town purchasers just simply don't activate their properties, they're holding them. So instead of looking at more of an out-of-town versus in-town, which you kind of might get into some tricky issues, I would suggest an activation clause in purchases.
For an example.
For example, requiring them to build within so many years.
Okay, that sounds great. In town and out of town.
Yes,
Right. Okay, good deal. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so along those same vein, can we start keeping a registry ongoing? Not just in this particular case, but just ongoing. And then also as far as the activation, that is a real huge issue because I'm hearing a lot of complaints because when lots are not activated or just sitting, who maintains those parcels? And this also might be something we might want to consider maybe including the environmental judge in, because a lot of times we get complaints about lots that are not being maintained. But number one, who maintains those lots?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. The owner of the lot is responsible for maintenance. If they're not maintaining the lot, then it would get reported to code, and I believe if it's within the city of Memphis, code, the city would end up cutting the lots and placing the lien on the property.
Okay, and so the process was, if it's not, okay, once it's been deemed not maintained, then code comes in and keeps it up, is that correct? And then at that point, then there's a lien, and it goes where? It goes back into land bank, or?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. Properties only go into the land bank after tax sale if no one bids at them. So I think the common occurrence here is, so the city will come in and cut the grass, put the lien on there, cut the grass, put the lien on there, or they'll go on the property and demolish a structure and put a lien on there. It gets to where the property's upside down, then people walk away, then it goes to tax sale. That's when it comes to the land bank. So just because there's a lien on the property doesn't mean it will come to us, but it raises the statistical possibilities there. But the lien is, I'm not sure if it's a priority lien, but when the property is conveyed, that's when the liens will kick in.
Okay. And are we keeping a record of that as well, the number of the liens as well?
Well, the liens are filed with the Register of Deeds. We don't track those. We wouldn't track them on private property. We do keep track of the liens we put in place, though, on private property, because the land bank cuts properties in unincorporated. So when we cut the property, we track the liens. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, and as far as an ongoing registry, all out-of-town purchasers, they're in our database. So if you just simply want us to keep a report, or do you want monthly updates, or
Yeah,
the
keep a
annual
report,
report?
especially to your point, because you stated something about activation. Are you keeping that as well? How long it takes to activate these properties?
No, we are not tracking that at all right now.
So can you add that to your registry?
Add whether or not out-of-town purchasers are activating, or what?
In
We would
general,
need
in
to check
general, in
Yes,
general.
ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Well, I think it may be worth including the activation with the out-of-town registry, because, I mean, everyone needs to have activation, anyone that purchases those lots. But certainly, we want to be able to track these out-of-town purchases. And I think it would be worth our while, and we need to have that research on hand, just when we're going to need it. We need to have already compiled it, right? Okay. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Administrator, for the activation clause, you were saying for all purchases that would be applied?
Well, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, yes, that would be something we could write into the contract. However, it would be most effective if we could get it into the deed. However, I have had discussions with the chair on this, and there are some issues with that. But yes, if we wrote in an activation clause, it would be for all purchases. We wouldn't single out any group.
And I know in the past, we've talked about the costs to be able to, enforce this type of clause. So have you calculated what the fiscal note would be to staff up to be able to actually oversee this? Can you do that and send that figure to the entire body so that we can just be advised? Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton, are you done?
I am.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other members in the queue, Madam Clerk, let's take this item to a vote. I didn't vote, yes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, next item, please.
Item 2 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Shelby County, City of Memphis Housing Plan, Rashida M. Jones presenting.
Good morning.
Good morning. Rashida Jones, Alliance for Housing Progress. Are we ready?
Good morning, Ms. Jones. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm Rashida Jones, native Memphian, real estate practitioner for over 20 years. And I'm here today to talk about the potential adoption of a housing implementation strategy for Shelby County. Shelby County has already acknowledged the housing crisis. It has tools, departments, dollars touching housing already. What is not yet clear is how all of those pieces connect into one delivery system that produces measurable housing outcomes. It is a request today to potentially connect that to an accountability system. Next slide, please. So Shelby County already has measurable goals. The 22 Joint Housing Policy Plan states plainly that we do not have enough quality affordable housing to meet the existing need, and the past efforts and current resources are just not enough. The same plan sets clear 2030 targets, 4,600 renovations, 5,000 for-sale infill units, 7,000 new homeowners, 1,300 for-sale missing middle units, 6,400 rental missing middle units, 1,000 multifamily units for low-income households. And this is supported by $20 million in new annual funding. This is not vague or aspirational. These are adopted, measurable goals. So the question before this body is whether Shelby County has a housing goal, doesn't have a housing goal. It's the question as to whether or not it has a strategy and whether or not that strategy is met with the budget. Next slide. I want to speak about the HUD required annual action plan, which was recently closed for public comment. This is required as a part of the federal planning process, but it should not be mistaken for a full implementation strategy. The updated plan, the county estimates it will support 16 families, rehabilitate 15 owner-occupied homes, and develop 1 home for sale with a CHODO in place. Those activities matter, but 15 rehabilitations in 1 home cannot stand alone as a scaled annual response to a housing crisis. The budget should show how these annual actions actually scale toward the adopted 2030 goals. Next slide. Budget visibility is the first implementation step. Right now, in the proposed FY27 budget, we calculate about $4.7 million around housing-related resources. But that is only a minimum because the county does not present all housing investments in a one consolidated table. It's difficult to determine what the total allocated resources are. We must fund housing in a collective way. But we see that it touches all these systems, and we really need to see this in one consolidated format as to how we take our housing goals forward. Next slide. One of the clearest places where coordination is needed is land activation. Shelby County has a land bank. The City of Memphis has the Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, and both are important with complementary functions. Residents and community developers should not have to navigate disconnected public land systems. I recommend that one of the potential solutions is a land banking agreement between the city and the county land banks for a parcel activation strategy. Land sitting in public inventory is not neutral. It carries a cost, it carries risk, it suppresses nearby property values, it discourages private investment, it affects public safety, it delays housing, and it keeps properties off the tax roll. So we should measure the land bank by public value, not only by revenues recovered. Parcels moved, holding cost reduced, and property returned to the tax roll. Homes produced and nuisance properties resolved. And when, a potential sale for a land bank asset takes 6 to 9 months from contract to close, that delay is not just administrative. It is a carrying cost, a lost tax base opportunity, and a delay in housing production. The county should identify and solve that bottleneck, whether that be legal, capacity issues, coordination issues, infrastructure issues. We have to name what that bottleneck is. And the county should align land pricing with community benefit and housing goals. The question should not only be what will bring the highest dollar value. The question should be what public outcome does this disposition produce? Shelby County has to get out of the blight business and into the business of moving public liabilities into community assets. Next slide. These tools should not sit in separate conversations. The land bank, I think we have building home ordinance now. We have our CRA and TIF strategies, federal funds like CDBG and home, title clearance, home repair programs, other infrastructure programming. And we really need to think about this as a production model that takes parcels to production, but also family stability pipelining. So one of those recommendations is also a countywide coalition. This is also where CRA and TIF strategies belong. If the county has tax incremental tools intended to support redevelopment, we should understand how they align with housing production, preservation, infrastructure, and mixed-use corridor reinvestment. These tools should not sit in separate budgets or in separate meetings. We also have to recognize agencies like Memphis Housing Authority. MHA, while not a county department, it supports 26,000 families and operates at 95% of its capacity. How those families access stable housing and move toward economic mobility is part of this ecosystem, and it needs greater alignment. Next slide. This is why I'm also asking the county to consider a Shelby County Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The trust fund is not a plan, but a tool. It could create flexible local dollars for home repair, title issues, pre-development, affordability gaps, down payment assistance, developer capacity, and preservation. It would complement the city's tools, but not duplicate them, and it would leverage $3 to $5 of federal, state, and other private investment and CDFI capital. Next slide. And the timing matters. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act signals a federal focus on housing supply, publicly owned land, small dollar mortgages, whole home repairs, other federal programming dollars like CDBG and home flexibility, modular housing, and self-sufficiency for assisted families. But federal legislation will not implement Shelby County's plan for us. Federal flexibility only matters if we have a local system ready to use it. Next slide. So today I'm asking this body to consider a Shelby County housing implementation plan built around clear practical elements, a countywide implementation crosswalk, a consolidated investment table, a countywide housing coalition, a land bank agreement between the city and the county land banks, a parcel to production pipeline, alignment to CRA and TIF with housing goals, a Choto and emerging developer capacity strategy, and a resident stability and preservation strategy. Consideration for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and federal readiness. The central question for me is simple. What is Shelby County's coordinated plan to meet the housing commitments by 2030, and how is the plan reflected in the budget? Shelby County needs a strategy that connects the plans already adopted, the goals already named, the tools already available, the dollars already proposed, and the land already held, and the communities already waiting. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. I tell you what, Ms. Jones, that is a lot of really, really important information, and I tell you, it's needed. And I cannot begin to say what our housing plan is. I cannot. I have not seen one. And I can agree with all of these strategies that you've outlined here. But, and I'll say one thing before I say one other question. The affordable housing, you didn't say affordable, you said a housing trust fund, but you were alluding to affordable, right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So we also have that as part of our pilot payment in lieu of taxes reform package. Yeah, once we reform the pilot situation, one of the things that will be in that package will be to bring that bring those incentives down, and the few dollars that we have, some of those will go toward affordable housing, an affordable housing trust fund, an education trust fund, and of course, general fund and debt service. So we're trying our best. That's one way. I do know we're trying to make sure that we can play our part in helping to develop affordable housing. But I did write down a question here because all of this is so important, and we don't have enough time. Well, you're not given enough time to actually talk about everything that needs to be talked about. But what I do want to ask, let me find my question. In a few sentences, what would be your recommendation for that, starting the movement of this coordinated housing forward, coordinated housing strategy forward? What would be the first step? I'm a step person.
Thank you. Rashida Jones, Alliance for Housing Progress. Well, we already have the plan, the Joint Housing Policy Plan of 2022. There was a task force that developed recommendations in 2024, which is how we came up with the Building Home Ordinance was one of those efforts that actually came from that work and those updates. So I would think that because they have such detailed accountability goals, they name how many houses, they name who we should be supporting. It names a budgetary goal. So I think actually taking the adopted plan that's in place, seeing where those gaps are, seeing actually where we have met the goal year over year or where we've had gaps would be the first step in my opinion.
Okay, closing those gaps, that's important, and I agree with that. We have gaps. We have a program, and from one point from beginning to end, and then there's a gap in there that will not allow us to get from the beginning to the end because of the resources that may be needed or whatever. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I agree with my colleague, Ms. Brooks. All of this is on point. This is what I was doing a lot of yesterday. I heard many times they talked about people leaving with taillights leaving Shelby County. I seen it in my neighborhood. I asked my neighbor, I see a lot of cars over your house lately. A sister and them moved in, right? Moved out of Frazier, couldn't afford the $1,500 a month. They used to pay $700, $800 a month. I've been saying that over and over again. And we're not building affordable houses. You talk about it. It's a plan. The mirror across the street. If we just got in alignment with each other around 2030, how we reach 10,000 houses, we can get something done. But it's no real conversation being had, I've seen on this side. I think Commissioner Brooks, some of the pilot work and other work that's been done to try to identify how do we get dollars to do some of this work. So I'm totally in alignment with what you're saying. It's needed to be done. If we want to increase the tax base, we got to increase affordable housing in a lot of these areas. I know we're working with a developer in Raleigh on 114 acres to do housing there, and I'm looking forward to that development, bringing a number of houses. But some of those houses are not going to be where some people who was living in Frazier can live it, right, at the amount of money that people are making. So all of this is good information. I'm hoping that we can find a way forward because this brings the revenue back into our tax base. You made it plain. Cutting the red tape that we're talking 6 to 9 months for developers to get there is just making it hard for people. One other point that was brought to me yesterday in my meeting was, and you could tell me, because I know you've been doing this work, I think to build a new house on some of these properties, it takes about it's a fee there, about $7,500. We trying to see, how do we get that fee cut to about $4,500? Because it just take away, when you talk about the value of many of these communities not able to carry, a developer wanting to do that. Can you explain some of that, if you know about that?
Yeah, Rashida Jones, Alliance for Housing Progress. You're probably hearing a lot of around the sewer tap fees and impact fees that come with, trying to bring services back to a property that hasn't been built on or maintained, or there's a lack of infrastructure or updates in that area. And so what we're finding is, depending on the dynamics of the lot, that gap could be anywhere from, minimally the $7,500 in the sewer tap expense, but we're probably somewhere close to $30,000 to $40,000 in infrastructure gap that the developer has to absorb. So if you think about communities that have not really received tons of infrastructure, we talk about Orange Mound, there are streets that still don't have lights, right? We talk about South Memphis, where we have to, the developers are bringing the transformers in order to build the houses. And so that gap could be anywhere, sometimes it gets up to $75,000 before a shovel is ever put in the dirt.
Yeah, if you can, have you all doing this study, and my last question, came across any bond opportunities that we could look at as a county to help with affordable housing from our perspective?
Yeah, so those are conversations that the ecosystem partners have had deep discussion about with CRA. More specifically, MHA actually has some bonding authority. We've been in a number of meetings with the city of Memphis and that administration. So there is an open conversation. We've talked about some of the state level bonding. The reality is there has to be an appetite, and I think what I've heard from both sides of the city and the county is the ability to repay, and actually having those metrics and case studies be very clear on the housing production, the affordability bond, how that would impact all of the things. So how does that impact public safety, economic development, commercial corridors, additional revenues to the tax, and the ability to repay that? So our argument truly is, for every new structure, every house that you put up, there's a ripple effect of the number of households impacted, but it affects all the sectors, right? So if we're able to put a workforce in place for a community, we're able to identify in a very specific way. So we're not talking about doing one house here and one house there. How can we strategically get developers to go together to impact values, but also what makes the most sense in order to get that repayment back on the bond in a way that is going to be appealing to the city and the county when they put that up. But there are a number of entities that have the bonding authority in the affordable housing, and there just has to be an appetite to move that forward.
All right, before I go to Commissioner Sugarman, could you just clarify, when you say an appetite to move it forward, is that the same thing as a political will?
I think that could be a part of it. I would say that one of the things that we really experience is fragmented conversations around a thing. We have an ecosystem of homelessness and homelessness prevention that is a completely different conversation and a need from affordable housing. And when we start talking about ownership versus rental models, Shelby County is overwhelmingly a renter's market. How do you figure out the scale and conversation to talk about economic mobility for families that need to be introduced to home ownership, meeting them where they are with affordability, but then also having a conversation about the inventory and the housing stock crisis? So I would say the most important thing that I'm seeing is we're all passionate about the thing that we do, and those conversations are two segments to talk about a comprehensive solution. That coalition and bringing the municipalities together, our conversations with philanthropic partners, lenders, and CDFIs are demanding that the municipalities show up with resources, and then they want to show up with matching funds once those municipalities have gotten on board. But it's a very difficult conversation to show up with a budget that says we're serious about affordable housing, and we can't find the dollars that say we are to go back to the lending partners, the philanthropic community, and say, hey, we need your support. It's very difficult for us to figure that out.
Not serious. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I've been following your work and working with you as well for a while. And so the question then becomes, it is frustrating, because I'm frustrated in this seat, because whatever we do, we have to have 7 votes. Having said that, I see $4.7 million. Is that the ask as far as, what we should do as a commission? And then should that money be tagged for the trust? And then the second question then is, with across the street, the city council, I know they have an appetite as well. And they might be moving a little bit faster than we are on this side. And so, I'm looking forward to seeing what, or how we can work together, because I do agree, it's nothing like putting something in writing where we could say, this is what we're doing together collaboratively. And I think also, in my district, for example, one thing that we are frustrated with is the fact that it's a Memphis County unincorporated area, and there's area for growth between Riverdale up to Collierville, but the thing is, there's no infrastructure as far as tapping into the sewer line. And so we've been having conversations with Mayor Young. We'll continue to have conversations with Mayor Young. But I think if we collaboratively work together, maybe we can get into tapping the sewer system, because otherwise they're going to start tapping to other areas who's going to receive those fees and funds. So the first question for you is that $4.7 million, with you said going to like the trust for the county, and then do you see also the city side doing the same thing?
Okay, thank you. Rashida Jones, Alliance for Housing Progress. So the $4.7 million essentially took the proposed FY27 budget and walked down all the places where there were allocations associated with housing. So right now, that budget as it was presented by Mayor Harris reflected those agencies, those departments, that total investment that the county has allocated with housing-based efforts through departments is about 4.7. If it is baked into something else, we looked at infrastructure, we looked at other projects, but right now, what we found is that commitment with operating the department's down payment assistance, that amount was 4.7. Relative to our ask, we haven't necessarily made a financial ask. I think through the committee work of the pilot, ad hoc, and reform, is we're trying to identify a way to source repeat funding mechanisms that will allow us to scale. We know we can't get to the need of what it would take to address the housing crisis in one budget cycle. But what would it look like for us to have revenues from every permit that gets pulled for new construction, $1 to $2? What would it look like for us to have for, revenues associated with tax sale above the revenues covered or the expenses covered, to have a portion of that set aside for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and not just a general fund? So for us, it's a question of how can we be strategic? We're not going to address the problem overnight, but what are we willing to do to capture the resources to start addressing it incrementally? I would also say, relative to an overall strategy, we have a $1 billion problem in housing. I would say my conversations and the commitments from the city, there have been a lot of robust conversations. I think there's a lot of pressure on what housing has to do. There's now we've made this big announcement that we're going to deliver 10,000 units by 2030. So there's some pressure. But I think what Mayor Young did was just announce what technically was already presented in a joint housing strategy by 2030. We already had goals. Now, are they as audacious as 10,000 by 2030? No, but those metrics that I gave you are metrics from the joint housing policy plan that the city and the county adopted in 2022. So the question is, where are we on what we adopted in 2022? What are we doing to get there? And then what's the roadmap and the budget strategy to do what we agreed to do in 2022?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for this discussion. I just had a couple questions. So as you've looked at other markets, have you seen successful pathways that they've taken to be able to start their trust funds, or even to sustain their trust funds that they've started?
Rashida Jones, Alliance for Housing Progress. I mean, we have a number of funding mechanisms. Maybe they're not called trust funds or affordable housing, but peer cities have structures that allow for that thing to fund. So I'll give an example. City of Memphis, the most flexible funds that they have to allocate towards local privatized projects is going to be the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. In Cook County, there is a fund specifically for developers who are working with their land bank to access resources to close the gap on unfeasible projects. So whereas we know we have an issue with parcels that may not give value, we know we may have to deal with the fact that there are going to be taxes that have not been paid for several years that would make a project infeasible. There may be piloted funds available that would take that project into feasibility, right-size the project for the developer. It would go, that payback would happen at disposition or the sale of the property. Those dollars would go back into the fund. Of course, we account for about a 10 to 20% loss, but then you would be rebuilding that same fund to make the next project feasible. So there are a number of strategies that peer cities are using in partnership. So, you know, you have where you have land, and you control the price of land, and you deploy that land for affordable housing. You will deploy that land for commercial use. You figure out what that priority is, but you make the land accessible to the developers. The other side to that is finding where those partners are. CDFIs have flexible capital that they want to deploy to meet their CRA goals, but they don't want to deploy those resources to a municipality that has zero investment. So most of the time, what we're looking to get from the municipality is $1 for every $3 to $5 we want to ask community partners and CDFI dollars to match. But there are a number of programs that are successful in working in that way.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. The city has passed this budget. Were there any wins related to housing in the budget that was passed?
I would say so, and thank you for the question. I think the win was just their acknowledgement that we have a crisis. I think that's the first win. I would also say that the HCD department has been extremely open to the conversations in the ecosystem. We personally are in partnership again to deliver our Emerging Developer Academy, where we had 98 applicants and 23 developers, and so there'll be additional support. We have also worked in partnership with Shelby County Courts, which is working through code enforcement. Code enforcement addresses it, then it gets an environmental court, but what can we do at the intersection of keeping it out the court with interventions, right? And so I would say that the dialogue has been healthy. Again, you're not going to address 50 years of disinvestment in one budget cycle, but I do think that as we start thinking about funding funds that can carry work themselves and allocating resources appropriately, that the city has done it. And I would be remiss to suggest that Shelby County has not been open to that same dialogue through our work, because if it were not for the initial investments that Shelby County made, we would not have the support of an Emerging Developer Academy who's on board to produce more than 22 units of housing, and they haven't been in the work 18 months.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to jump back in because what kept jumping off at me as you were speaking, I saw it happening, right in front of my eyes there as I was located pastoring Union Grove Baptist, 2285 Fraser Boulevard. Watched Fraser CDC come behind me. That was a war zone, and build new houses, flip that thing upside down. Houses went from under $50,000 to over $100,000 in that neighborhood. Seen a 41% increase because new houses was being built. So a model was being laid in one of the most violent zip codes at the time, one of the most impoverished zip codes at the time, and it shifted that whole neighborhood. I know because I got family members that stay there who houses lost $150,000 value, now went back up, right? Now they got equity in their home where they weren't able to invest for their kids to go to schools, now able to take equity out of their home, right? So I saw it work. I think that where we have to have the courageous on our side. Again, our municipalities, they're enjoying the fruit of the going out when a lot of that was pushed out, and then in Milton and all these other communities, now we have blessed them from both bodies to give tips to those communities. They continue to expand, continue to build capacity there, but we're not taking care of our inner city core because we have to put some money where our mouth is. So for years I heard this, and you tell me if it's still the case, because I just heard what you said about the win, is that HCD often get federal dollars, but how much local dollars from the city was given to the housing community development?
Rashida Jones, Alliance for Housing Progress, not enough.
Yeah.
So we do recognize that the local investment by both city and county need to be greater to
Yeah.
address the housing crisis.
Yeah.
You know, the final number took into consideration many of the things the ecosystem asked for, but I also understand that we're dealing with the same conversations of fund balance. Do we have what we need? So there's a number of priorities before both the city and the county. This is probably the first time I'm hearing a real approach that is going to lean into multiple years of us really trying to get behind the housing strategy.
Trying to get there. And so when you think about it, the Bartlett's of the world, the Colliervilles of the world, they won, and then they said, let's sustain our win, right? Last year, they had a tax rate increase. Every one of them increased. So why? They wanted to sustain their win. We did nothing, right? We did nothing, and we knew we were behind, and yet we're here. And so the only way you come from behind, you got to put some skin in the game to get there. They are doing it. They're getting TIFs, they're doing tax rate increases in their communities, and they're sustaining their wealth in their building capacity. We have to do more, and I appreciate this presentation and bringing this to light.
If I may make one final comment, Chair, I do want to say that the city and the county, particularly all of the departments and all the calls and the body of research that I try to do is to be well informed on how these things are connected and disconnected. And so I've had a number of conversations with our assessor. I've had a number of conversations with our trustee. I've had a number of conversations with the entire team at the land bank. And so I just want to say that there is a desire to figure out what the gap is and to get the administration and the commission to align on what the best path forward to address this. I also want to be very clear that there is a bottleneck and a concern with where things come before this body that need immediate response in real time, that don't get bogged down in a lack of understanding of how this thing will work. Most of what we are talking about with land bank disposition are single-family parcels. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about huge development in most cases. In the framework of what the land bank should be accomplishing is disposition of those assets. How do we get the more than 1 million square feet of land moved off of the back of the budget, because there is a cost for us holding it? How do we address it? How do we get the network and the clawback and the activation? Because we know it's one thing to sell it and dispose of it and say, we don't have to cut the grass anymore. It's a total different conversation to come back and see the face of community change because those parcels are being activated and placed back on the tax roll. So I just want to challenge us to think about what we don't understand. How do we bring ourselves into understanding when development may not be our thing? How do we align that to policy decisions? Because the one thing I know to be true is that this body has the decision to dispose of those assets for the right reason, for public use, and with a lot more speed and efficiency than we've been doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Jones, thank you so much, and I agree with everything you said, and I think one of the issues that we have is when we think about development and developers, we look through a lens of traditional development. When we had the suburban boom, I don't want to call any names here, but Cordova and all those areas, when we start building subdivisions out there, Berry Hill and all those places. And that's a different model than what you're speaking of. And that's a lens that we look through when we talk about development. And we don't need to look through that lens because we're not doing that anymore. We're doing something more creative and more progressive. So, seeing no other members in the queue, thank you so much, Ms. Jones.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I appreciate your information, top tier. All right, that discussion item will conclude item number, committee number 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. We will move into committee 10, General Government. Madam Chair, Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, that item has been moved by myself and moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Do we have a report from the County Attorney's Office?
Lisa, overall County Attorney's Office. The list has been reviewed and there are no conflicts.
Thank you. Seeing no members in the queue, Madam Clerk, let's take this item to a vote, please. Every member cast your vote. Every member voted.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Let's see, wait a minute. Item number 2, please.
Item 2 is a resolution urging the Shelby County Election Commission to disseminate updated congressional district information to ensure the education of Shelby County voters on changes to congressional districting across Tennessee. Sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avent, this item was referred back to committee in June 15th, 2026 commission meeting.
Okay. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Chair Avent. My screen is out. Madam Parliamentarian, would you read it? Read item number, what are we on? 2. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, and it was moved by Commissioner Sugarman,
Is
seconded
there
by
comments from
Commissioner
the sponsor? You have comments from the sponsor?
Thank you, Chair. This item was sent back. I think Commissioner Sugarman was interested in making some amendments to this resolution, which is why we sent this back to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I made some motions because I understand from the public that and I'll discuss that when I discuss the motions, but nothing has been done from the Shelby County Election Commission as far as notifying the public, even though it's $300,000 in their budget. And so that is a huge issue because there are state laws that require 30 days of notification, et cetera. And so again, I've reached out to the administrator, Linda Phillips, and when I decided to cut her budget, then she decided to respond. So I prefer to wait until the motions, but I support this.
So are there any amendments that you'd like to make in the actual resolution?
I do not have any.
Okay. Madam Chair. No other.
All right, seeing no other members in the queue, let's take this item to a vote.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, may we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Chairwoman Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes, we have one add-on, my mistake here. Add-on number 3, Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 3 is an add-on item. Item 3 is a resolution approving the county attorney's appointment of outside counsel to review potential extraordinary litigation opposing the deployment of the National Guard or Tennessee State Guard in Shelby County, Tennessee, without a demonstrated local emergency, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And this item is pro bono, so there is no fiscal note.
Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we just got this item, and I want to look over it because this was a discussion I just had with my colonel and 5 of the apartment managers in Raleigh-Fraser just the other day, discussing the impact that they were feeling from many of our stores around our community that felt like the National Guard was there, and it was helping. As I talked to some of my Dollar General people that said they have seen a decrease in some of their thefts coming out of their stores, because I really have to take this back to my community, because asking the people how do they feel now that they have seen them and the impact on this. I understand the principle that that many have concerning what happened, and I was against the National Guard coming in, but seeing my officers telling me that they are short on officers, and many of the things that we've been doing and have seen Austin Peay Station have decreased 41% in the overall crime, because largely to the help and support they have seen with these National Guards in the community. So it has shifted me since this have happened in the beginning, some of my concern, because I'm hearing from my constituents, I'm hearing from my stakeholders in the community that saying we need this help. This help have, and last night coming out of Dollar General to see them out there, and I watched personally many people run out of these stores with items right there by our house at James and Highland. So I know that this is a concern, but I'd like to hear more from the sponsor if you can help me understand what's happening with this.
Yes, and so this is of urgency because the pro bono will go away if this is not passed. So simply, also, I want to say this on record. I have also received complaints and just the opposite, that they're blocking their people from coming into their business, or people are afraid to go into their business, et cetera. But also want to be very mindful, and I was speaking to the public, because of the time frame. If we do not pass this, then it's done. I've been one of the commissioners in the lawsuit against the National Guard, and they're saying at the state level that if we as a commission decide to go forward, then we have an opportunity. I also understand that because there was an injunction from the National for the National Guard to stand down, that after November's election, it's going to be full throttle. Okay, full throttle. That means with the National Guard, you're going to have the other agencies, ICE, the DEA, and all these other agencies coming in. And at that point, it's not going to be stopping them. So this is the only and last opportunity. We have not seen what the other cities have seen because of the lawsuit and the injunction. But once it starts, there's no stopping. And so, and again, we have seen the costs, financial costs on the county. We have seen an influx in the jail to unpopular where the air is out. We have seen a 30% increase according to the judges. We have no recourse as far as finances to recoup. So that means we're going to have to cut the budget even more. And we're going to be paying that bill. Because what the public does not understand is that $30 million that the federal government has sent is to the city of Memphis, not to the Shelby County government. And so we're talking about, again, costs that we are going to have to pay as taxpayers in Shelby County. So I understand what you're saying in your district, Caswell, but I'm saying what it's going to be and what's happening. If we do not go through with this, that's it. Because, again, there are other cities who would love to have this opportunity pro bono. If we do not do it, so be it.
Okay, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I would like to hear from the public, because what I'm hearing from the public is opposite of that from where I'm standing right now. And again, I understand what you're saying, but if we as a county are not putting money, revenue in, talking about how we're increasing public safety in other ways, we're not supporting intervention, prevention work in the community. We're not doing anything. And I can say for a fact, I have seen and felt 25%. We have felt the impact of what's happening in our community. When I came on this body, they was calling my district Murder 8, because the 38128 had such a high murder rate. We have seen the impact there, and my thing is if something is working, and my colonel and stakeholders and community people are telling me something is helping to work and they're seeing a reduction, then if we're not going to do something different has to be done. The increase of criminals getting off our street, hey, I don't have a problem with that, especially coming from where I come from and seeing some of the things that I've witnessed in my community. So I would like to hear more from the public. By Monday, I'll be reaching out. And again, if anybody want to email me with any concerns that my colleagues stated, I'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Two things. I heard from the parliamentarian that we will probably need to suspend the rules because there's not, we do need to suspend the rules because, I'm sorry?
Okay, move to suspend the rules.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and properly second by Commissioner Caswell to suspend the rules in order to have this properly before us. I just have a couple of questions around the legality, well, not the legality of the resolution, but the legality of what we're trying to do in context of what we did with the lawsuit against the National Guard. So if we could hear from the county attorney to just, because I just got this and haven't had an opportunity to read it the way I should read it. So if we can hear from the county attorney to just give us a summary.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's
Legal
Office.
summary.
I am aware of the litigation that has been filed against the state regarding the presence of the National Guard. That was not brought by Shelby County government. What this resolution is proposing is that the county attorney be asked to appoint counsel and to explore the possibility of joining extraordinary litigation like that lawsuit. So this would be Shelby County government filing a lawsuit.
Okay, so that's helpful, and I don't have a problem with that at all because I don't like being in a city under siege by military government. And quite frankly, it really bothers me for my grandchildren to have to walk out of the door or get in the car and go somewhere and see all of these military vehicles, individuals with long guns and all of that. That's an experience you don't want. Those of you who have children and grandchildren, you need to think about that. That's a bad message. It's a bad message. So I'm not against that. I don't like being controlled. I don't need to be controlled. And as a city, as a policymaker in the city, I think we can do this. We can do a better job without having our city under siege by military law enforcement. We do have a comment card, and I want to recognize that at this time. Ms. Pamela Moses, would you come forward, please? Just give us your name and a zip code, please. Good morning. Did you push your little button?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Pamela Moses, Rise Up America, 38112 and 38108. It's a split district. I'm here because I feel that the citizens are not being served properly because just like you, Commissioner Brooks, I don't agree with the deployment. I have mixed feelings because several people say that they think that it's helping, but when I go to Best Buy and Target, I see young military people, some mostly white, a few black, standing in the parking lot doing nothing. And so if they're gonna be here, and I think this would be a good way to get them gone, I suggest, just like when they are deployed to third world countries, that they do something to help the community. We have a lot of blight, and I'm sure Commissioner Caswell can agree in Fraser, it's just horrible. So instead of them standing in parking lots, protecting corporations just with their presence, if they're going to be here, we need to put them to work because there is a lot of things that need to be cleaned up. Like, I know they can't fix all the potholes, but they can bring that equipment out and clear out some of these trees. You know, I call MLG and W and try to get them to cut the trees. They only come once every 5 years and do it. But if they're going to be here with my tax dollars, they should be doing something, not stand in the parking lot. And if any of you would like, you know, you want to be Mayor, Commissioner Lowry, I got video of this. I've got video of them standing in Walmart doing nothing. I hadn't posted it yet because, you know, my father was in the military in Jamaica. My grandfather was in the British military. So I have a lot of respect for them. So I don't want to shame them. But if they're going to be here, let's put them to work. If they're not, then just like you, I don't think that it's necessary, you know? And that's just all I wanted to say, not just as a resident and a taxpayer, but as a leader. If we're going to deploy troops to Memphis, we got a lot of disasters when it comes to environmental hazards, just like they're clearing out XAI to build for the trillionaire. Let's get them to clear out some of this, you know, blight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have seen them also. In fact, I had some calls from some of my constituents in Fraser at the Save a Lot. And I don't know what they thought I could do, but they wanted me to come up there and see all of those military police officers who were in the parking lot of Save a Lot, just standing around, 4 vehicles full. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. You have a card. Doofus.
Hello, testing.
Maybe have your name and your
Yes.
zip code.
Paula Burris, 38127.
Thank you.
Yes, I had no idea I was going to be here this morning. But speaking as a veteran, I have been happy with the decision for our guardsmen to be here since I've heard that they were going to be here. Prior to them coming in Fraser, we couldn't walk our dogs. We couldn't get gas because of people hanging out with long guns. We couldn't walk our children in the morning. There's shots at the park, local parks. And I have come across a few community leaders, elders of the community who are happy to see them there because now we can walk our dogs. We can shop at our local stores knowing that in case we get robbed or attacked, there's somebody there to protect us. These are my brothers and sisters in the military. We need to respect them. I feel, it's my opinion, that they are human just like us. They're just citizens called to do a job, and they aren't out here killing us like I've seen from MPD. So it's my opinion, I just wanted you all to know that there are a lot of people in Fraser that welcome the Guard. We feel safer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Seeing no members in the queue, that will conclude. We have another one? Oh, we need to vote. I'm sorry. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Every member cast your vote. Every member voted. Madam Clerk, may we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
All right, thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And that will conclude item committee number 10, General Government.
Thank you, everyone. We'll begin committee number 6, Education. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance, first reading, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis amending ordinance number 573 adopted April 14, 2025, and furtherance of a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten for all. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, this item was deferred in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by, can I get a move? Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Lowry. All right, we'll hand it over to Ms. McCarthy.
All right, thank you, Chair. Hannah McCarthy, Project Specialist for the Shelby County Mayor's Office. I appreciate you all for the opportunity to bring back today's item. As I mentioned in the June 10th meeting, Attorney Smith and I did have an opportunity to meet with First State Memphis. We had a productive meeting, and today the red line version that you should have in front of you is a product of that meeting with First State Memphis. There's only one change in this version on page 2. The language "or entities" has been struck from the definition of fiscal agent. There are no other changes. Per our conversation with First State Memphis, this change was made, so I'm hopeful that this is an agreeable adjustment that brings everyone to the table while maintaining the original intention, which is to correct the administrative language within the ordinance. I'll further remind that this amendment does not impact the contract with First State Memphis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Is anyone from First State here to speak on this?
This is referring to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for being here. Can you just speak on this particular item and just the amendment that has been said to be in support of First State?
Good morning, Candace Thomas, First State Memphis, 38104. Ms. McCarthy is correct. We did have a conversation. We suggested that the term entity be removed from the amendment so that you have one entity that is your fiscal agent versus a few or several, and that was agreed, and so we agree with the amendment as proposed this morning.
And in past committee discussions, there were other recommendations from the administration. Are any of those recommendations included in what you have discussed, or is this just the only, I see it's the only red line piece of the amendment?
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office. It's the only red line piece of the amendment. The original intention of the amendment is still there, which is to remove the direct name of the fiscal agent from the language and also to include that subject funding clause.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it looks like we actually are looking, the red line version is a substitute, so I would like to move to actually accept the substitute, which is the copy that we have in front of us.
Second.
All right, thank you. There was,
Yes, it's just on page 2, or entities is struck.
all right, Commissioner Sugarman made the second. Thank you. Can we accept that without objection? So moved.
Madam Chair, can I use these remaining minute?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, so when it comes to this ordinance, this updates the current ordinance that we have. And so through conversations, we learned about the contractual negotiation that went in place. What, I guess this is more so to legal. So legal, can you just explain the process of us renegotiating terms of the current contract, because the current 100 to 20% ratio between the county and the city, to me, leaves the county at a disadvantage to invest at the level that we are willing to invest. So can you just advise on what is that process? We're passing the ordinances, but unbeknownst to us, the contractual agreements made a tighter grip on what we're able to do as a funding source.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I would first highlight that the ordinance before you and the contract itself are two separate concepts. The ordinance governs the program that the county commission wanted to bring forward, and so that's all that's being discussed here today. More generally speaking, when you have an executed contract, if the parties agree to amend, then they can do that. Starts with a conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Are you back in the queue? Okay. First, before I do that, I do want to say again that the substitute was accepted with no objection. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. So to first state, is it your will, so legal said if the parties agree to amend the contract, then it can. So what would it take for you to go back to the table to renegotiate the contract? Just to the public, we now have a contract that has a line in it that prevents the county from keeping on track of our goals. Because we have to keep up with what the city does. So if the city is under their commitment, then the county now cannot keep its commitment. So you have a saying that we are, champion a cost for universal pre-K, but we can't keep up to the plan because of this one-liner that has been put in by the administration. So what is the plan here? Do you plan to renegotiate the contract? Can you just tell the public so there can be more clarity? Are we on track to get the universal pre-K that we have celebrated as a win, or are we, what's happening?
Candace Thomas, First State Memphis, 38104. We will be renegotiating the contract as soon as there is a new county mayor in place. At this moment, the projection for pre-K for all is stalled. We will not see an increase in pre-K classrooms this year unless there is an increase in the budget.
And it is your capacity. So if there were an opportunity to for the county to keep on track, do you have the capacity to increase the classrooms going into the next year?
Candace Thomas, First State Memphis, 38104. The community has the capacity to increase classrooms. If you remember, to reach pre-K for all, we need approximately 1,400 additional pre-K seats in the community. So if there were additional funding, we would be working towards meeting the 1,400 seats that are needed.
Okay, and just for clarity, we have the capacity to meet that need if the funding is there?
If the funding is there.
Okay. And have you had from any, I know we're in the middle of elections, from either of the mayoral candidates a commitment to renegotiate the contract? Have y'all talked to the candidates to be able to test the waters of interest?
We have met with one of the candidates so far. We have mentioned the fact that the contract will be needed to be renegotiated. There's been no commitment to that end, and we're working to speak to the other candidate in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Chair,
Commissioner
may I
Thornton.
add one quick point to that?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to, again, reiterate on the record that while those are important issues, the budget, the contract, and the ordinance are all separate items. So I just want to reiterate that once more.
Thank you so much. I was about to do the same. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. If the county attorney could just go back, and I'm sorry, I missed something you said in reference to your opening about this ordinance. Can you just go back and reiterate what you said?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I was specifically asked, what steps might be needed in order to negotiate the contract. I started by reiterating what Ms. McCarthy said, that these are separate issues. The ordinance is programmatic. These changes address those nuances in the program. The contract being something different can be amended at the will of the parties. It starts with a conversation.
Okay, so in this ordinance, on page 2, section 5, term, fiscal agency shall serve for a period of 3 years. County attorney, is that necessary? The 3 years? I mean, is it, because, it seems like this is in such a fluid state at this point, because it has already been admitted that this contract will have, this whole thing will have to be renegotiated with the new mayor. I'm just wondering, do we need to have 3 years in here? Would it be an impediment? It wouldn't be an impediment, but I don't understand 3 years. I just don't.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The three-year designation is programmatic. It's a policy decision, and right now it is woven into the existing professional services agreement. So that's existing language by design, and that's not being changed from the previous ordinance to this version. The ability to change that would have to be evaluated. I wouldn't want to guess for you right now the effect of that.
And I can understand that, but I'm just saying, I still don't have a justification why 3 years, because I like to take a look at something in terms of outcomes, in terms of customer satisfaction after 1 year. But I'm just wondering what would be the avenue, and I still, what's the real justification for the 3 as opposed to 1, and then we can have a report and decide whether or not we want to continue moving in the same direction with the fiscal agent.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I don't have that information for you. I can certainly inquire. Right now, I would just stress that that term is currently woven into our professional services agreement. Should the body decide to increase those years or decrease those years, there is a contract in place that we would have to evaluate.
May I make one comment on that as well? Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office. I just checked, and that 3-year term has been in the ordinance since 2019, since the original ordinance. I'm not sure where those discussions around 3 years came from, but I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. So if I understand correctly, since the first ordinance from 2019, the 3-year conversation has been since then.
Correct.
And so each time that we have kind of read up the ordinance, the 3 years has stayed in there. So that's why.
Correct. I just want to clarify, it has not
Gotcha.
changed in this ordinance.
And the only thing that is really, to your point, let's put it back on record, what is changing and how did we get here today?
Yes, ma'am. What is changing, again, the direct mention of a vendor name in the term fiscal agent has been removed, and a line about subject funding in the term, Section 5, has been added.
Okay. All right, I don't see any additional commissioners in queue, so this item is, let's prepare this item for a vote. As substituted, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, can you tally the votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. All right, Madam Palmentine, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Shelby County Youth Council providing updates on the progress of their annual grant. Reggie Eskridge, Youth Engagement Coordinator, presenting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This is a discussion item, and excited to see Shelby County Youth Council here. And I will hand it over to you, Mr. Reggie.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Again, my name is Reggie Eskridge, and I'm serving as the Youth Engagement Coordinator for the Shelby County Youth Council.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Jordan Coley, and I represent District 12.
We would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity today to be able to share with you our latest updates that we've been able to accomplish thus far this past year, as none of our work would be possible without your support. And we have some materials that were passed out today that will be circling around right now, so that you'll be able to follow along, and we'll hopefully have a little slide up that will also kind of give you some updates. For starters, over the past 3 years, the Shelby County Youth Council was integrated into a Youth Participatory Action Research Project, or also known as YPAR. And the project was made to be able to elevate the insights of youth from our communities with the goal to be able to shape how SUYC's local advocacy platform would be going forward. And I'm happy to say that this work is now published, is online, and is also included in one of our QR codes in one of our materials today. And as a result of that YPAR work, it allowed us to strengthen our campaign for this past year. That allowed us to focus more intentionally on one of the top issues that were ranked highly amongst youth in Shelby County, which was youth mental health. And I'll pass it to Jordan to kind of share a little bit more about our project.
This year, SUYC focused on addressing youth mental health, but we did not want to speak for young people without actually talking to young people. So we deep canvassed over 235 students across Shelby County. And deep canvassing means we did more than just hand someone a survey or just ask yes or no questions. We had real conversations. We asked students what they were experiencing, what support they actually had access to, what was missing, and what they felt adults needed to understand. And the truth is, students were honest with us because they felt like we were not coming to them as adults with assumptions. We came as young people asking other young people, what do you need to feel supported? We also created a brochure as we were deep canvassing youth. We collaborated with Youth Connect as we distributed Mental Health, Know Your Rights, where it breaks down things young people need to know, like privacy, consent, support at school, national resources, how to speak up, what to do in a crisis, because a part of this campaign is to support addressing youth mental health as making sure students actually know what help exists, what rights they have when they are trying to get help. And I will pass it to Reggie. The deep canvassing method allowed us to build relationships with youth across all 13 districts. Though, we conducted Youth Make a Count, also known as Youth Mic events. At these events, we invited youth to attend public meetings and trained them on delivering public comments, so they could advocate for the changes they wanted to see in their communities. This empowered them to share their experiences and their needs, and many spoke publicly for the first time, including my coworker or my other summer intern with SUYC, Shireen. It was her first year in SUYC, and the Youth Mic event played an important role in building her confidence to speak up for the needs of her community. Other youth members from the Muslim Student Association came as well. Based on the deep canvassing responses, along with the data gathered by partners such as Youth Connect, and the issues that we spoke up youth about the Youth Mic events, members of SUYC analyzed the data. We identified several recurring issues, one being young people not being aware of what mental health resources were available. Another, not having a voice in the decision-making process regarding the issues they face on a day-to-day basis. We then developed a list of recommendations to address mental health that can be adopted by schools, local government, community partners, and the state government.
So these recommendations that are listed in this document here were then shared on December 18th at our first ever Youth Power Showcase. We put on it was our first ever that we conducted this year, and we had over 150 attendees, along with 20 youth led and also two youth organized organizations come to share the knowledge of the different work they've been conducting that year, as well as be able to incorporate their own recommendations into our Youth Voice Summit, which I'll let Jordan explain a little bit more about.
So another major part of our work was the Youth Voice Summit on February 28th, where I had the honor of serving as an MC. That summit was not just a youth event, it was a space where over 250 youth came together with community leaders, elected officials to talk about real recommendations created by SUYC and other youth across Shelby County. And what made that powerful was not just youth sitting in the audience. They were leading conversations, they were building recommendations, they were learning how to make public comments, they were actually talking about mental health, schools, voting rights, safety regulations, and what it actually feels like to be a young person in Shelby County right now. And I would like to extend our thanks to Commissioners Thornton, Whaley, Caswell, Brooks, Shalai, and Chairwoman Avant for being in attendance.
So with regard to the recommendations that we developed to address youth mental health, to implement policies that effectively meet the needs of young people, the top two priorities that came out of our work were two things. Ensuring that youth have a direct role in shaping the policies through the creation of a youth advisory board, and then two, by establishing a youth mental health coordination hub. Focusing in on the Youth Mental Health Advisory Board, the recommendation was that It should be composed of diverse youth representatives who are empowered with meaningful decision-making authority rather than serving solely in an advisory role or to be tokenized. Young people want to make sure that their voices are heard on issues that directly impact their lives, and they're more likely to engage with the programs, resources, and other opportunities that reflect their perspectives and needs. With regard to the Youth Mental Health Coordination Hub, it would bring together schools, nonprofits, organizations, healthcare providers, community agencies, and other youth leaders to strengthen collaboration and communication. By coordinating efforts across these sectors, this hub would help ensure that young people are connected to the support systems, services, and resources available to them in a timely and effective manner.
Well, we would like to thank the Commission for your continued support of Shelby County Youth Council. Because all of you, we are all on our way to ensure that Shelby County youth are able to find their voice and be able to become better advocates to engage in issues they want change in their communities. We're looking to even more progress to address youth mental health. We would love to have the opportunity to continue working with you on getting these recommendations adopted. We would also like to give a special thank you to Commissioner Caswell, Whaley, and Thornton for supporting the youth voice and sharing advice on how to make our work stronger. We would love for your assistance in spreading the word of our work and recruiting new youth from your districts to join the Shelby County Youth Council. Recruitment support is currently especially needed in Districts 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Thank you.
Thank you for that great presentation. We do have a few commissioners in the queue, so hang out for questions. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank y'all for being here and the work that you do. Can you reiterate for the public how many programs you have that youth can apply to and be a part of?
So currently, we're accepting applications for the Shelby County Youth Council. I believe we're also recruiting for Bridge Builders. There's a summer conference that's taking place currently. I can look more into it. I will ask if, Mario, if you know of any programs that are recruiting? Those are the main programs that are going to be recruiting currently.
So I looked at the application link and there were multiple initiatives that were listed. Can you just break down from whatever's the listed initiatives on the application link for us in our knowledge and bring that into the conversation on Monday? Just give us a high-level overview of when those application periods are open, just in line with what you said about recruitment efforts. It helps us to be able to know when it's time to start making suggestions and funneling people to you. And then I just wanted to ask, just on behalf of District 10, because I have assisted with recruitment efforts, Maya Brown is in limbo. Do you have an update?
Yes, so we'll be sending out notices within the next 2 weeks or so. Right now, we've just been a couple of staff changes currently, but we're also, again, she's at the top of the list. We'll be sending out emails shortly.
Okay. I will give that to her. I saw her recently at an event, and she was just wondering. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. To that question, before I go to the rest of the queue, just regarding recruiting, can you tell us a little bit about, for the Youth Council in particular, about what does that look like? Because I've sent over names before, I've sent it out, but what happens after I've sent it to you? Just tell me about the actual process.
Yes, so we received the applications. The summer interns, we'll be working to review them, and then we send out notices so that they can be a part of a group interview, after which then they're followed up with an individual interview. We did have, for instance, district members from District 11 that were serving this past year. However, they disclosed after our mid-semester check-in that they had personal obligations that would prevent them from continuing to serve on the council.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your work. And I just want to say this real quickly. I'm also working with another group of individuals, Young Minds United, and they have the same concerns as you're talking about as far as mental health. And I've also shared your brochure with my students. I teach Gen Zs at White Station High School, because the number one issue that they also talk about is mental health issues and the lack of counselors in the schools. We share psychologists that go from school to school, so don't really have a psychologist at any particular school. And so I just want to say continue the work. And then also the concerns about the funding. I want to make sure that we continue the funding for this program. And for the listening public, if you have young people in the age of 13 to 18 that are interested in getting some type of counseling services. Again, you can call in and get those services. And again, thank you for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, for that. The queue is messed up, but I'm going to you, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, appreciate you all work. It has helped us a lot to hear the youth voice, to be at those summits, to come sit down with the young people, have an opportunity. Even broke me down crying as we sit and talk with you all about some of the things that our young people are experiencing at their homes and in their community and in school. So one thing I want to ask is that even with the work that you all done with the District Connector in the Youth and Family Resource Center, did that help bring light to that Youth Connect work to connect you all with the mental health resources? Was that any value to you all?
Absolutely. In fact, Youth Connected also was conducting their survey and doing research, so they also had some insight as far as kind of like what youth were looking for as far as crafting these recommendations.
Yeah, I think that is needed because that is a great tool. I mean, you're talking about telehelp at home and groups and all those capacities. The second thing I would say to you all, so do you all work with the City of Memphis Youth Council? That's a separate entity.
We've made efforts to, but we'll still be reaching out to them.
I sound like government. Well, I say this is that I would hope that you all could, because really it's something I've been pushing, I've been asking, I'm sending out to the chair of each body around what do it look like if we intentional around alignment with our budgets, right? And that we talk about what do a 1% alignment of $4.7 billion look like when you are intentionally targeting these 9 poorest and most violent zip code youth and families. Within that, and we're talking about $47 million that we can start to say, how do it make sure mental health resources are getting to these children and families in a better aligned way, right? And again, I appreciate the mayor of the city increasing to 3,000 youth, but like, how do we really build on that capacity, on that even when they go back to school after the summer is over, is what we're trying to look at. I think your youth voices can be strong in that case. I don't think mine's really, it got somewhere, but we'll see how far it go. But I think your youth voices would be a great weight to carry that conversation, because when we talk about all of these recommendations, many of them going to take resources. And I think the resources are there, but we're not in line together to just do what we need to do. So I hope that you can help carry the torch on some of that. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Sugarman, are you back in the queue?
No.
Okay. All right. Just want to say thank you again to this outstanding young lady coming in front of us. To say your name one more time for the record, please.
My name is Jordan Coley.
All right. And you are in what grade and what school do you represent?
I'm a junior at Germantown High School.
Very good. And thank you so much, Mr. Eskridge, for bringing this report today. This is important work. Definitely youth voice is important. Want to definitely give Mr. Hendricks a shout out. He's sitting in the back. Mario Hendricks saying, for the record, I'm a proud Bridge's mom, so the work is important, but I want to reach out directly to you, Reggie, so we can talk a little bit more around recruitment for 11, because I do have an additional resource that may be important. I just wanted to understand the process, because I know I've sent names and I've sent people your way, but it doesn't seem to make it across the finish line.
That's understandable.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. This concludes committee number 6. We will go to committee number 3, hospitals and health. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution approving a new grant award in the total amount of $284,999 for the Shelby County Health Department pursuant to the VP-DIP or VIP-DIP immunization program grant to provide immunization services for the period beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2030, and authorizing the appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $284,999, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Lowry, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Dr. Randolph, I hand it off to you.
Good morning. Dr. Bruce Randolph, Interim Director, Shelby County Health Department. I have with me also the Chief of Nursing, Dr. Sonia Thomas. So what we're asking and presenting is a resolution for the commission to appropriate and expend grant funding that we received from Tennessee Department of Health for the immunization program. This is the program that provides vaccines for children, particularly children who are uninsured, children who are on Medicaid, children who otherwise would not be able to be vaccinated. But this program also provides services and vaccinations for older individuals if they're underinsured, without insurance as well. So we would greatly appreciate your adoption, acceptance of this grant, this resolution, so that we can continue to provide these services that we've provided for years.
Thank you so much, Dr. Randolph. I don't see any commissioners in queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
I don't see it.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Shalai, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And this concludes Committee Number 3. I think this has been the fastest Hospitals and Health Committee in quite some time.
All right, thank you. I'd like to call to order Committee Number 7. Parliamentarian, will you please read item number 1?
Item 1 is a resolution approving the Downtown Memphis Commission fiscal year 2027 budget and affirming the assessment for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry.
I think that was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Shala. Is there anyone here to present? All right. I understand there's no one here. I know they've presented a couple of times, possibly, but I always think that we should give someone to be here so we can make sure we can go through questions if we have them. So I don't think there's any time constraints for this. So I'll make a motion to refer this to the next committee with the understanding that someone will be here as we approve this report. That will be July 22nd. That was moved by myself, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. That concludes Committee Number 7.
Take a recess because they haven't finished loading their budget.
Okay, because I have one too.
Can we continue with items, any items before that?
Well, would you like a recess before we get into it, or should we take, because you can't do both, you can't monitor the time.
Well, as we figure out what's next, obviously for the budget, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
We have not loaded the budget. There's A through Z plus 10. So how many letters in the alphabet?
26.
Okay, point of information. We have an item from another committee that moved down. Can we at least hear that one? That one, no, that one's been already loaded. It was from another committee that we moved down to the budget. Can we hear that one? Oh, okay, got it. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Chair, before we walked in, we were talking about taking a 15-minute recess, make sure all the things are in order so we can start the committee with having all the items before us. Are you? All right. All right. All right. So move.
All right, Madam Parliamentarian, are we good to resume?
April, we're good?
All right. I'm not sure if we called the committee in yet, but have we called it in yet? Okay, we'll call to order committee number 1, Budget and Finance. If we can read item number 1.
Tell them about, we're going to take up.
Mr. Chair, there's a referred item from law enforcement. Could we do that first?
Okay, sure, yep.
14.
Okay, item 14 from law enforcement, we can call that one up.
Yes, sir. So that was originally item 2 that was taken up in law enforcement, and it turns out it's an amendment to the operating budget, and so it was referred to committee. So we're going to take it up as item 14 is an add-on item. Item 14 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office FY 2026 grant fund operating budgets and to expend grant funds in the amount of $383,175 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and matching funds in the amount of $127,725 for the purchase of port security equipment. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of federal grant funds in the amount of $383,175 and expenditure of FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office matching general funds in the amount of $23,910 and FY 2026 Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security matching general funds in the amount of $103,815 for a total purchase amount of $510,900, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Wright. Can we have a report on this item?
Good morning, Commissioner. Keith Staples, Deputy Administrator, Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security. This is a port security grant which would allow us to purchase 16 vehicle mitigation barriers, which prevents the public from having any kind of vehicle intrusion in outdoor gatherings. So we're asking for a favorable recommendation with this item.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
There we go, Mr. Chair. So just to orient anyone who wasn't in Law Enforcement Committee, we're looking at item number 2 under Law Enforcement, if you want to get eyes on that before we vote.
She actually hasn't, so it's actually not properly before us yet, but she's still adding it.
All right, so but this will be item 14 in this committee, but it was previously heard as item number 2 in Law Enforcement.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright. Yeah, I think we've got it pulled up now, and that was moved by Sugarman, seconded by Wright.
Just 1 second, because she's... So I said that this item is item 14, but it's actually going to be item 18 as an add-on item. And we'll wait until she says we're ready. It'll be on the screen.
All right, if we're ready, so this item moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner or Chairwoman Avant. I think we're ready to vote. If we can pull the screen up and vote on item number, is it 18? 18. Yeah, got it.
Count me as an aye. My system's still not working.
All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon. We have 9 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Now I think we can go to item number 1. Thank you.
Item 1 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to expend grant funds from the State of Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $1,500,000, sponsored by Commissioner Wright.
All right, thank you. My screen's kind of spazzing out here. Moved by Commissioner Sugarman. Seconded by Vice Chairman Bradford. All right. Ms. Odell.
Good morning, Chairman Whaley. This resolution accepts and appropriates $1.5 million statewide school resource officer grant awarded by the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security. This grant provides funding to support school safety and security initiatives through the placement of school resource officers in public and public chartered schools throughout Shelby County. The grant period covers July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. This funding is 100% state-funded and requires no local match and no general fund contribution. Acceptance of this grant does not create an ongoing general fund obligation. If this grant is discontinued, the county is under no obligation to continue funding these positions. The grant allows the sheriff's office to enhance school safety without increasing the local tax burden. And I have a list of schools that are supported by this grant. We have Arlington High School, Arlington Middle, Barrett's Chapel, Bolton High School, Colonial Middle, Craigmont High School, Craigmont Middle, East High, E.E. Jeter Middle, Germantown High, Germantown Middle, Highland Oaks Middle, Cape Bond Middle, Kirby High School, Lakeland Preparatory School, Lowrance Elementary, Mount Pisgah Middle School, Ridgeway High School, Ridgeway Middle School, and Woodstock Middle School. This resolution brings $1.5 million in state funding into Shelby County to support school safety, places school resource officers in 20 schools, and requires no local match funding, and does not increase the county's general fund. The Sheriff's Office recommends approval, and we're here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. I don't see anyone on the screen, so Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 1. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks, sure.
Did I hear you mention charter schools? I just need to get that clear, just in case you made a mistake on the record. When you were opening up in your introduction, did you say charter schools?
Public charter school, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so East High School and Lawrence and Cape Bond are charter schools?
No, ma'am.
You mean public and
Public
charter?
and, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so not public charter, let the
No.
record reflect. It's public and charter. Okay,
yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
All right, charter schools are public schools, but, okay. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 1.
Aye.
Okay, my screen's not pulling up either, but I'm an aye. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for the purchase of emergency equipment for law enforcement vehicles from Dana Safety in an amount not to exceed $307,150. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $307,150, subject to the adoption of FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
Okay, my screen's still not working, so this is going to be challenging to chair this. So if we can get a move by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. All right, Ms. Odell?
Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This resolution approves a 3-month extension of the existing Dana Safety contract from July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. Dana Safety provides emergency equipment and vehicle uplifting service for sheriff office law enforcement vehicles. The original contract was competitively procured through sealed bid number 1000907 and approved by the board on February 5th, 2025. All available renewal options under this original contract have been exhausted. Therefore, board approval is required for this short-term extension. The extension ensures continuity of operations while the county evaluates and completes a long-term procurement strategy. This is a bridge extension only and does not represent a new long-term contract. This resolution maintains uninterrupted access to critical vehicle, emergency equipment, and installation services through a short-term extension of an existing competitively bid contract, ensuring all operational readiness while avoiding any disruption to law enforcement services. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval, and we're here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 2.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for automobile transmission, repair services, and related services from Bird's Millington Transmission in an amount not to exceed $87,000. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $87,000, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
All right, item 3, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Bradford. Ms. Odell?
Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This resolution approves a 3-month extension of the existing agreement with Bird's Millington Transmission from July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. Bird's Transmission provides automotive transmission repair and related maintenance services for the Sheriff's Office vehicle fleet. The original agreement began on January 24th, 2024, and all available renewal options have been exhausted. This short-term extension ensures the Sheriff's Office can continue maintaining its fleet without interruption while a long-term procurement solution is finalized. This resolution provides a short-term bridge extension to ensure Sheriff's Office vehicles remain operational and mission-ready while preventing disruption to public safety and fleet maintenance operation. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval, and we're here for any questions.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one on the screen, anyone's screen, we can prepare this item for a vote. Thank you.
Aye.
Please mark me as an aye.
Ditto.
Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for the replacement of fleet vehicles that have reached the end of safe and useful life expectancy from Landers CDJR North LLC in an amount not to exceed $1,070,714.40. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $1,070,714.40, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McRae.
Thank you. Item 4, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Ms. Odell?
Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This resolution approves a 3-month extension of the existing competitive bid contract with Landers CDJR North LLC from July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. The original contract was awarded by the board through a sealed bid number 1000856, and all available renewal options have been exhausted. The extension allows the Sheriff's Office to continue its fleet replacement program with a long-term procurement solution. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval of this item, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the report. Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote on item 4.
Aye.
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 Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 9 aye votes.
All right, item 4 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for the replacement of fleet vehicles that have reached the end of safe and useful life expectancy to A.J. Doman, CDJR LLC, in an amount not to exceed $1,333,964. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $1,333,964, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, thank you. Item 5, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Ms. Odell?
Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This resolution approves a 3-month extension of the existing competitively bid contract with A.J. Doman, CDJR LLC, from July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. The original contract was awarded through sealed bid number 100856, and all renewal options have been exhausted. The extension ensures continuity of the Shelby County Sheriff's Fleet Replacement Program while a long-term procurement strategy is finalized. The Sheriff's Office recommends approval of this item, and we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. Hey, just a quick question. Just what's the difference between this item and number 4?
Those are 2 types of different vehicles. One is an administrative type vehicle, one is a patrol vehicle.
And it's just curious on do we know the number of vehicles? I'm just curious, obviously, one's $300,000 more than the next, seems to be very similar, but so is it more based on the type of vehicle or the number of vehicles?
It's the type of the vehicle. One will have spotlights, different insides, and different packages.
And that's why they have to get them from two different sources?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to report the past 4 items have all been to local vendors, so thank you all for doing business with local vendors. It means a lot.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote on item number 5.
Aye.
Mark me as an aye as well. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 6.
Item 6 is a resolution approving the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 capital improvement project funds and approving a contract with Unico Technology LLC for cloud disaster recovery and business continuity solution in an amount not to exceed $1,022,310 commencing upon execution through June 30th, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, item 6, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Chief Perry?
Sandra Perry, CIO, Information Technology Services. Approval of this resolution will allow for the implementation of a cloud disaster recovery and business continuity platform that allows the county to rapidly recover critical technology systems essential to county operations. This solution enhances the county's resilience by protecting critical systems and data, reducing downtime, strengthening business continuity, and improving preparedness for cybersecurity and operational disruptions. Funds in an amount not to exceed $1,022,310 from the FY 2026 CIP Cloud Disaster Recovery and Business Continuity Project have been identified, and the effective date is upon execution through June 30th, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. The procurement was through a RFP solicitation, which included a 20% LOSB goal. We are seeking your approval as we have the IT Steering Committee and administration. I am happy for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Don't see anyone in the queue, so Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote on item 6.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 7.
Item 7 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Raising the Bar, Oak Haven High to Street Impact. This item requires a reallocation of $250,000 from FY 2026 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item was an add-on and deferred in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
Okay, if we get a mover and seconder for this item. Moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. I know I did believe I had a comment card on this. Michael Mosby. You're already here, ready to go. Okay, if you'll just state your name and a zip code, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Michael Mosby, Executive Director of Raising the Bar Community Development. 38118 is actually my work zip code. I spoke again a while back, a couple of weeks ago, against this item. I'm asking the board to, not rescind this item. The reason being, Raising the Bar has been in the Oak Haven community doing works, feeding, transporting, providing summer programs, providing after-school programs for elementary, middle, and high school students and their families. We've been there. When you say Oak Haven community, you think about Raising the Bar, all the work that we're doing in the community. When we got this information that Commissioner Thornton wanted to help out with the school, the football team, I must say that the only time we seen Commissioner Thornton was last football season. That's number one. Number two, I went before the county mayor office to present Raising the Bar on May 8th. After that is when we were instructed to apply for this grant. We were under instructions or under impression that we were applying for a budget grant. We were applying for a budget grant, and in our contract, it reads that the grant that's already approved, that's already on the desk right now. We went through all the compliance things, and we went through all of the actions that they told us to take. And what's on the contract now, the grant is approved for youth sports, summer camp, and after-school programming, funding year-round equipment, meals, transportation, and educational resources, also providing staff. That is what we applied for. That's what we was under the assumption that we applied for. And then something else came when Commissioner Thornton came saying that she was going to rescind this item because we couldn't change our scope of work for her warning. Now, her warning, she sent out to her email. I got an email from Commissioner Thornton. I got this email, and in the email, she stated that this was a facilities improvement grant. And also, she instructed us to make sure that we put in our scope of work, we're going to give $55,000 to locker room upgrade, $50,000 to weight room upgrade, $20,000 to a locker room upgrade, $20,000 to a locker room upgrade, $25,000 to restroom upgrade, $12,000 to a teacher's lounge, $20,000 to art classroom upgrade, $25,000 to project management, and $15,000 to marketing, community outreach, and $8,000 for community engagement. For community and project reserve. It was confusing to us as an organization because number one, in this particular email, she gave another email and it had different budgets. So on this email she sent to me on June 4th, and this first email that she sent to me on May 28th, it had similar items, but it definitely had, the numbers were different. It was confusing to me because I'm like, if you're saying this is for the community, this is for her capstone project, as she stated to me. But we've been in the community for 8 years and counting, and we've been the ones providing services for the kids. We've been the ones being there. We've been to juvenile court. We've been in the hospital. We are actually on the grounds in the community. We have a summer camp that's actually operating in the community right now as we speak, and we're doing the work. So my ask to the commission is that you guys, we already have the contract. We already have submitted all the documents. We've already been in compliance with the county instructions. We've already done everything that we needed to do. The only thing we didn't do is we didn't agree with Commissioner Thornton and what she's trying to, I guess, demand us or make us do, or she will rescind the item. So I'm Mike Mosby, and that's all I have on this particular matter. So I'm asking the board to, just, if we could keep things, I don't know how it works, but if we could not rescind this item, we'll be all right.
Okay, all right, thank you. I've got one more comment card here, and then we'll go to the queue. Shanta Mosby. If you're here. All right, come on up, state your name and zip code, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Shantae Mosby, 38118. I'm here as a representative of Raising the Bar Community Development, and I appreciate the commissioners for allowing me to speak on behalf of Raising the Bar. For the past 8 years, Raising the Bar has served the Oak Haven community. We've provided mentorship, of course, athletics, music, workforce development, after-school care programs. We help with confidence and character development for the future. One thing that I want to make sure that I emphasize is that the organizations don't create the impact on our own, people do. And behind every mentor and every family that we've supported, there's a team of dedicated people that are committed to the work, and that's why we feel like investing in programming also means investing in the people who make that programming possible. We certainly appreciate the importance of improving the physical spaces where our students learn. But while renovations can improve the halls of Oak Haven High School, Raising the Bar is committed to changing the lives of young people who walk those halls. And that work begins long before high school by providing positive influences and meaningful programming for children as early as elementary school. So throughout this process, Raising the Bar followed the guidelines that were given. As Michael stated, we submitted the required documents and we trusted the process. So today, respectfully, we ask that you honor that approval and allow these funds to remain with Raising the Bar so that we can continue making a lasting impression on the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So it's not my intent ever to disparage any community partners that come up from District 10, though I am disappointed, Mike Mosby, in how you have presented the conversation. So in my conversations, as you follow these items, this is, you'll see even in the particular caption, a reference to Oak Haven High School. The legislative intent was always to be able to focus on building up the experiences of students at the high schools. So as a district commissioner, I'm sure all of y'all can empathize. It's very difficult to reach into the 75,000 plus constituents that we have, particularly with the tools that we have. We don't have any resources to reach these constituents. So I just decided over this 4-year term, I was going to focus on high school study and support. And so I have spent a lot of time at Oak Haven walking the facilities, and it's not lost to me. I think Commissioner Wright, you may represent, do you represent Arlington? Who represents Arlington? Commissioner Mills, stand corrected, represents Arlington. So recently, Arlington had a $10 million complex improvement, and that is something that has just always stood out to me, even as I've taken students from Oak Haven, Melrose, and Hamilton out to Collierville. So we did a tour, thanks to coordination with Commissioner Bradford, to go see facilities that are just literally unimaginable to urban core students. So the focus on facilities, it's literally just running a play like Deion Sanders. He goes to JSU, he improves the facilities, and all of a sudden the art programming gets more money. All of a sudden the theater, like it's a rising tide that raises all ships. So that was the theory. I respect the differing opinions, though, receipts would say otherwise. Before the application was submitted, Raising the Bar was asked to amend the budget to align. So that's the point that I just want to stress for the record, is that I have sought alignment. My legislative intent is in 4 different items that have literally had to walk through the same process. Each of the organizations for the $250,000 were asked to be fiscal agents. And I think that, as I've sat back and reflected, the lesson learned here is that we need more fiscal agents in the urban core. We do, and where this broke down is Raising the Bar does great work, and we're also not funding the organizations that are doing great work. This particular funding source was specifically for a fiscal agent to work with a collaborative team of community members looking to work at high schools to be able to support students at high schools. That's what it was. And so because of the ways that we have done this, the dollars have been earmarked towards Raising the Bar, which has its own needs and has presented itself as a competitor to get the $250,000. In closing, I just want to say it would never be my legislative intent to give any nonprofit $250,000. One, because there's so many nonprofits that are asking this office for money, and there is not a process to make that fair. So it would never have been my intent to talk to Mike Mosby about raising the bar $250,000. And with that, I am going to make a motion to withdraw this item.
Okay, there's been a motion to withdraw without objection. Okay, item 7 has been withdrawn. Item number 8.
Item 8 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Anchor CDC Hamilton High School to Youth Engineered Success. This item requires a reallocation of $250,000 from FY 2026 commission grant funds sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item was an add-on and deferred in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Item 8 moved by Commissioner Shelby, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. This is a similar item as the one before. So oftentimes we hear Commissioner Caswell advocating for the needs of our organizations on the ground. And I just cannot stress enough that these breakdowns in just fiscal agent agreements are just speaking a need. Anchor CDC, Raising the Bar, and so many other nonprofits, they need sizable investments beyond just $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. But the only tools that we have as commissioners is through the Milton Enhancement Grants. So I had over $500,000 in requests, but only $200,000 in funding. So there is an issue there in how we're able to give dollars. So the budget amendment process is something that I have leaned into to be able to increase that figure. Unfortunately, I was only able to support the vision around the local high schools. I did not choose to invest in nonprofits with the budget amendments that I have put forward in the past. And so Youth Engineer Success has agreed to be able to honor the budget, which aligns itself to what was asked of Oak Haven, Melrose, and Hamilton. So, anyone looking to question the legislative intent, you would have to follow how all 3 schools were asked to do the exact same thing. They all were asked to be fiscal agents at 10% rate, so they would get $25,000 of the $250,000 earmarked to them. And before, this is all action that took over a year ago, so there are many different issues with this particular item. One, this was passed July 1, 2026. So here we are, June 2025. So here we are, June 2026, trying to get dollars out the door, which is the bigger issue. So when we zoom out in District 10, we have literally $4.5 million that have continued to sit on the mayor's desk. And so the bigger issue is not these fiscal agents and, their interest in the dollars. It's the fact that nobody across the board, whether it's Magnolia Castelia trying to get Magnolia Elementary project up and going, or Alcee Ball CDC trying to build new houses, nobody in District 10 has been able to get support from Mayor Lee Harris to be able to sign off on their dollars. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there. And I do, again, wanted to reiterate, we need more fiscal agents in the urban core. I would love to learn from our municipal colleagues about how they're moving dollars, how they're supporting their schools. How are you getting $10 million for a football complex outside of, the city of Memphis? Because on the urban core, when you tour these facilities, they are beyond subpar. And so there's no plan. I guess it's tied up in deferred maintenance. This was an opportunity to be able to put some paint on the wall, maybe roll out some new turf and get some new weight equipment for the schools. And unfortunately, to date, we have yet to have that signed off on. So like I did with the one before, I am going to make a motion to withdraw this item, but I do want to stress that I support the work of Anchor CDC and also support the work of Raising the Bar, but this just isn't the funding pathway chosen to do that support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's been moved to be withdrawn by the sponsor without objection. Item 8 has been withdrawn. We're going to go, Commissioners, to item 13 before we go to the FY27 item. So if we can please, Madam Parliamentarian, read item 13.
Yes, sir. Item 13 is a resolution approving a 3-month contract extension with WellPath LLC for the provision of healthcare services to inmates and detainees for the Shelby County Jail, Shelby County Division of Corrections, and the Shelby County Youth Education and Justice Center in an amount not to exceed $9,126,396.97 for the period beginning July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. This item requires expenditure of FY 2027 general operating funds in an amount not to exceed $6,297,213.90 and FY 2027 enterprise funds in an amount not to exceed $2,829,183.07 for a total cost of $9,126,396.97 for this extension term, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Okay, thank you. Item 13, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Chief Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. This is a request to the body to extend a 90-day extension to WellPath, which is our provider for inmate health care. As you all know, we are in the process of experiencing a RFP with new vendors, and we want to make sure that we have continuity of services through our inmate health care. And we believe we will have a vendor on board in short time, but in order to ensure that our responsibility to our detainees and inmates are carried out, we wanted to ensure that we have this particular process in place. We ask that you approve this measure going forward. If you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief Collins. Obviously, this particular contract has generated a lot of discussion in recent weeks, recent meetings. Can you share more about where we are with the process? So we've gone out to bid already with the new contract. Have we received bids? Can you just share a little bit more about where we're at in the process?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Without giving any information that may impede the process, I can say yes to your questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 13. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Wright, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
Okay, item 13 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item 9.
Item 9 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Government Compensation Policy for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was referred back to committee in June 15, 2026 commission meeting.
Thank you. Item 9, I'm going to mover and seconder. Moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. All right, Director Thornton.
Good morning, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. This matter was presented before the Civil Service Merit Board as required by the statutes as well as resolutions, and we're asking that this matter be passed and presented.
All right, thank you. Any Commissioner, Chairwoman Avent?
Thank you, Director Thornton. Could you just maybe highlight whether or not the compensation policy addresses some of the compression issues that we know some of the electeds have had as a result of when this board voted to increase the minimum salary for Shelby County employees?
Yes, ma'am. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. We anticipated that, and somewhere in this document right here, we did address the fact that several of the electeds have come to us when it came to the $40,501. increase from last year, they were having some internal compression issues. So yes, ma'am, we did put some language in here to address that particular issue when they present to us those issues that they're finding that their supervisors can pay equal as their subordinates.
And so how does the compensation policy address it? Like, what are the solutions towards
The
that?
solution is that we're going to take each one of those matters on a case-by-case basis. Human Resources will, and based upon the review of the internal departments, because we don't know which departments and who actually has some type of compression issue. So once the electeds identify those individuals, present them to us, then we'll take them under advisement. We also incorporate the recommendations of the electeds as to those individuals receiving increases. So for us, Human Resources, we'll look at those positions across the board. Like, for instance, let's say it's a grade 52. So across the board, not only we address the 52s, maybe in, let's say, up at say Chief Jones, but Clerk Jones's office, but then we will also look at all grade 52s across the board in Shelby County government, making sure everyone is paid equitably across the board.
And once you have identified it, what would be the funding source? Is that an automatic that you all would increase that salary for those that you have identified?
If there's money in the, yes, ma'am, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources, if there's monies in the budget, or if you all decide to give money to address that issue, then yes, we will increase their salaries accordingly.
Okay, thank you. And Budget Chair, a reason I'm asking, I know is one of these budget resolutions or budget amendments, one of our colleagues is making a recommendation of what a funding source could be for some of the compression issues. So I just want to identify that this may not, we don't know what the amount is, right, for compression issues. So I think it's important, and I appreciate I think it's Commissioner Sugarman who's bringing a budget amendment that could help address this. I just think we should be prudent in how we allocate those funds for any compression issues, because it may not, we don't know if it's a $1 million problem or a $5 million problem or a $250,000 problem, right? So I just think we just need to be prudent in how we review it so that we definitely address those issues, but make sure that we are appropriately addressing it so that we are not just blindly putting a number out there.
And if I may, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources, I included both documents, the clean copy as well as the marked up copy. If you look at page 30, it says salary compression. If you don't mind, I'll read into the record. It says to mitigate potential salary compression in grades 41 through 48, which is where we're having the majority of problems, requests for equity adjustments will be approved for qualifying employees. Qualifications are as follows: 3 years of employment with Shelby County government and a minimum of 1 year in current position. Equity adjustments will be approved up to the 25th percentile of the grade range, subject to the department division approval, fiscal year 2027 budget. So yes, ma'am, we listen to the electeds. We do agree that there is some compression issues, and so that's why my team and I actually put that particular language in this document here, so that we won't have to come back before this board asking for such. So once the budget is approved, either if there's money in the budget for the electeds and they can find, or if you all agree to some amount out there, then my team and I can actually address and adjust those compression issues.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you so much, Chair. And so I just want to say for the record that the electeds, got together and they brought me the motion, and that's going to be, that's identified, as well as the dollar amount in the fund. That is a motion that's coming on later on. And I just want to thank the electeds for getting together and doing what they did for their employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 9.
Abstain.
Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon, Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman abstain. We have 7 ayes, 2 abstain.
Okay, thank you. Item number 9 will go down with a favorable recommendation, and let's go to item 12.
Item 12 is a resolution approving and appropriating Shelby County government's operating budget for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was referred back to committee in June 15th, 2026 commission meeting.
Okay, thank you. Item 12, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. So this, Commissioners, is the main event, right, we've all been waiting for, and stretching, resting. So you should have a packet in front of you that looks like this. So it's kind of got some colored boxes on it. These are the amendments that we've received to date, and just want to briefly kind of go over the situation, and then we'll work our way through them as we go. All right, so those are being passed out, so we can kind of see what's ahead. So to date, and this is all going to be based off of the tax rate that we set on third reading last Monday, and that assumes that holds in the fourth reading. And this would include 2 pennies that have been dedicated to the fund balance. So essentially, we have about 8.6 million above the recapture rate to 269. And then the 2 pennies that we dedicated to the fund balance above that adds another 6.6 million on top of that. So the 6.6 million is restricted by the ordinance that we amended to the fund balance. Okay, that's equivalent to 2 pennies. The amendments that we approved at our last committee meeting without objection from the general fund totaled about 4.6 million. And so if you look at the difference between the basically 269 and the 266,314, that leaves, the bottom line is that leaves just over 4 million of space to accommodate additional amendments before we approve the budget, but that is not assuming any reductions. Okay, so that's sort of the situation as it is now. So the amendments that you have, we've got the thick packet that you have of amendments. I think we've gone all the way through the alphabet, and then some.
Point of information, can you repeat that again? We can hear you over here.
Which part? Sorry, Commissioner Sugarman.
You're talking about 4 point what million?
Yeah, so I've asked staff to pass out this spreadsheet so that you're able to see it fully exactly to the exact digits. But the bottom line is that if we carve out the 2 pennies, right, that we said we're committing to the fund, to replenishing the fund balance, and you assume that we are leaving in the amendments we made at our last committee meeting, so remember that included pre-K, included tax relief, included an amount to the Register of Deeds, it included the amount to the juvenile court was from the opioid fund. But if you take that out, you're left with about 4 million. Okay, 4 million in room to be able to address the amendments that we have before us. Okay, now that is before assuming any cuts. So just so we understand where we're at. Okay, there are plenty of proposed cuts that we're going to go through, and we're going to take those first intentionally because we need to see exactly what we're working with so that we don't get into a situation where we've amended the budget and it's out of balance. Right? There's no reason to do that. All right, Commissioner Wright.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chair, when you say 4 million excess, that's from what? from 272?
It's from 2.663814, the recapture rate, and 2.69. Okay, if you recall, the rate on Monday was set at 2.71. But within that same ordinance, we dedicated 2 pennies to the fund balance. So I've reduced it down to 269, which is, unless we wish to add more to the fund balance, but that is not essentially a part of the calculation. That's taken out. Right, so it's actually 8.6 million is the difference between the recapture rate and 269, but we've already reduced that by the 4.6 that we approved in the last committee. So the room, I guess you could say, to align with the tax rate ordinance is a little over 4 million. Now, that's before considering any reductions and before any additions. So the order in which the amendments are being presented are first considering reductions. Okay, what reductions are we willing to make? And every reduction increases that amount, right? So I said it's at 4 million now. And I'll give you an example. The first one we have up here is a reduction in the tuition reimbursement program by $1 million. If we were to approve that, we now have 5 million in room to consider the amendments that come after the reductions. Okay? Once we get through the reductions, the amendments that have a expenditure component to them are going in order of the ones that we had in the queue from last Wednesday meeting. And then it goes to other internal Shelby County divisions, and then it goes to external organizations. Right? That's the order in which they'll be taken from sort of start to finish. Okay. Commissioner Bradford, did you have a question before we start?
No, I just noticed that one of my items was duplicative, so I was going to go ahead and ask to withdraw it now just to save time. So that would be 12C. I'm going to ask to withdraw because it looks like it's
okay.
covering a couple other areas.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for pointing that out. We do have a few that deal with the same item, so we would try to consolidate all those into one. Yeah, so that one actually is basically is the status quo right now. Okay, so just for the record, we're going to just remove 12C. All right, Ryan, are we good? Okay, so first motion to amend the budget, if we can, Madam Parliamentarian, if we can read that one, which is 12A.
Item 12A is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to remove funding from the tuition reimbursement program in the amount of $1 million, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, so I'm going to move this amendment. Seconded by Commissioner Bradford. So this motion is a reduction in the budgeted amount for the tuition reimbursement program to more accurately reflect the actuals, but still allow for some additional room for additional employees to take advantage of it. That is the impetus behind this amendment. Chairwoman Avant, did you have a question on this motion?
I would like to be added as a sponsor to this amendment.
All right, Chairwoman Avis has been moved to add as a sponsor without objection. We'll add you on. Thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. Is Director Thornton, I don't see him. Is he here? Just to the sponsor of this legislation, I know that it was talked about that we were going to broaden the scope, trying to, I think, get into more of the professional certifications. And I just remember the conversation talking about us broadening the scope to increase tuition reimbursements across the county. Can you give just a report on how this particular motion would impact the plans that y'all currently have in the works?
Thank you for that question. And so, through the chair to my colleagues, I believe it brings it down to about $300,000. I haven't pulled it up yet. Is that correct, Chair?
Yeah, Director Tipton, is she here? Would you mind just giving us, because we've had this discussion around the actuals to date on the program, the budgeted amount for next year, and that this reduction actually still leaves the program at a significantly higher amount than even the actuals are for this year, just so that everyone understands the rationale behind this reduction.
Thank you. Good morning. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, we did review the last 2 years since this program has been enacted, and it has utilized less than the $100,000. So we left in place more than $300,000 for any future applications that are submitted, and we are definitely going to start to put more word out about the program. But it does seem to be lush enough for anybody that should potentially request a reimbursement.
Thank you so much for that. And then a follow-up real quickly, can you talk about the
I'm
trades?
sorry, I think Commissioner Thornton was,
She had asked me, that's, okay, that's fine.
okay.
Thank you. Just to Director Thornton, can you tell us how many applicants we've had? And just to confirm, so you said you left more than enough. So what that is $300,000?
Audrey Tipton, yes, it's more than 300,000. It's about 350,000 if.
Okay, if we
About
could.
375.
So we've heard a couple of different numbers. Can we just bring into Monday the exact number? And then that's the cost that has already been expended for this year, right? How much has been expended thus far for this fiscal year?
Audrey Tipton, yes, this year, so far, we've expended about 35,000.
35,000.
About 100,000.
About 100,000. Okay, well, hearing that, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So this is a motion to amend by reducing the tuition reimbursement program in the amount of $1 million. Just want to make note that in the actual written motion, there's just a few small errors here, just to make it clear that it's a reduction in the amount, not to the amount. So just where it says in the resolution, to the amount of $1 million, it's in the amount of $1 million. So $1 million reduction. The program has been budgeted at about 1.35, so we're reducing it to essentially 350, 375, which is about triple what the to-date spend has been still. All right, Chairwoman Avant?
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate that because in this year's budget, it's 1.387541 that's been allocated in this year's budget, so it leaves roughly about 387,000.
Yeah, that's right, and it is about triple the current
Yes.
spending rate, yeah. All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, and so, thank you, Chair. I just want to say I would like for Director Thornton to make more of an effort, if you will, to ensure that we also include trade schools and, things of that nature. Because right now, I believe it's just targeted for like undergraduate degrees. And so therefore, more people can take advantage of this, and this is a benefit. And so I agree that it, was over budgeted. And so I'm glad that my colleagues are being fiscally responsible. Thank you.
If I may, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources, we actually are seeing an increase in the tuition reimbursement. We actually got with Lemoyne as well as University of Memphis and Christian Brothers. And what we're doing now is, well, it's tuition reimbursement. You have to go to class and then get reimbursement. Now we're actually working with those universities, especially Lemoyne, where if the student enrolls, then if he and she, they're allowed to take that class, and if they make a C or higher, then we pay at that point versus them being reimbursed through Shelby County and then going back to their university. So it's actually becoming a very successful program, especially with Lemoyne College.
All right, thank you. So so the motion is to accept this reduction without objection. All right, hearing none, we accept this reduction in the amount of $1 million. So this, so again, if we're following along, this now increases the amount to $5 million, the space, if you will. Okay, let's call up item 12B.
Item 12B is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to remove funding from the general fund grants budget in the amount of $1,300,000 and suspending the county CEP grant program, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, Commissioner Wright?
Yes, so I'll make this motion. This is to suspend the grant program and to add that additional 1.3 million in savings. The mayor's budget proposal has already stripped out half of the previous total, or the current total, that had originally come. I believe they set on record that had been doubled during the COVID era and when there was relief funding coming in. So this reduces the remaining amount that was left in the mayor's budget proposal and would suspend the grant program for this year.
All right. Okay, Commissioner Wright, is there a second? Second. All right, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. So we'll go to the screen. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so I do not agree with this. Again, it was $2.6 million. It's been cut in half, which I do support. Having said that, communities like my district, for example, like Heal the Hood and other organizations that are actually doing the work, they benefited. The schools are also benefit from the program because we put book vending machines, and we can't keep them full. And so if this money is stripped, then there's where the resources will come from to continue the program as far as the books in the vending machine. So again, I'm sure that especially with the ordinance that we are considering, as far as oversight and transparency with grants, not just only the commissioner's grants, but also the administration's grants, that we have no need to take the 1.3 million, especially in my district, because we don't have community centers, we have nothing for the kids to do. They have fights at Southwood after school for entertainment. And so again, I just urge my colleagues not to take the $1.3 million. I do know there's a motion coming down to keep it, and I'm just encouraging my colleagues to consider those districts who are not as affluent as some of my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just so that we can give April a heads up, there was an objection to this motion, correct, Commissioner Sugarman? Will you just object formally?
I make a motion to object.
Okay, great. All right, so this way we have time to pull it up, and because we're going to vote on it later once we get done with discussion. Perfect. All right, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Sugarman. I understand that there has been a bad light shining on, not by this body, not by many of the, not by, I say, the nonprofits that's been doing the work in this community, but sadly, what happened in the past with one of our colleagues, this shouldn't stop programs like this that's helping organizations that's making a major impact. Just like my colleague shared, it was in my district, if we didn't create these extra hubs and nonprofit that we were able to work with, you had gangs that took over many of the community centers that many of our youth couldn't even go to play. Now they got spaces and hubs that open up, Pure Academy, you got a light at night that stay open to midnight, like working with these young men, open back up on Saturdays where they're getting forklift certification. These type of programs would not be available. Right now, I haven't seen it in our budget that support that type of work, but I believe that work is having an impact on our public safety. Again, the news called us, did an interview with Light at Night the other day on the reduction, almost 41% reduction. That didn't just come, as my colonel said, just from arrests in our community. It came from us as a community working together to stop those. And that's what these grant dollars have allowed us to do. And so again, I ask my colleagues to continue to support this program moving forward.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So, I'm an urban core county commissioner, so of course, the Milton Enhancement Grants, they're everything to the small nonprofits that are applying. They're usually getting, allocations between $2,500 and $10,000. And a lot of them are just new fledgling organizations that are just trying to get funding so they can stop coming out of pocket. Would hate to see them not have access to the dollars and know that the difference in, Commissioner Wright as a sponsor, your district, and not having access to dollars as compared to District 10 and others, it's night and day. So I would encourage, commissioners that are within the city limits of Memphis in particular, those that are in the urban core. I think there are 4 of us that have consistently topped the charts in the dysfunctions of Shelby County. I will hope to see you not support this item because we know the impact that it's going to make. And I just, for the duration of, committee today, I'm just going to stress the contract sitting on the desk of the mayor is impacting our ability to be able to invest where we need to. So that is a multi-year delay, and organizations are not able to move forward if we don't invest in them. So we've heard many different nonprofits come down to stress the needs and their why, and I think that for us to be able to cut their access to the funding is just disrespectful, and it disregards their direct appeals that they've made to us on multiple occasions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one else on the screen, I think, Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote on this proposed amendment. So a yes vote is to reduce and eliminate the program, and a no vote would be to vote no on the amendment. Okay? All right, I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright, Vice Chair Bradford, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avent voted no. We have 2 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, that amendment fails. 12C was withdrawn per Vice Chairman Bradford, so let's go to 12D.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, Chairwoman Avant?
Chair Whaley, just as a point of order, I think to keep us on track, just so that everyone knows if we're voting on these amendments, then they're moving forward. If not, they fail here. We do not take them up on Monday. But also that we could just continue to share the total as we go through each of the amendments, if that's okay.
Yeah, great, yeah. So the total remains the same in terms of the, I need to come up with a better word, but I think everyone understands what I'm saying. Sort of the space that's available to make amendments without further reduction, which still stands at $5,071,691.
Not incorporated into the item. If it fails, it's not.
If it fails, if the amendment fails today, it's not incorporated
Right.
onto the item, which is the budget, item 12.
That's right. That's what I want to make sure people are
Right,
clear of.
Right.
Okay.
Now, it's also important to understand that, just like any other item, items in committee can be further amended in commission.
Yes.
So it's just as it is as of today. Okay, all right, 12D.
Item 12D is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to remove funding from the General Sessions Court Clerk's Office in the amount of $506,714, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, Commissioner Wright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item takes a look at where the proposed fiscal year '27 is, in particular line items within General Sessions Court, and it compares it, or really it returns these specific line items back to where they were 2 years ago, so the fiscal '24 operating budget, and that results in a savings of $506,714. So I make that motion.
All right, that's been moved by Commissioner Wright. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Bradford. All right, Chairwoman Avent, is there going to be an objection? Okay, objection, great. So we can get this one ready to queue up. Chairwoman Avent?
Just to the sponsor, I know when we made some kind of blind cuts last year, the administration came back to us and said, you actually can't make some of those cuts. So if you could just explain a little bit about the cuts that are here And if Director Tipton could also come forward, I want to make sure that we have a better understanding. Commissioner Wright?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. So if you take a look at the budget book for the entire operating and maintenance line within General Sessions Court, the O&M total is $1,715,090. That's compared to the FY24. It's 54% higher than the FY24. So I took a portion of that O&M, the increases since that fiscal year, and reduced those back to the 24 level. I don't know that General Sessions Court has a maintenance of effort protection. Perhaps Director Tippin can correct me if I'm wrong.
Or if the county attorney?
And so if I could, Madam Chair, so just to be specific on what this represents. Well, I had it a second ago. It represents about a 30% difference in their O&M budget specifically.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sorry, Director Tipton, were you going to?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I'm sorry, I can't chime in on this one because I have not looked at
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
that motion
that's
yet.
fine. All right, Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the sponsor, I know you're looking at the numbers of it. Have you assessed if this means personnel? Or, because I think to the chairwoman's thought, we were making blind cuts and not necessarily know what it would be. I think, is there any way possible that we could get that information? I don't know if Director Tipton, if you would be able to help us with that. I think that would be more helpful as to what we would actually be cutting.
Yeah, so you can take a look at those account numbers. I provided the specific account numbers. They're all within the O&M section, so not under salaries, but under O&M. And so the particular categories that I called out include apparel, employee recognition, furnishings and equipment, office supplies, hospitality expenses, photography, film services, travel, and so forth. So they're all operating line items. And again, we're just returning to the 24 levels.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I know from just headlines, I believe that there's been an interim clerk that's been named. Did you consult at all with any current leader in the office? Yes, if I can.
No, I did not.
So if someone from the office is listening in, I'm not sure how we're going to dispose of this item today. If it makes it to Monday, it would be great to just hear what the impact would be, understanding that we're resetting back 2 fiscal years and just knowing that year over year that there is an increased, increase to most budgets just annually. So wouldn't want to impact the office negatively in lieu of all of the headlines. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lowry?
Yeah, similar. Just like to hear someone from the office talk about what all this entails, so we just get a clear understanding and make sure it's something that we're not overlooking here from grants or anything else that may be essentially a part of that line item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Commissioner Wright is the mover of this motion. We can do as we did with the other one. We can vote on it, or again, you're always welcome to bring something else if you like.
I'll withdraw my objection. I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay. So then, so now it's without objection. So this is a motion that's made. Do we want to accept this motion without objection?
I apologize, Chair, point of order. You've drawn your objection, and so we're accepting it as is for.
That is now what is on the floor. So absent an objection, which would put it to a vote. So the options are either, sponsor withdraws, someone objects, or we accept it without objection. Well, either way, it can be, it's much, I will say it is much better for us that the will of the body, we do as much of this now than on Monday, just because we got still a lot more to go. And it's going to be harder to untangle it all if we're not very clear about what we are committing to. So if we are very committed to this specific reduction, we should accept it without recommendation. If we are not, we should not. We should likely vote on it, right? Sorry, without objection. Sorry, yep. All
Point of
right.
information, just to that point, if it go down, then if the clerk show up Monday, then we're able to, he can tell us if this is something he need in that budget or not, right? But if it don't go down, it's dead.
No, it can always be added. Okay, so because this may come up a few more times with some of these, like where an individual commissioner may be okay with parts of it, but not all of it, or unsure. Anything can be further amended. But the more we add on to the budget or make modifications, it then has to be unwound somehow, right? Versus if if we don't do it, it can always be done later, right? So if it's Commissioner Wright's motion, so he's free to keep it, withdraw it, amend it, but that's essentially, we are saying if we accept it without objection, we are agreeing to it as it is, and the only way it changes is if someone brings another amendment, right? All right, so I have not heard an objection yet.
I'm going to object.
Okay, all right, so we have an objection. So
But
let's go,
Only because of what the process is laid out. I appreciate Commissioner's right, for, being thorough and looking at some of these things without hearing someone from that office to understand exactly what's being taken place. If that's the process you've laid out, then that leaves me the only option to make sure we hear from someone, then that's what I'll do. If you tell me something else different to do, I'm happy to do that as well. But when you laid it out, I object.
okay, great, all right, we got an objection. All right, Commissioner Sugarman.
Yes, and so, thank you, Chair. I have a question for the sponsor. This goes back to the actuals of 2024, is that correct?
Yes, actuals 24, yep.
Okay, my question is, why'd you go back that far? I was wondering, why didn't you go back to the actuals of 2025?
The reason is because there was a tremendous jump between those years, between fiscal 24 and the proposed fiscal 27, within the O&M budget. And I'm just taking a portion of the O&M budget.
Right.
But their entire O&M budget increased between those years. Let me make sure I say this correctly. By 54%. In criminal court, the increase was 7%. So we've increased the general sessions court budget massively more than the criminal court in O&M.
And I see that in the budget, so thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So since there was an objection on the motion as it is written, we will take it to a vote, and then it can be, again, further reintroduced, reamended, depending on the outcome of this motion. Commissioner Lowry?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Before you go to the vote, for example, let's just say this goes down as presented and recommended by the sponsor. If there is opportunity for Monday to reintroduce an amendment to this item, if need be, that can come from anyone on the body, right?
That's right. Yep. Yeah, I mean, and again, the sort of reality of this one, like you have a lot of different accounts, right, that the sponsor has looked through, that there is a situation where one might look at it and say, well, I'm okay with these, but not this line item, right? So there's some negotiation in the amount, potentially that can take place, but that can happen no matter what we do. So if we accepted it without if we accepted it without objection, then someone, Commissioner Lowry, you can do it, anyone can do it, come back and say, I'm going to amend to put back in these line items or revise it to be these amounts. And it sounds like that would also be based on feedback from the office itself, which is the one piece we're missing. So that can happen either way. It's just a matter of, do you want the base to be the reduction of the 506,000, or do you want the base to be no reduction?
All right, understood. Given that, I will withdraw my objection.
Okay, so the objection has been withdrawn. So now we are at the point of accepting the amendment without objection, again, knowing that we can further amend as needed on Monday. Okay, all right, hearing none, that motion is accepted. So that, at this point, further increases the space by 506,714. So we're making sure that we tally all of that. Okay.
So, point of order, Commissioner Whaley, so we're at 5,506,714.
We're slightly higher than that.
5578405.
57.
Okay, 5578405.
Yeah, Commissioner Bradford's right. It's 5,578,405.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, item 12E.
Item 12E is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reduce funding for the mayor's administration in the amount of $1,500,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, Commissioner Wright.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. This item was intended to come after my, I have one more that has some reductions specifically to affiliated organizations. That is well, shoot, I had it a second ago. That is number 12I. Could we do that first? Would that make sense? Just because I envision this as coming behind that item, so that we don't duplicate.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. All right, so that, Madam Parliamentarian, if you can read 12I.
Okay, so in lieu of what I just read into the record.
Yeah, we'll come back to that one.
We are actually taking up 12I, which is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reduce funding to affiliated organizations in the amount of $5,402,792 and maintaining their fiscal year 2026 support level, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, Commissioner Wright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item is within the O&M, actually, it's outside of the O&M, but it's in the category called affiliated organizations within the Department of Administration and Finance budget.
Get your motion on the floor.
Oh, I make that motion.
All right, and it's been moved by Commissioner Thornton. Sorry, Commissioner Wright, you still have the floor.
And so what this does is freeze the current level of spending for those affiliated organizations. Primarily, the increases that we're seeing in the proposed budget are within two of those affiliated organizations, one being the Film and TV Commission, and the other being Regional One Health.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I object.
All right, great. We've got an objection, so we'll make sure we queue that one up to vote. Any other further commentary, Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
When we look at Regional One Health, I think the focus has been on the dollars were taken away from Regional One, which really should go to still operations, and they've kind of held steady for the past couple years, but realistically, we've been talking about the rebuild, and I think in the mayor's budget, he put them back to where they were because the healthcare people still have to happen. I think if I am correct, can you tell me the exact line? I don't have the budget book in front of me, but I think Chief Collins is here. What's the line item now? It is currently in the budget for FY27.
FY27 is an increase to $29 million. The reason we added the $5.4 million is because Regional One stands to receive a match of 2 times this amount from the state of Tennessee for indigent care. When we reduced them the last couple of years, they were not receiving this match. And when we found out that we were losing money from the state of Tennessee because of this, we went back to their 2024 levels to ensure that we at least receive this matching grant.
Okay, thank you. That adds color to my objection.
All right, Chairwoman Avant?
Yes, I just want to reiterate that, Commissioner Wright, this was one of the line items that I looked at as well, had a conversation with Director Tipton, and that's why I'm objecting because of that match grant that they would be receiving from the state. And I think also, just if there's some commentary, Commissioner Wright, you could provide for the Film and TV Commission. I know that this is a very small budget organization, so I'm very hesitant to cut funds from an organization that, again, provides so much support to our kind of economic engine. And so just if you could provide more commentary, insight.
Yes, Madam Chair, that amount is very minuscule. It's $2,792.
What is 2,000? On the Film Commission?
Right.
So the amount, this reads that the amount would be 365 and not cutting 365, is that correct? So I'm looking at 12I, and it has in the document bullet points for the two.
So this amendment is a little bit reverse in the way that I've composed it, but those are the current fiscal year amounts. So it would freeze it at those amounts.
Got it.
Yep.
Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Avant. Director Tipton?
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Just to give more clarity to the amount that was added to film and television, that is not their entire budget. We just support them, and this was to add additional positions that they really need in that area. So it is a small amount, but it is a very significant amount for them to receive it in order to continue their business.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, so I know that you said that we stand to receive a match that's 2 times this amount. Can you send to the commission exactly what the terms are for that particular match? And is the amount that we have in question exactly what's needed to be able to garner the match? I just want to make sure that we aren't, there's not an opportunity for us to reduce this number and still get the match. So what is the bare minimum number for the match?
Yes, ma'am. Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Yes, we will get that to you.
Okay, just as an added piece for the conversation today, because we have to take action, do you know that figure?
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, that figure is the exact amount.
Okay.
We received that from Regional 1.
Thank you, thank you. If you could send that to us, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so I support this objection because we have in a body supporting Regional 1 throughout my tenure, and I would hate that we will change courses. And also with the film, it's 89 second. I had a minute. But anyway, the film industry, I know for my experience that they work with young people. In fact, some of the young people I met over last summer, they were high school students, they were young college students, and they worked on independent films, you know, and so I would hate to take this experience from them. We have so many talented young people, and so I do encourage that this commission do not support this motion because it's vital. If nothing else, we should increase the amount they receive. But we're again trying to be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to vote on this one, 12I. This motion to amend by the reduction of the 5.4 million. So we can, Madam Clerk, prepare the screen to vote. Yes for the amendment, no against the amendment.
Again, my system's not working. Put me as a no.
Okay, once we get that down, I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have one aye vote from Commissioner Wright, Commissioners Whaley, Cadswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford voted no. We have one aye, 8 noes.
All right, that motion fails. So let's go back to 12E. If we can read that one again, and then we'll move it again.
Yes, sir. Item 12E is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reduce funding for the mayor's administration in the amount of $1,500,000, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
All right, Commissioner Wright.
Yes, so first of all, I'll move the motion.
Second.
And if I can speak
Yeah,
on that
great,
briefly.
yep.
So this was intended to come after the previous item, so that it would not be read as being duplicative. But if you take a look, the board received an email from Director Tipton that explained what the increases were to the administration's over the maintenance of effort. And so she provided an itemized breakdown. This would reduce the increase. So according to Director Tipton's email, the increase was almost 24 million, and this would ask the administration to trim that increase by 1.5 million.
All right, any, Director Tipton?
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, to trim that would also put a strain on the mayor's administration, considering the bulk of that increase was attributable to the YJAC, Youth Justice Education Center. Last year, we funded that for 50% of the year. Well, I think it was not even 50% from October to the end of this fiscal year. So now we've increased that amount in order to fund YJAT for the full fiscal year. The other increases were things that were attributable to the administration's productivity to the community, and I think it would be a hardship to decrease that amount by 1.5 million.
All right, just quickly to clarify for the sponsor, can you help us understand, because that's not the full, obviously the amount was higher, 20 million. So can you be specific around the 1.5 and whether that addresses or touches the increases related to YJAC?
It is not specific, so the amount of increase for this year requested by the mayor's administration is 23,697,713. This particular motion does not specify where to remove the 1.5. It leaves that with the administration to determine. But there were a number of options. It was the YJAC, 6.4 million in salary increases, the regional one that we already discussed, election commission salaries, court costs, inmate medical contract increases, forensic center contract, rent, utilities, maintenance, interfund services, and some offsetting. So within that additional 23 point something, it's asking them to reduce that increase by 1.5.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Thornton? Sorry, Commissioner Thornton, before I go to you, is there any objection yet on this? So just so we can prepare if we need to vote.
Well, Chair, I'd like to hear the comments and from everyone else before we determine that's.
Yeah, great. Okay, objection. Wonderful. All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you. Thank you to the sponsor, and just thank you, Commissioner Wright, for even doing your due diligence to bring these considerations. Every year, we're having to fight for the trustees' dollars for our seniors, having to fight for our Milton grant. I do think that it's fair to be able to push back and just scrutinize what the mayor's administration is producing or presenting as a budget. So I support this particular item. I do believe, just based off of just what I've seen, that $1.5 million is a very, very modest and reasonable ask for the administration to invest, particularly as the administration continues to position the commission to have to offer up our $2.6 million plus dollars and just, sacrifice every budget season. So I would ask the mayor's administration to also pick up the sacrifice and to scale it back by this $1.5 million. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so again, we are on the same mindset as far as scaling back. And so actually what this 1.5 million will do is take it back to the actuals of 2025. And so my concern is that the maintenance of effort is creeping up. And for example, in the fiscal year 2022, the administration budgeted here, but the actuals were here. And so I asked Director Tipton to give actuals from 2022 all the way up the routine budget. So that didn't happen. I guess there was a misunderstanding or she didn't understand the sign. I don't know what happened, but I did it through old school Excel. And so the difference between the budget amount from 2022 up to 2025, there's a big gap. For example, the actuals, and I've got this in my motion, is in 2022, 80 million. In 2023, the gap is 35.7 million. In 2024, the gap is 52.6 million. And we're talking about what we're budgeting versus actuals. And then in 2025, it's 51.1. And so I have reached out to the Comptroller's Office, CTAS, as well as we had an email sent to the Attorney General's because the maintenance of efforts is serious. Because when you budget up here and the actuals are down here and we're losing population, our tax base is decreasing and our fixed costs are increasing. This is a serious situation. So I support this because it takes it back to the 2025 actuals. And it doesn't say where they can take it, not necessarily YJAC or this, that, and the other, but there's facts that we need to be trimmed. Let's go back to the actuals, because again, we're budgeting here, and the actuals are here. Thank you.
Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, Director Tipton, you want to respond to that, and we'll go to Commissioner Thornton? Okay.
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Thank you for doing that research, but I hope you took into consideration that the sheriff's budget is included in what you were looking at. So if you pulled out the sheriff, if you saw a variance that big from year to year, did that include the sheriff's actual expenditures and budget as well?
So again, I have a motion for the Sheriff's Department as well, because I looked overall, and when I asked, I wanted the trend analysis for all the departments and divisions, not just, the commission as well, because I wanted to look at the actual versus the budgeted. And if we're saying to people, to taxpayers, that based on the budgeted, we need to raise property taxes, I'm extremely concerned. And so it's overall.
Thank you. And you are singing the song I have sung.
You have been. You're correct.
So if the actuals are not meeting what the budget is, then yes, you should cut. But I don't think the numbers are as high as what you've calculated. You can find your trend analysis in the budget book every year where it shows all of the actual expenditures by department. Okay.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, for that addition. There are a couple of points that I heard. I heard you say that you've requested information that you haven't received. So leading into Monday, I just want to just empathize with Director Tipton, who's the only person that I see. If there's someone else in the office that we can task, then that will be helpful. But we do need the information to be able to make sound decisions. And so the actuals of fiscal year 2025, can you confirm, Director Tipton, if the reduction of this 1.5 million, does it take us back to the actuals of 2025?
I will look into that. Thank you.
So you don't have the information with you now?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. No, I don't. I don't have all the years in front of me right now, but I do know that each month we provide a lot of information. So to request all of these analyses now on June the 24th is unreasonable.
So the request was just for the actuals of 2025, which I would think would be able to be produced on such an important day. So the, when we think about this particular item, I'm trying to gather myself because I just wanted to, what is the current maintenance of efforts for the administration's budget?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I sent that over, the maintenance of effort for the mayor for 2026 was $187,523,698.
And then for 2025, what was it?
I sent it over for the last 2 years, 26 compared to 27. I would have to pull it for 25.
And so I keep hearing you say that you sent it over, but these are public discussions. So what you didn't send was the information to the public. So people are listening in to be able to hear what has been sent to us in private. And so budget conversations, a lot of people are trying to figure out what's going to be the justification of a tax increase if we go down that route. So I want us to err on the side of being gracious to teach. So if you could just repeat what you have sent for fiscal year 26, and the maintenance of effort was set in fiscal year 26 or 25?
I did a comparative analysis of fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27.
But when was the maintenance of effort set? It was established over the course of this term that as long as I've been in office, I don't know if this is a question to legal, when was the maintenance of effort set for the mayor's administration? It's a relatively recent piece of legislation, right, that set a maintenance of effort for the mayor's administration?
My understanding of what the maintenance of effort is that it is the operating expenses under the mayor.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Director Tipton, what Commissioner Thornton is asking is the year the law was enacted. Chief Collins?
Harold Collins, I'd request that legal respond to that.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, I'm going to go to you first, and then we'll go to Commissioner Sugarman.
Just, Chair, can we hear from legal to answer that question?
Lisa, Overall County Attorney's Office. I believe we're looking for that information, and we'll provide it very shortly.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to Chief Collins and Director Tipton, can you just, to that point, for the listening public, we're just saying the mayor's office, but realistically, can you say what all the budgets that are included in the mayor's administration so they understand exactly what we're talking about and it's just not some fictional thing out here? Can you include every single, as much as possible, what we're talking about?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. I think Chief Tipton has the list that we have to remind ourselves every day.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The first thing would be the mayor's administration would include your public works, your health department, the forensic center, the sheriff, I'm sorry, not the sheriff's office, but it would include the inmate medical expense that is included under the sheriff and corrections. So that is the main or the largest contract that is within the mayor's administration. It also includes community services, which is your aging commission, and all of the community service events that we do throughout the county. It's your support services, which is for all of the buildings, the infrastructure, the maintenance of the buildings. It includes the HR department, which manages all of our 5,000 employees. It includes the IT department, which includes all of the software and the computers and all of the IT type processes that we have within the county. I don't know if I said Public Works, which includes like roads and bridges and all of the other buildings and furniture, fixtures, those type of things. So County Attorney's Office, which includes all of our insurance for the county, which is property insurance, tort liability insurance, any other insurance that's required by the county. Finance Department, Public Defender's Department. It's everything.
Corrections, you mentioned corrections.
Corrections, I forgot about corrections, I'm sorry, the corrections, which is also underfunded.
Thank you for the answer. And then if so, I know we're kind of taking it for granted that people understand this. The reality of it is, I think if you can please put it in writing that we can have for Monday, because I'm sure if you're going off the top of your head, there's somebody that was missed. I think, even as the listening public is listening, I think it's important for them to understand it's very general when you say the mayor's administration. So I want people to be very clear on what that means when you're making it a cut or where it could come from and understanding what the mayor is responsible for. So please, if we can get that by Monday, that will be helpful just as we move forward with this conversation, because I think sometimes people believe it's only like the mayor by people that work for him. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Commissioner Sugarman, I'd like for you to kind of answer this when you speak. So we also have a motion that you have, 12G, that may be similar. It's a little more specific in the amount. It's just under $1 million of a reduction, I believe, in item motion 12G. So I just want to confirm that these are similar types of reductions that we're considering in 12E. If you could just briefly explain that, because that's one we have coming up in a couple motions.
Yes.
And then you'll have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, and so if you all could look at 12G, and so I want to go to the adopted budget compared to the actual. So in fiscal year 2022, the adopted budget was 300 million, and I'll just abbreviate, 300.3 million, and the actual is 220 million. And these can be found in the budget books. Fiscal year, the adopted budget was 327 million, and the actual was 291 million. In fiscal year 2024, the adopted budget was 320 million, the actual is 267 million. In fiscal year adopted budget, 351 million, and the actual is 300 million. And so what I did in my resolution basically is went back to the 2025 actuals. And again, we're in conversation because when I spoke to CTAS, as well as ongoing conversation, and hopefully we can get something moving at the state level, because we're not only county in a situation where we're losing population, where if, for example, we start continue to increase the maintenance of effort, we're going to be in trouble. And so there are other counties across the state. When this law was passed, I believe it was in 2025? 2024? Okay, 2024, the impact was dire. And so there are other counties across the state in the same situation. And I do know, for example, with the school board maintenance of effort, they do have a safe way where they can lower, for example, if the population decreases. And so again, if y'all look at item 12G, and if this does pass, I'll just withdraw mine. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. So there is another item that's coming up, depending on how this one goes, to consider similar action. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So in understanding that fiscal year '25 is the first time that we had the baseline for the maintenance of effort, what was it for fiscal year '25? I heard you say 26 and 27 for fiscal year '25. What was the maintenance of effort for the administration's budget?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I don't have that in front of me right now.
So I think that is it's an insufficient answer for this conversation. So I just want to say to my colleagues, keep that in mind. We are going to tell MSCS that we're going to maintain their maintenance of effort. We tell them that every year, but we're going to let the mayor's administration continue to increase their maintenance of effort and then say, taxpayers, we need an increase. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So again, I think we all need to carry our weight around here. Our children are not going to be able to get any more for the deferred maintenance. Why does the mayor's office continue to increase its maintenance of effort year to year? We need the fiscal year '25 figure, so please send that out to us in preparation for our conversation on Monday. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant.
Yes, I just wanted to get clarity from the county attorney about the year of the legislation.
Lisa, overall County Attorney's Office, yes, that was 2024.
Just a
The
point of
statute.
So it was
The
passed in the
statute was
year.
passed in 2024.
So, it took effect with the fiscal year '25 budget. All right, so I think we're ready to vote because there was an objection on this, so we're ready to vote on 12E. A yes vote takes the amendment, the reduction of 1.5 million. No vote says no to the amendment. There will be another chance to consider a similar amendment here in 12G, so there's another chance if you'd like to come back to it. But if we can please prepare the screen to vote on the motion 12E. All right, if everyone's had a chance to vote, we can close the screen and record the vote. All right, so this motion fails, so if we can just read the vote and we can move on.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Vice Chair Bradford, Commissioners Whaley, Shalai, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avant voted no. We have 5 ayes, 5 no.
All right,
Could
so
I
that,
be counted as an aye? I didn't get in the screen.
Madam Parliamentarian, can we? Did you vote? You didn't vote, Commissioner Mills. Okay, Commissioner Mills, you can, is that okay? She can cast her vote? We haven't. Have we? We didn't do the tally yet. Okay.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Vice Chair Bradford, Commissioners Whaley, Shalai, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avant voted no. We have 6 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, so that amendment passes. What?
Chair, a point of order, if we could just make sure that every commissioner that's present gets a chance to vote and cast their vote.
All right, why don't we just try to do this over? So we can just clear the screen and then bring it back up, and then we're voting again. So everyone who desires to vote, please do so, and make sure that it's showing up. And if it's not, please let it be known.
My screen is not up. Please put me as an I.
All right, if everyone's got a chance to vote, I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Vice Chair Bradford. We have no votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon. We have 6 ayes, 6 noes.
All right, so that motion does fail. Why don't we call up 12G? So 12G is a similar item. This is, again, another opportunity to consider something similar to what was just motioned by Commissioner Wright. So if we can read 12G. Yes, please, 12G.
Item 12G is a motion to amend the FY 2027 proposed budget for administration and finance, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you want to move this?
Yes, and so if you have your budget books.
So if you'll just move it, and then we'll get a second on your motion.
Oh, that's what I did, okay.
I think this is on, we were on item 12. And we'll,
Got it,
you know.
okay. I'll make a motion to move this item.
All right, seconded by Vice Chair Bradford. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so all this does is takes this back to the actuals of 2025. And I would like to, if you can, I will get back in the queue so I can speak, or do you want me to go ahead and speak now?
No, I think if you'll just give us a concise overview of how this amount of $949,722 is different or similar to the motion that we just entertained that was a flat 1.5 million reduction.
Okay, so the budget amount for fiscal year 2027 is 380. It's not very much difference. It's just to ensure that we're going to keep the actual, which was, not the actual, I'm sorry, the budgeted for fiscal year 2026. And so that we can resolve this issue. And then I gave the rationale in the whereas. Because again, as I stated before on record, is that we keep budgeting more and more, but actuals are a lot less, so we're underspending.
Okay. Commissioners, any further questions on this item? Commissioner Thornton?
No, remember the pepper.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you to the sponsors who are trying to move these items forward. I just want to appeal to my colleagues that voted on the previous item, Commissioner Shalai, Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Lowry, Chairwoman Avent, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. So without us knowing the fiscal year 25 maintenance of effort, I would just ask that we will get this item to Monday, because we do not know what the maintenance of effort is. So our fiscal oversight, we can't make a decision today without that crucial figure, so that we can know how to compare the data provided to us for fiscal year 26 and 27. So it's been acknowledged that information has been sent, but today in this discussion, nobody has told me what was the establishing maintenance of effort for fiscal year 2025, according to the legislation passed. So if we're going to get to the point where we're going to ask for a tax increase, but not actually get this figure so that we can make an informed decision, I don't understand why the citizens of Shelby County would have to pick up the tab of us not doing our fiduciary oversight in this moment. So I'm just asking if you could, I mean, how you dispose of the item ultimately, that's between you and the constituents you serve. But if we could just get this item to Monday to get that information, then that would just make me feel more confident about what we did today. And just based off of what I've seen, $1.5 million, I've seen a number of resolutions come throughout the fiscal year that have surprised pockets of funds. You know, we had excess dollars in community services, so we were able to do this. I've seen it, Chief, multiple times, and I believe that there is $1.5 million that we can find within the mayor's administration's budget to be able to get back to that fiscal year 25 actual. Thank you.
All right, sorry, Commissioner Wright, before I go to you, is there any objection to this item, or can we accept this without objection, at least so far? We'll go back to the queue, but just want to make sure if there is one, we take it. All right, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say, I assume that this maintenance of effort level works similar to the schools and to the sheriffs, in that it's set anew every year. And so whatever we're approving in the current fiscal year, whatever the adopted or amended budget is what the maintenance level is. Is that accurate?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It includes what is approved in the budget, in the operating expenditure budget. That sets what it is for the mayor. For the sheriff, it's only for the positions.
But again, the emphasis being that it changes every year, or in theory, it's set anew each year.
It's set anew each year, yes.
So we wouldn't necessarily need to pull a fiscal 25 number, because what we have said was the amended 26, FY 26.
I want to be clear, Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer, I want to make sure I understand your question, Commissioner. Are you saying that whatever you all decide for this fiscal year will set the maintenance for the next fiscal year? No. The law says that whatever was passed the previous year has to be the measurement for the next fiscal year. Right. So if the budget maintenance of effort, let's say, was $1 in FY 25, you have to start at $1 for FY 26.
Right.
Right, but FY 26 then sets the new number. You're never having to go back 2 years to find out. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at. I think, why I particularly am wrestling with this issue and why I left my motion more general and let the administration choose within the reduction amount is we don't have that line item level detail within the amount that's increasing, other than what Director Tipton, what you sent us, which again was sort of a summary area, but there's no way for me to know with any detail what amount of wiggle room there is. So let's, we're assuming we're not reducing the amount that you've told us is a matching grant for Regional 1, other contracts, and I understand, YJAC and so forth. I guess it's just we don't have any level of detail, and I do share my colleague's opinion on that. We are at the crux now. We're in the budget. This is the time to have the information. There's no more waiting, and if we don't have the level of detail that we need to know within the amount that we do have the authority to cut, then this is just an exercise in not very productive.
Understood. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Did you receive the proposed budget book? It should have had 5-year trends in there for the general fund, for all of the administration's departments. It has a 5-year trend included in the book. That's a line item that shows salaries, it shows operating expenses. It's included in the proposed budget book for the last 5 years.
The 11.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'm looking at, too, the email that you sent, which he shared, is a summary. And so 26 showing 311,980,745 as the, I guess, maintenance. And then we looking at proposed FY '27, 335,907,802, right? And it's, I guess it's showing the 23,926 and 337 increase. Far as that, what the Shelby County, what it says, Shelby County Mirror Maintenance of Effort. Well, and I hear my colleagues, I know I have a one coming at 12J, and I did kind of go account by account and did break down some of those accounts in different administrations. So maybe when we get to 12J, and I have account numbers for that, that would probably help us understand some of the cuts that I was looking at that didn't include salaries or impact in that type of way. So I'll wait till I get there, but I just wanted, I know my colleague was asking for that on record, but that's the number, Ms. Tipton, that you sent over, Director, to us for maintenance of effort from those 2 years. But Jay, Chairman, will also break down from the administration what I did that probably get to some of these numbers that we're looking at. So I hear my colleagues that we want to try to give the administration the capacity to look at what can be cut in some type of way, but these are the numbers that we're looking at, and we're just trying to find a way forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Chairwoman Avant?
My question was really around if, to this particular amendment, if we are just to go back to, it's about $978,000, I believe. Okay, 949,722 is the number that it would reduce the actual budget to. Is that correct? To the sponsor.
That's just a little under $1 million, so.
Okay. And so just to the administration, the way this particular amendment is worded, does it give you the flexibility of finding where you can make those cuts?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer, Chair Lady, it would give us the flexibility. We would certainly have to make sure that we did not cut salaries or lay off people. We would have to make sure that it did not get into contracts that we're obligated to do. And also, I'm looking at professional services. And one in particular is the professional services contract that we have with our vendor to help us monitor the Regional 1 rebuild. Those are some of the things that I know that we would not want to get into, but we will certainly go back and be prepared to see if we could find some opportunities within that $900,000 number.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, great. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. I am wondering if we could move, or I would like to, so the comparative analysis is incomplete without the fiscal year '25, not because, it's my full understanding that you're saying that the maintenance of effort is set for fiscal year '26 already increased it. So we, by law, can't go back to fiscal year '25. I understand that. But I do think that it is important for us to see the increases over time, for us to make a case to the mayor's administration that your increases have not been marginal as you have required, not you, but as we as leaders have required MSCS to be at a standstill. We know, well, I'm assuming based on the past 3 years that I've been sitting here passing budgets, that we're not going to increase the maintenance of efforts for MSCS. So it's just like some people have MOEs that are stagnant, but here we need to make the case and have better understanding of what is happening since fiscal year 25 when we established it. And I don't understand politically what's happening, because when the maintenance of effort was established, this is the exact same sticking point. Legal would not tell us what was the figure that was establishing it. So I want my colleagues just to go back to what is going on with this fiscal year 25 figure that never is spoken publicly into the conversations. So it's just looking like I just would rather us, I mean, we've taken recesses today, like I've seen it happen at other meetings. I do think because of the nature of the conversation, we need to really be able to look at the mayor's budget, ask the pertinent questions so that we can figure out what we need to do that is consistent across the board. And at this point, I'm just advocating on behalf of MSCS, who's going to say, hey, all maintenance of effort, with the sheriff's office, you're not going to increase his maintenance of effort. So why does the mayor's administration get to have free reign to have these increases from $311 million to $335 million? And I know that you're probably saying that the forensic inmate medical expense is factored into that, but what I see in the document that you've shared with us does not actually get us all the information that we need to come to these same conclusions that you've come to. So I'm going to make a motion. I don't know if it's a motion or just a request, but I would like finance to be able to bring that information into the conversation. So if we can hear this item a little bit later, then that will be helpful. And I guess my question to you, Chair, is what's the appropriate way to be able to make that request?
Okay, well, so either we can object to the motion, we can accept it without objection. It can be withdrawn, amended. We could take the same action we did on 12D, which is we accepted it without objection with the idea that if we needed to further amend on Monday, we can do that. I'm hearing that this seems reasonable and kind of thought through in terms of where it came from. So if there is an objection, certainly we can vote on it, or we can take it without objection and move through these amendments, because again, we still have, we're tip of the iceberg here.
While you're
Mr. Chairman.
on that, well, just one second, I apologize. While you're on that thought, I just want to lay out, when there is an objection and we are voting on these motions, I want to specify, because it's going to probably come up again today. So Rule 23, tallying the vote, change the vote, adding the vote. So a commissioner who is present but abstains, is recused, or does not otherwise cast a vote for or against an item or motion shall not be counted towards the voting requirements for adoption of such item or motion. Commissioners may change their vote before the result of the roll call is announced by the chair. The vote of a commissioner may be changed after the roll call is announced only if the change does not affect the result and there is no objection. So commissioners may change their vote before the result of the roll call is announced by the chair. The vote of the commissioner may be changed after the roll call is announced only if the change does not change the result and there's no objection. And lastly, commissioners who temporarily leave their seat or the meeting room may add their vote after the chair has declared a decision on a motion, but only if the vote does not change the result and there is no objection. So those are the parameters on these motions. And then also, just to remind everyone that at committee, any motion requires a majority of those present and voting for adoption, and that's at committee. So any motion made just requires a majority of those present and voting.
Right, okay. Chairwoman Avent, let me go to you, and then we'll decide how to dispose of this motion.
So, Chair Whaley, I think I appreciate my colleagues wanting to have some vital information, but I think because we've already voted on a proposed budget for 2026, the maintenance of efforts has been established already. So we aren't able to go back to previous years. We really can only make a decision based on what was approved by this body for the 2026 budget. I do think it's reasonable. I appreciate Commissioner Sugarman for going through this process. I think it's reasonable if the administration has the flexibility to find where they can make these cuts to do that. So I'm going to support this amendment.
Yep, okay, so we can accept this motion without objection. Okay, all right, hearing none, so 12G will be accepted without objection. So just, that brings the new total of additional revenue to $6,478,127. $6,478,127. Okay, that adds in this $949,722.
Can you say that one more time, please?
So we're currently at $6,478,127. Confirm? Great. Okay, let's call up 12F.
Chair Whaley, we started 4,071,071, we added a million, we've added 506,714, and then we added 949,722, and I'm coming up with 6.6528,127 and 6 cents.
Sorry, before this item, it was 5.528. Yes?
I think it was, yeah, it was 5,578,405.
All right, hey, let's make sure we get this right before we keep going. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. My 7 looked like a 2. So that is the correct amount. So will you just, Ryan, will you give me the full amount again? Commissioner Bradford, which number did you have?
I've got $6,528,127.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's 127. Yeah, 6,528,127. 528,127. Okay, everyone concur on that? Okay. All right, item 12F.
Item 12F is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you want to move this motion? All right, moved and properly seconded. Commissioner Sugarman?
Okay, thank you, Chair. And so I just want to put in a plug for Vinnie Smith, who actually did the data dashboard because it helped us so much to dig in, and we probably dug in too much. But having said that, again, we're looking at budgeting at one level and actually spending at another level. And so the idea is to bring us back the maintenance of effort, number one. The other thing that I looked at was the vacancy of savings. I know the Finance Department administration may not like this, but it's to, let's see, decrease it. And so, for example, instead of, vacancy savings assumption from 50 million to 43 million, so that the sheriff's department can do what they need to do to hire individuals, et cetera. That is a bone of contention with the sheriff's department. I do understand that, especially what's going on in the jail system right now, with them having no air. We've got to make sure that we not only take care of the detainees, but also the employees as well, and be able to hire as needed, so. And then this is, and if you have your budget book, it's on page K11.
Okay. Chairwoman Avant?
So, just to the sponsor, this puts, I'm trying to understand the difference between the two, because I think you've separated this out from salaries. Is that correct? Because the maintenance of effort is very specific to salaries for the sheriff's department.
Not necessarily, may I respond, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. And so again, I look at the trend, the trend analysis. And so I looked at how they're being budgeted as well as the actuals. And so the idea was to make sure that they had the funding they needed, but not have that gap again. Because when you have that gap, then you're talking about, we have the need to say, well, we don't have enough funds, so we may have to raise property taxes. But having said that, their other contention from hearing from the sheriff's department is the vacancy savings. And so it lowers the vacancy savings so that they can hire as needed. And so it does two things in this one.
Yeah.
Okay, this is probably misplaced then, because this is not a reduction, this is actually an addition. I mean, it's a reduction of the vacancy savings, but it would be in addition to the budget. Is that correct, Commissioner Sugarman? The caption that we have on the summary here states that it's a motion to reduce the budget, but that, reading this, it looks to me as if it's an increase in the, or decrease in the vacancy savings, which is an increase in the budget.
It is, and it's going back, taking the budget back to.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, so it's doing two things, actually.
Right, yeah, but it has the effect of.
Net effect of increase.
Of fully
Increasing.
consuming the 6.5 million that we've
Just cut.
just sort of able
So
to
point
get,
of
yeah.
information, should I take this and, just go ahead and have separate resolutions or motions, or?
Well, I would suggest, if you still want to bring this as is, to do so later on in the process, like once we know what kind of revenue we have, because, I mean.
This is essentially increasing their budget.
Correct.
Right, I mean, if we were to accept this, we'd be done, like, it would already cap the balance, that'd be it. In terms of this, we found additional cuts to do any additional expenditures. So if you want to hold it, and we can bring it back at the end of the process, we can do that. Of course, you can always bring it Monday or anytime, but this really, I think, falls outside of the scope of the reductions that we're trying to get through.
Point of information, I would like to withdraw it and bring it back Monday. Is that an option?
Yeah, that's a great option.
Thank
Okay,
you.
all right, so sponsors move to withdraw 12F, so we'll hold that one for now. Okay, let's call item 12H.
Item 12H is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reduce the Shelby County Election Commission budget and return funds to the Shelby County General Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you want to move this? Okay, seconded by Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Sugarman?
Okay, I don't know where it is in my stack, but basically what it is, for example, when the elections or special elections or things that are noted at the Tennessee TCA, that it's a pass-through. So for example, like special elections, et cetera. And so what this does is basically ensures that when the money comes from the state, it's a pass-through to the general fund.
All right, Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to pull up this. I did have a question.
Wait a minute.
Trying to pull up their budget.
Oh, this is another one, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
I'll defer to Commissioner Sugarman.
Sorry, Commissioner Sugarman, I think we've got it up, 12H. So this is a reduction from 9,140,430 to 4,097,754. That's the effect of this motion.
Right, and.
Reduced by 5 million, basically.
Right. And the reason why I did this is because of a few reasons. I have emailed Administrator Phillips on several occasions, and I think I copied all the commissioner, and her retort or response was, well, there are 3 elections and it's tripled. Well, that's not sufficient. And so the hope is that she'll come back, because on record last Wednesday, let's see, June 10th, on record, she said she had 12 employees. So if you have 12 employees, that doesn't equate to all this overtime and election worker salaries, and temporary labor, salary changes. And so I just cannot justify it. And then if you look at the trend over time, her budget averages about $5 million. Then also, I wanted her to come before the commission because I've heard complaints from individuals who's saying that they've tried to apply to be a poll worker, or they're not receiving, this, that, and the other. And the technology was down for 2 weeks. She never mentioned that. And so this is to get her in here so she can answer questions directly. And now we're asking her, why haven't you sent out the mail? I think we mentioned that in Commissioner Chair Avant's resolution, because you have $300,000 in your budget. What are you doing? And then we have, 1,700 pieces of ballots that were not picked up, on Election Day. And so there are a lot of questions we would like for her to answer. And so again, you already jumped $5 million, then we need an explanation, because if things aren't getting done.
All right, let's go to the queue here. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do, I also have some questions. I wish the administrator were present. I understand they have a lot going on, but I'm confused, Mr. Chair, because she did testify that the number of elections were rapidly increasing for the fiscal year that starts July 1. I guess it's August, November, and not the next October. So it's just the 2. So
I think there might be a special. I think there's something in Collierville, maybe.
But I guess the issue that I have is the revenue is actually less in their budget. Their projected revenue is down, which I thought municipalities, I guess I was thinking that October would be in there, but it's not. So I don't know if there's any kind of reimbursement. There's no increased state reimbursement for having those elections. And then looking at their salaries, salaries is almost double. O&M is up somewhat. 800,000. They're not here to speak to it, so I really can't speak to why that would be so drastically different. But I thought maybe, Chief Collins, there is a line also in what Director Tipton, what you sent us, that there's some salaries. Are some of their salaries covered in the administration's budget? Can you speak to that, why that is?
All right, Chief Collins.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. First, thank you, Commissioner Wright. One, there were an extra 300 employees added to the Election Commission this election term, which increased their salaries on a part-time level. So that's why you probably see the jump in salaries. As for the administration pays some of the salary at the election commission. And so that's because of the requirement that some of them are county employees. The third piece is we do get a reimbursement from the state and some municipalities when they have their elections. And so that's why you see possibly, to use Commissioner Sugarman's term, the gap between what you actually see and what actually occurs. And so, yes, you are correct with that.
All right. Yeah, we always need to make sure the timer's going. I don't think it started, but go ahead. Yep, Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, so I guess just a quick mulligan. Would you say then, Chief Collins, that when we get reimbursed, is that not budgeted for, or do we budget for a reimbursement in the budget book?
I will not get out of my lane. I'm going to let that.
If she could just address that, Mr. Chair, and then I'll be done. Thank you.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, we do budget for it, but it comes in after the fact. So we have to cover it when it occurs, and then we get the money back.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, so once again, I'm going to go through from 2022. That's my starting point. That's when we started. So the actual in 2022 was 3.7. The actuals in 2023 was 5.7. The actual 24 was 2.9. The actual in 25 is 4.5. So again, this is, I would like the administrator to come before the commission because there's questions that people want to ask her. And so until we can get her before us, the only way we can do is slash her budget. Because again, there are things that should have gone out already that people have not received. And so hit them in the pocketbook, And so again, it's very disrespectful to us. And then also she said on record that she had 12 employees. And if you go back in your budget book, it says she has 22. So what's real and what's not real? And so again, I would like for her to come before the commission and clarify what she means. And again, municipal elections are reimbursed. So that's actuality is not 3 elections, it's 2. And so again, yes, I want her to do her due diligence, but time is wasting. And meanwhile, we have people who, again, some say, well, they should know where they vote, but they should know this, they should know that. But if you go on these sites, you don't have a ballot. If you go on sites, you don't have all this pertinent information. People are saying, well, which district do I live in? Do I live in District 5, 8, or 9? And this is huge, okay? And so again, she needs to be held accountable. I don't know if there's state law, and I'll have to research this, but that you're supposed to have certain things done. And I know we have a Shelby County Election Commissioner, a former, here. I would like you to come to address some of these questions because I know I've been sending some of my complaints to you. So can you come forward and address some of these things for my colleagues? And so there's certain things that you have to have, and early voting begins, July is right around the corner. These things have not been done, and why? Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, you got 30 seconds. State your name and zip code.
Benny Smith, zip code 38017. Yes, the Election Commission has timelines of producing UOCAVA voters. We have voters that vote overseas, so they have to be able to print the ballots. So the issue with the districts not being prepared for the public, they have to mail out those ballots. So if you're a person that's voting absentee, you have to have that ballot style so that your congressman, in this case, is shown on the ballot. And so the Election Commission has to produce all of that information in advance of the election. And so the cutoff is usually 30 days before the election, but the request of an absentee ballot was probably weeks ago, so they should be sending those out now.
All right, great. All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, thank you. So what we have here, I'm going to agree with my colleagues' request regarding having the administrator come here, because what we have here is an anomaly regarding redistricting, a fiscal anomaly. And we need to have Ms. Phillips here to give us all of the financial information, because you have not to mention the expense of those ballots that were supposed to be mailed to the military last week. Everything is falling behind. So that's adding, I'm not in defense of anyone, just want to do the right thing. That's adding to her staff. And she has to have temporary people to catch up with all of these deadlines, and she's still probably behind, not to mention the notice for everyone that has, whose congressional district changed, and whatever attempt is going to be made to reach out to the, what do you call those, the inactive voters. So I think we, in order to actually get a better number, be as correct as we can be, let's get Ms. Phillips in here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Bradford?
I don't know if we have an official opposition on the floor, but I will oppose to this item. I was just trying to push it more forward and get us to a vote on this. I feel like we've kind of gotten in the weeds a little bit on this item, so I'll call the question.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this is an objection and calling the question.
Yeah, great, all right. Yeah, it'd be good, thanks for helping us move us through this. So why don't we take a vote on 12H? So yes is for the amendment as it's written, no would be against the amendment. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Sugarman, do you want to speak real quick before we vote?
Yes, and so I would like to ask one more question. And so, thank you again, for creating this data dashboard. It's very helpful. But, so my question then becomes, as a former election board commissioner, the 1,700 ballots, what recourse do we have? Because I'm getting calls, people are saying, did my vote count? How come it wasn't picked up? What recourse as a body do we have as far as determining, when the mail arrived at the post office? How come they weren't counted? We need some answers. And so what recourse do we have as a commission?
Benny Smith, 38017. The commission can ask the election commission to give them the chain of custody. So there should be a chain of custody. It was delivered to a post office location. The number of ballots that should have been there, they should be tied to the request. They should still be in the envelopes. If they didn't process them, they should still be sealed. They hadn't done a signature verification or anything of the sort. And so the commission should be able to encumber all of that. That should be in the chain of custody.
Thank you. I still have a minute left. I just want to say, urge my colleagues to vote yes, so we can get the administrator here. Again, this is the second time we've tried to get her here, and I've asked her to respond to my questions. She's very, she won't do it. So I just encourage you all to vote yes, so we can at least get some answers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will say that I did, and I think this was an email to Director Tipton, but I did get a note from Administrator Phillips that actually said that that their what she said was her FY27 budget amount was insufficient, and in fact, she'd have to come back for an amendment because of some of the increased costs of the new congressional lines and mailing out notices and so forth. So just for what it is, that's a request I got. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on this amendment. All right, everyone who's voted or wants to vote, and I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avent, Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Vice Chair Bradford voted no. We have 6 ayes, 6 noes.
All right, that motion fails. So let's go on to 12J.
Motion 12J is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reduce appropriations for Administration and Finance Department, Information Technology Department, Sheriff's Department, Corrections Department, Public Safety, Public Works, Engineering, Fleet, and Facilities through operational efficiencies and smart spending reductions, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Charlie A. Caswell, Jr.
All right, Commissioner Caswell, you'd like to move this motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move this item.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Caswell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I know we heard some items that was referred to from administration earlier that kind of asked for line items. And I will say in part, Commissioner Wright, I took a play out your last year book and I went deeper. I want to thank Mr. Benny Smith for that dashboard. It did help. It took a lot of hours going through year after year and kind of looking at where it could. I tried to do this in a way, and again, I appreciate you, Director Tipton, responding to some of my questions there that I sent over, trying to look at ways that we can make some cuts without having to look at salaries in any way. I know this overall, and again, this is a big picture, almost 20 million in cuts, and I know we probably won't get there, and I don't want to go all the way into where we'll have to come back with some of these items. But what I really was concerned with, like when you talk about the IT capacity, account number 66, where we talk about some of the ways where it was showing that it was additions of asking for some additions to, I was just looking at some of these items and wanted to give the administration and both the sheriff, when we talk about sheriff not cutting salaries, but when we look at what we just went through last week, $18 million in overtime, how do we really have some real conversation about overtime now? Before we get to next year, how do we make sure we can put some type of constraints around that? Because I think it really got out of hand. And then looking at also with some of the also cuts that was in here around correction office. I know that, and I understand too, that some of the mayoral MOE went up because the correction came under you all last year. And so I know that would have made it went up. I think it was $11 million in that capacity. But I was trying to get, how do we get to $2.5 million asking for an increase for overtime for this year? And just wanted to kind of see what type of history we looking at to declare the history asking for the overtime. Is that something that the sheriff did previously?
All right, Commissioner Caswell, the clock didn't start, so we'll want to make sure we'll put 1 minute on, because again, we need to all, work together. All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Any other, Chief Collins, you want to address it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. With regards to the overtime that you spoke of regarding the Corrections Department, all of that was spent at the WIJAC simply because of the gearing up of the services that we were providing when we assumed responsibility from the sheriff. We do not anticipate having this overtime again inside the WIJAC until we get up to par on our personnel. So that was just a one-time ask for that particular line item with Division of Corrections.
Sure. You're saying that was one time asked for last year, that's not for the coming year? You're asking for it for in this year budget?
Well, we are asking for it because we may not have the ramp up in employees, just like the sheriff. But the reason we did it is because we had to have the personnel on staff to provide the supervision for the juveniles, the young people at the WIJAC.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Bradford?
I don't think we have an official objection yet, so I was going to make the official objection. I applaud Commissioner Caswell's efforts here, but I have a little concern this may be too deep of cuts, but I'll just put the objection out there and we can vote on it.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, I was named in the movers' comments, and I think unfortunately, if you followed my playbook from last year, you'll remember that I had made a mistake, and so I had run afoul of the maintenance of effort that was passed in 2024, as we just heard. So I'm assuming that this runs afoul of that unless the mayor is supportive of these cuts, in which case we would certainly entertain that.
All right. Any response from the administration?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I do see in this item multiple MOE issues, so I would recommend that it not be passed as written.
Okay. Commissioner Wright, anything else? Good. All right, Commissioner Caswell?
And I thank you, Commissioner Wright. The only thing I would say that thinking about last year was the salaries for the YJAC, the correctional office was a big piece of it. And so I think this was trying to look at really supplies, IT, other things that could be looked at around that can get some cuts that gives us some capacity. And I just asked the finance just to look at those things because I look at the previous amendments that was brought by some of my colleagues to try to get us to, again, cut back where we can. And that's all I wanted to do was bring some items to you, account numbers and things that could be looked at. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Chairwoman Avan, I'll go to you, and then before we go back to the other commissioners.
Okay, thank you. I do also appreciate Commissioner Caswell's effort in trying to, but I think to the county attorney, these are some maintenance of efforts items that we can't cut when you talk about salaries, because that falls under the mayor's administration. What I would say is that some of these contracted services, and especially in IT, we're trying to get our new enterprise system to work well. So definitely not cutting anything that's going to interfere with our enterprise system that we've made this huge investment in. And I think the fact that we have now, asked the administration to go back and make cuts of $949,000 really helps us address where we're trying to get to in our previous amendment. So that's why I won't be supporting.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Just to talk a little bit more about the MOE comment that was made previously. So from fiscal year 26 to 27, it's increasing by 24 million, correct? And is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you're saying that that entire increase is going towards the forensic inmate medical expense?
No, I had a list. Every time I come up, I have a stack of paper. It was several things. It was the YJAC, forensic medical, inmate medical, forensic center, and rent expense, and that's what I can think of right now.
Where can we see that exhaustive list? And I guess as you're answering that question, have each of those categories historically always fallen under operating? So particularly because it was just mentioned, the forensic inmate medical expense, has it always been in the mayor's operating budget?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. The inmate medical expense used to be in the sheriff's and health department. And then the mayor's office took over that responsibility. And so that's how it became a part of the mayor's administration.
Do we know what year that?
2024,
So it would have been applied to fiscal year?
2025.
So I think therein lies the hidden lock-in with the MOE. What was the justification for it moving in that year?
It probably for better efficiency. I'm sorry, Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. probably for better efficiency and making sure that the contract was being managed properly.
Okay, so I guess just help me understand what exactly, like, who made that decision? So before, it was not under the operating budget for fiscal year '24. It was not under the operating budget of the mayor. And then in '25, what determined that it had to be?
It was a negotiation within the contract itself, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer.
And coincidentally, I guess,
Excuse me,
yeah.
just to add to what Chief Collins is saying, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The inmate medical contract was under the Health Department, which is still under the mayor's administration. It was just not under Administration and Finance. It was under the Health Department. The mayor was still in charge of it then, as he is now. It just moved from being held under the Health Department, which is the 40 department, to the 20s, which is Administration and Finance. And the reason that we put it under Central Operations is because it didn't have anything to do with the Health Department's operations. It was inflating the Health Department's budget erroneously. So we moved it to Central Operations because it's inmate medical expenses for the inmates that are housed in 201 Poplar, Corrections, and the Juvenile Detention, and jail lease. It doesn't have anything to do with the Health Department, so that's why it was moved. But it's always been under the mayor. It continues to be under the mayor. It's just housed now in Central Operations under Administration and Finance.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you. And I know I asked this question of you and Director Tipton, just about the overtime. Where is the sheriff overtime number now that we are starting off with, if we got a number?
Yeah, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Currently, it is at better than 21 million.
21 million projected for next year, to propose.
That's where it is right now. I don't know what it's going to be at the end of this year.
Okay, so I'm sorry, maybe I rephrased it wrong. So what was the number proposed in the budget for overtime? Did we give a proposed number for overtime, or we don't do that?
We don't do it. Right now, in the budget is, in the proposed budget is 18 million.
18 million, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner?
I'd like to withdraw this item.
Okay, all right, so it's been great. Move to withdraw item 12J. Without objection, we will withdraw that one. All right, I think we have one more reduction amendment. If there's another one, commissioners, please let me know, but this is item 12Z4. So this should be in the back of your packet. Commissioner Mills, this I think is, you sponsored this one, so we're going to take this before we move on. If we can read 12Z4.
Item 12Z4 is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 County Commission operating budget to be reduced in the amount of $1,163,961 in order to demonstrate fiscal responsibility, prioritize core government services, and reduce the need for any property tax increases. Sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
All right, Commissioner Mills, you want to move this motion? All right, moved. Okay, it's been seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Mills, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was going through and looking at our own budget and the increases of the commission, such as our contingency has shot up, apparel's up to 18,000, and so I'm proposing to reduce these amounts. And our sheet is on page M7 with our trends, if you wanted to see the numbers. M4.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was also another area that I noticed as well of having increased. The operating and maintenance budget has increased by 49% over FY '24. So it does seem like this is another area where there's been a rapid increase.
All right, anyone else wanting to speak on this motion? Commissioner Caswell?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, to the sponsor, I was trying to say, what was the current amount? You said it increased 1,163,000, or what's the current amount?
Yes, this is what I'm proposing to cut it by. I just went by individually with the current and took it back to a more reasonable amount. Like cutting the commission contingency from 432,000 to 100,000, which is, let's see, 9520. To where it was in 25.
Well, Chair, I'd like to hear from our Chair, because I'm, being that you're in that seat, can give us a better explanation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant.
Thank you. I'd like to object, and I think some of the, when you're thinking about the commission contingency, for some of the rollover that we had as part of the fund to support some of the small businesses, we had to roll those dollars over, and so that's where that contingency number comes from, and why it's still so high. So I'm objecting to this particular amendment.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
I just have a question to the county attorney. Can we actually cut legal notices?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, you certainly have the authority to reduce your budget, but you will have to continue to carry funds sufficient to provide legally required notices. And that's done for referendums, that's done for some ordinances.
Right.
So you do need to ensure the ability to continue that practice.
And we have some statutory mandates for legal notices, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So one other question, and item number 6494, the Black Caucus reduction of 53,000. I believe the Black Caucus budget is 50,000. Is that correct? Maybe someone can help me with that.
Shows 180,000 in our proposed budget
Is that
book.
right? Okay. Well, that, someone that can help.
So district outreach dollars are also included in that number of what you're seeing is the 180. It's not just Black Caucus.
Or help me to understand apparel. Anybody know what that is? What is that? Apparel.
So it would be,
Okay, so I'm confused. Maybe you can help me, because as I understood, apparel is an amount that comes out of district outreach. So maybe someone can help me understand that. I
so
don't understand that.
there has been line items that when we have different commissioners, it is that apparel that is bought. It's not just, I mean, I think if you're doing additional things within your district, that does come out of your district outreach, but there is a line item budget for some of the apparel for staff and commissioners.
For staff, okay, it's different. This is for staff.
Both, yeah.
Okay, because, okay, thank
Yes.
you.
And keep in mind, I don't want this to be blown in this public narrative about apparel. I mean, when you're thinking about the number of times that commissioners are out in the community and identifiable by a commission shirt as well as all of the commission staff. So this is not just commissioners. This does include the entire commission staff that supports this body.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton.
Not to harp on the apparel piece, but when I requested apparel, I was pushed back to my district dollars. So I would just be so curious who on the commission staff has been able to get apparel from this item line, or this line item. I do think that it's only fair that if we're considering the mayor administration's cuts, that the commission gives up something. I'm going through, and I've heard just in the office that some of these line items, like the travel, I continue to hear that we exceed this particular line item. But I know that Black Caucus is under budget, and I do think that it's worthwhile for us to try to figure out how to scale back. And so if we wanted to get even more details of how our previous years have been expended, where do we get that information? Is that something that's provided through the commission, or is that information that you have?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We can provide you with the previous operating statements.
Like, you could tell us the vendors that we use for these particular accounts?
Yes, that would be take some analysis, but yeah.
Okay. I think that if we really are serious about scrutinizing the commission's budget, then we would want to get down to the vendor level to be able to see what is waste and potential modification. But just to the listening public, you've heard us talk about 6 million. We have over $30 million ask, so we're nowhere near balancing. So we are all going to have to scale back. If we're going to tell the kids, we're not going to touch your deferred maintenance, we're not going to increase your MOE, we're telling pre-K, we're going to keep it flat. Like, it's just not realistic for us to prioritize, some of these other expenditures over, the sacrifice that we're clearly making other citizens do. So I do think that we should look for a cut. If it's 1.1 million, that's to be determined. But if we can get it to Monday, then we can at least get the vendor information to figure out what's a more realistic figure for this particular item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lowry?
Thanks, Chair. It gets to the sponsor here, or whoever can help. I wanted to see, I see the reduction. I guess I don't see what the other amount is, right? Because you mentioned contingency from 400,000 to 100,000. And so I don't see here, and maybe in the exhibit that I'm looking at, to determine what the difference is. That was just one example, but I just mean for all the items that are listed here.
It would take it down to 100,000 from 532.
I'm with you. I'm looking at this exhibit here, right? And you have the reduction on one side. Right. So what will be the actual then? Okay.
Agency.
And I guess I have this, and I use that example because you brought it up, but I have the same question for every item that you have listed here. What will be, if this is the reduction, what will be the actual? And is there somewhere I can see that then?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's in the budget book. You can have my, M4 is where all these accounts are.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lowry. So there was an objection, I believe, to this. So we'll take this motion to a vote. This is 12Z4. So yes for the amendment as it is, no is against the amendment. Okay.
Okay, put me down as a no. My system's not working again.
All right. I think we can, all right, I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Wright, Thornton, Vice Chair Bradford, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, July, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon voted no. We have 4 ayes, 8 noes.
All right, that motion fails. Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, quick point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair. Seeing that this item failed, I would just impress upon those of you who are returning, we have so many issues with this equipment, and it is impacting our ability to work. And so if we are going to fully fund this budget, we better damn sure start seeing these things work. The very first thing I did when I got here was notice that my mic was not working, and I was supposed to be leading a committee. And our work depends on these systems working. I don't know, like, what prayer Caswell needs to pray or what needs to happen, but we've got to fix this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to, so as you recall at our first committee where we did amendments, we took up the contractual items and the items that this body by resolution has agreed to fund. So wanted to go to those next, which would include the CEP program, but also the crime lab, I believe. So, yeah, so let's call up 12Q. This is Caswell, Commissioner Caswell, I think this is yours. So this was an item that should have been on the agenda the first time, but was not. So we can decide whether we want to add this or not. But if we can read 12Q.
Item 12Q is a motion to amend the Shelby County Government FY 2027 proposed budget to reallocate $1,500,000 to support the local crime lab functions. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley and Commissioner Charles Caswell.
All right.
Motion to move.
Commissioner Charles, you want to move it? And
Yes,
then we'll
sir.
get a second? All right, moved by Commissioner Caswell. Seconded by Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair Whaley. Again, I was looking at it, and I think we came to the place last year where we was talking about, I know it was cut from initially $5 million asked for the CRAM lab, but went with $1.5 million. And I reached out to the district attorney, and I know that they were saying that we were working towards the consultants, the people that's actually coming on, and it was not in the budget this year. And I just don't know from the administration why that wasn't in the budget, since this body voted on that. So if you can tell me, CAO, where we at on that.
All right, thank you. All right, Chief Collins?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. I apologize for it. We assumed that it would be in the budget. We do have a consultant on staff and gearing us up now to begin the process of the crime lab. We should have a report from the consultant within the next 30 days or so. If you remember, we brought the consultant here for you all to approve the contract. And that a consultant is gearing us up to do rapid response and DNA and gunshots. And so we're ready.
Well, I appreciate that. I know in my digging into there, all I seen was the West and forensic. I didn't see this one in there. So if the finance can tell us is in there, then we don't need this resolution.
Yeah.
I think Chief Tipton went for a break, but.
Well, I think it's not. I think that's what you're saying, that it was not included in the proposal.
You said
Yeah. So we have the DA here and Chief Nagaro, if you guys want to, DA Mulroy, if you want to come up, please. All right, I think you guys want to make sure we get commissioners can ask their questions, so just any brief overview here.
Are you asking me to speak to it?
Yeah, if you'll
Okay.
just
Yes.
briefly explain, just confirm the
Yes.
question of whether it's
Yeah, so-
included in the resolution that was passed to fund this.
Yes.
Because we're bringing it as a item that we would have assumed would have been in the budget already.
That is correct. District Attorney Steve Mulroy here. Thank you for the question. Everything that Chief Collins said is exactly true. We're handing out right now transcripts of the final county commission meeting last year when you were doing the budget, and highlighted several different places are all the places where it was clear that the funding was going to be recurring. And it, as Chief Collins already stated, you all approved a consultant. That consultant was going to be recommending staffing positions. So, obviously, because we were talking about staffing it up, it would have to be recurring funding. So I don't know why it wasn't placed in the budget for this year, but it should have been. And so I think what the administration is asking and our office is asking is that it simply be placed into the budget the way it was supposed to be. And this is something that you already approved last year.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I have a question for CAO Collins. I know I received a letter that stated, it was to Mayor Harris, dated June 26, 2025, from Senator Taylor, stating that he was glad that the lab was at least partially funded and that he would help fund the lab, like let him know what needs to be done. And he said he was never responded to from this letter to the mayor, saying he's on board to help make sure this happens. Do you know anything about it?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. If the letter was dated and issued to the mayor, then I probably did not get it unless he copied me on it. And if he didn't, I would like to get a copy of it, and I'll take the senator on his word.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is dated almost a year ago, June 26, 2025. And I'm asking you because the mayor's not here, obviously. I just hate, this is, and I just got this, so this was a huge missed opportunity for Shelby County if this wasn't followed up on. But I'll get you a copy of this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know someone has already, I think, made mention to Ms. Wilson. We had an item that I sponsored on May 18th in which we authorized this consultant to build out the plan for us. I think, General Mulroy, you said that we're expecting that within the next maybe month or so, in a while. But we had, that item was only 70,000. And I know there's some travel we expended in this year related to that, perhaps some salaries related, but is there not a balance in the fiscal 26 that we could carry forward to cover part of this?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Yes, there is a small balance of that, but certainly we will look and see what that balance is. But I can assure you that it's relatively insignificant based on what we're trying to get done.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioners wish to speak on this item? So just to understand, if we were to vote to amend to this amount, it would reduce the available funds down to just over 5 million. Okay, so we're at 6.5 now.
Point point of information. I know the chief haven't made it back in, right? Director Tipton haven't. Well, because we was trying to, you don't have that number, because if we can get that number, that's, we asking to carry over. And then if it's, and try to see where we can get to at that number, that'll help us. Go ahead.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer, will be ready with that number for you on Monday.
Okay, all right.
All right, so is there any objection to this motion? Yeah, it says, as we've already read it. So this is a motion to fund the crime lab, 1.5 million. Okay, without objection, that amendment carries, so that reduces the available balance down to $5,028,127. Yeah. Yeah, $5,028,127, rounding up to the nearest dollar. Okay, all right.
Chair, before you move on, Pointer.
Yeah, Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, just a quick question, and maybe while everyone's there, because I heard the statement saying that we're for certain that's not in the budget somewhere else?
It's been confirmed by Chief Tipton that it is not in the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, and I know, so DA Mulroy, I know you've got a few other items here, but I want to make sure that we're fair to the process, because the requests vastly outweigh the available, at 5 million without further reductions. So I want to make sure we go to the items that we had in the queue at our last committee meeting before we get to the other internal requests. Okay, so the next one that we had, we're going to take these in the order in which they were intended to be taken at our last committee, which is 12L. So we'll take 12L first, so we would read that one.
Item 12L is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to Milton Community Enhancement Grant Program, CEP, in the amount of $1,300,000 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant.
Okay, if you would also, Madam Parliamentarian, read 12N. This is a similar,
Commissioner,
sorry.
Commissioner Whaley.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe separately, I'm going to withdraw by budget amendment.
Okay, we could probably just withdraw it now.
Yes,
Okay,
that's.
great, all right,
Yes,
great, so
I'm
withdraw.
withdrawing. So that's why I was saying the other commissioner may want to still put theirs forward, but I am
Okay,
withdrawing.
all right, well then let's,
Second, 12L.
all right, so 12L has been withdrawn by the sponsor without objection. Okay, all right, let's go to the next one here, which is 12M.
Item 12N is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the Shelby County Community Enhancement Program, CEP, in the amount of $1,300,000 from the opioid settlements funds, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr.
Sorry, I meant 12M, as in Mary.
Yes, sir. So everybody scratch that. Item 12M is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County in the amount of $3,500,000 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, so I'll move this. Seconded by Chairman Avant. Juvenile Court, if y'all want to, I'd suggest coming on up. But I'd also like, if Chief Collins is still here. Okay. So this item was originally, and I agreed to sponsor this, to help address the facility situation at juvenile court, both in the short term and in the long term. Because as we talked about at our last committee, the juvenile court renovation project is in our 5-year CIP plan. And there was a request to move that up, which is something we can certainly look at. It's not on this item, but it'd be on the CIP. Separately, there was a request around funding a short-term lease on an off-site property in the interim period. because of all the conversation surfacing this issue, my understanding is that the administration did send the health department, the health officer, to go, and Chief Collins, if you'd please, I want to make sure we get on the same page, that to look at the condition of the facility, and essentially it comes down to, if we're committing to this capital project, is the court able to still operate in the interim? Because if not, then it's going to be a bigger expense than a one-year lease, because you're talking about moving all the operations, building it out, and that's a significant expense. So I'm the sponsor of this, but I'm not comfortable moving forward with it yet, just because it's clear to me that we're not all on the same page. I'm willing to work to see if we can move the project up, but this item itself, I'm not sure about moving forward with today. So if we can just, Chief Collins, if you can just give us an overview of what the administration has done and committed to address the condition of the facility, and then if we can talk about possible ways to amend the CIP budget to bring the project forward.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Government. The administration got involved when we were put on notice that a lease agreement was being discussed between juvenile court and the county commission. I in turn asked for a meeting with Judge Sugarman and Chief Folsom to discuss what this was all about. It had come to my attention that the juvenile court had contacted the health department to do a review of the building because of, I think, asbestos, mold, brown water, and a couple of other things, rodents, and insects. So the health department was sent in to do a walkthrough of the building. In their analysis, they took samples of the air, the facility, and the locations. And they found that in all of their analysis, it did not rise to the limit of having the building to be uninhabitable. I have the results from the health department that they conducted their test. We then had a discussion about what to do about the conditions of the building. We found that the elevator was not operational, which means that Public Works would do the work, hot water, not working in room 318. We found that there were 8 boys and 1 girl in the holding area. The girl was placed in the holding cell for more than 5 hours. Holding cell had no toilet paper or running water. Public Works would repair that. Juvenile court for temporary measures to ensure access to the facilities. In the girl east area, the 8 boys were placed in the common area. No paper towels, nor soap, nor accessible hand washing. 2 sinks were operational. However, mold was present in both sinks. Public Works would repair that. Juvenile court for temporary measures to ensure access to the facilities. In the old maintenance area, evidence of rodent and roach infestation. We believe that public accessible area and access was restricted to necessary personnel only. Public Works would determine if proper PPE should be used by employees to must enter. We would use a insecticide or a, for lack of a better term, person to go in and take care of those issues. We then asked, I asked the administration and Public Works when was the necessary paperwork or necessary plans to remodel the building, because it is scheduled for FY '28, as you all know. We were told that the building has 100 172 square feet. The original 172,000 square feet. The original building was built in 1930. There was an addition done in 1950, and another one done in 1983, and another one, the last addition, done in 1994. There was in 2024 a design for a total renovation by the Pickering firm. The highlights included additional courtrooms, separation of criminal and family business, family business of a child and family friendly on the first floor, criminal business secured on the second floor, new mass storage on the fourth floor for the clerk, new elevator, additional parking in the basement, enhanced use of courtyard and green space, and so forth and so on, to the tune of $68.8 million, a total of 400,000 square feet, 300,000 square feet for construction, 100,000 square feet for contingency and allowances and FF&E. It was determined that it would take potentially a 2 to 3 year plan. The detention place would be done first to allow for the space to be used for continuity. And we figured it would be, since it was in 2025, a 10 to 12% increase on the cost. What we did not do is we have engaged now the land bank with juvenile court to look at spaces that are available around the area. However, we believe that the remediation that has been done or will be proposed to be done will certainly be offsetting of the cost for a year lease that's been estimated at $3.5 to $4 million per year. I do have Director Norval here to talk about specifics of the construction or build out of the space and what that will look like going forward. We believe, and in full disclosure, Mr. Chairman, we tried to reach out to Judge Sugarman and Chief Folsom before this meeting so that we can get before you and could share this information. But unfortunately, we were not able to get together and talk prior to this meeting today here. And so for us, the administration is proposing that, one, we remediate and repair those issues that are facing at 616 Adams, and that, two, we could potentially move up the FY28 renovation of 616 Adams to FY27. And we can point out where we could get those resources to do that. And so that's where we are today, Mr. Chairman, based on your conversation with me.
Okay, all right. Well, so it clearly sounds that there's more conversation that needs to happen to agree on what the best pathway forward is. Commissioner Sugarman, I see in your queue, Commissioner Caswell, I'm going to withdraw this motion at this time just to keep us moving. And then, we can, after everyone kind of aligns on what we actually want to do, we can certainly bring it back. Okay. All right. Next one we had was.
Chair.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Caswell.
I'm sorry. Point of privilege. I know the judge is here and he wanted to say something if it's okay. I know pulling him out of the courtroom for this situation could be something.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Judge Sugarman.
Judge Charles Sugarman, Juvenile Court, Memphis, Shelby County. I had a hearing this morning, so that was the reason why I could not meet with Ms. Collins in advance of this meeting. We prepared a report, and we have hired an environmental firm which has completed their testing. We're waiting on the final report on that. I say that to say that I have been given inaccurate information from this administration about our building going into it and coming out of it. Coming out of it, we were out of it for 6 months, from April in 2024 until October the same year. We had to work out of 7 different locations, which not only is more than an inconvenience to our staff, but it's a disservice to the public that has to go to one place to have a court matter heard, another place to get orders, another place to pay the child support, and with the lack of adequate public transportation, it's a hardship on our families. What the county government has put forth, this $6.8 million, doesn't cover the cost of us being moved into another facility. You will not find any contractor that will do a remediation like they're anticipating in this building with existing environmental issues. The lead paint is still there, he didn't mention that. Asbestos is still airborne in that building, where the areas you cannot get to behind. In fact, just got a call as we sit here. The ceiling tile on our third floor in our cafeteria is caved in. My office, I had pictures. I turned on the faucet yesterday. The water's running brown in that office. We've shut down all of our water coolers. Our elevators are not ADA compliant. Until it's ADA compliant and the environmental issues are taken care of, what are we going to do? Well, they want us to be in a building while a renovation is going on that has environmental issues and us to continue to stay in there. So the $6.8 million does not cover the cost of us being in an alternate location while these 3 to 4 years for the remediation that they want to do takes place. We have to have people in a safe environment. Some of you came to the opening of our Safe Babies Court. Safe Babies Court, our court is not safe for babies. Now, unless we have alternative workspace, wherever you find it, I was told before when we got put out of the building we could only use county property. That was not accurate. We could have gotten a lease then and started on the remediation we wasted money on in 2024. If we want to push this can down, I told, in all due respect to Mr. Collins, I told him when we sat at the table and going through this, the problem is this project has been kicked down the road, you ran out of road. Now, we need to address this now, and I appreciate the opportunity to come before the County Commission because the reason those additions were made was because of environmental issues then. They've constantly tried to do patchwork after patchwork after patchwork, even before my administration. So as long as matters continue, it's going to be a health issue. And those remediations, those efforts to rebuild in areas, was as a result of lawsuits. Lawsuits that the county lost because our employees had health issues. So I ask you to please consider this. A patchwork is not going to work for this court. We've got to have a serious opportunity to put forth a court that this county deserves. We're the largest juvenile court jurisdiction in the state of Tennessee. Davidson County is getting a multi-million-dollar campus that includes behavioral health, transitional housing, as well as a new court adjacent to their detention facility on a 40-acre plot. We have to be serious about the work that we're doing in juvenile court. And again, I plead to you, I just got off the phone also with Dr. Taylor, who's down in Baltimore. She said that at the time that she came into the building, she recommended condemnation of it. She felt that the existing conditions, and I invite you between now and Monday to come visit our court. We want to show you what's there, not what was in 2024, what still exists now. She said that building is 30 years old, built in 1930. The age of that building, the environmental issues cannot be remediated adequately to make that building safe, and there's structural damage to the building. So you have to tear it down, build a new foundation, which is not in this estimate. I ask you to give us an opportunity to present our full case to you after we get our report back from the EPA advisors. Thank you.
Yep. All right, great. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, do you have anything to add?
I have a point of information. So you're recommending to withdraw it?
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw it because there's still, clearly it needs to be pressure tested a bit, just in terms of if we did want to go the direction of funding a lease, like what are the potential options that have been looked at? What is the long-term budget implications of it? I mean, I'm the sponsor of it, so I'm supportive of finding a solution. But what is not as encouraging is the not wanting to sort of work together to figure it out, because we have both the capital project that I think the argument is that we want to move that up. So, you know, I'm still willing to help do that, but this doesn't mean that we don't bring back some other amendment that really makes sure that we pressure test it a bit before just allocating $3.5 million that is then going to commit the future commission for I'm not sure how long, because that depends on the longer the project renovation takes. So I think these are reasonable things to work out versus us just saying, you know, we're going to allocate, you know, 2/3 of the remainder of the funds that we've been able to allocate today to this project. Okay, so that's why I'm withdrawing it at this time.
Okay, Judge Charles Sugarman, Juvenile Court, just one last thing. We have alternatives we'd like to discuss to handle the funding of this, not just coming from CIP, but from other areas that are available for funding. And we'd like to have the opportunity to explore
And
that.
I think, Judge, I think that's exactly what I mean, but we're in the posture here, where we need to vote on amendments that are ready to be voted on, and if we don't, we can obviously bring them back, but we've still got quite a few more to get through that are in front of us today. All right, Commissioner Brooks?
And Judge Sugarman, I appreciate you bringing this, even though we are said to be out of time. I don't hear any not getting along. I hear where there's been some miscommunication or the lack of opportunity to communicate. And let me just say this also, this is very important. And Judge Sugarman mentioned Safe Babies. If you will just go over there, take a tour, or read what is happening at juvenile court, you'll understand the serious health impacts that it has. So whatever we have to do, Judge Sugarman and Chief Olson, I think you all need to speed it up and get it to us, because we can find money for everything. We're going to find money for the babies and take care of them. One more thing, Judge Sugarman, have you all gotten that $2 million from Sheriff Bonner that was carried over when we moved Wajat?
Judge Tarek Sugarman, Juvenile Court, $6.5 million was what was transferred to the Sheriff's Department, as well as 60 positions. So those would be, that would be an available funding source, one of the ones we want to discuss with you.
Okay. Well, you know what? You may need to do what you need to do to get your money, okay? Because it was owed to you, and the sheriff should have given it to you. Don't wait on us to do it, because you may not have 7 votes.
Okay, all right, thank you all. So item 12M is withdrawn. Item 12N.
Item 12N is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the Shelby County Community Enhancement Program, CEP, in the amount of $1,300,000 from the opioid settlement funds, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
All right, Commissioner Caswell,
Move this item.
okay? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shalai. All right, Commissioner Caswell, you have the floor.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate, I know Commissioner Avant pulled her item, and the reason why I brought this item was not to hit general fund, but thinking on the work that's been done. I know many communities may not have gotten their reports or have worked alongside their connectors in trying to get to some of the root cause issues around what the district connector work was. Since we discontinued the district connector work, one of the things that we continue to do in our meetings with our stakeholders was focus on the evidence-based approaches to mitigate some of the drug use abuse in our communities. So my request is that looking at the $1.4 million that's been saved from this year from the opioid, that each commissioner was given $100,000 to go with the evidence-based work. I've been working alongside the Mayor David Parson and all the faith leaders at Bartlett when they do the Joshua projects. I worked and watched the individuals come out of the woods with us with the Jericho Project, throw down drugs, get in the car, go to Alliance, CAP, and some of these other programs to get the help that they need. I think that type of work needs to be supported in our community, and this is why I'm bringing forth this, not to impact general fund, but to allow within each district a evidence-based approach work that's in line with the opioid use of funds to be used out of that 1.3 million.
Okay, I think we just need to get clarity first, sorry, before I go to you, Commissioner Bradford, around the use of the opioid funds. Attorney Smith, if you can just clarify that for us.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The opioid settlement funds are in fact governed by guidelines coming out of the state of Tennessee. If this were to be passed, any allocation made from it would be restricted quite significantly to the purposes defined in those state documents. So it's large, I can look at it and send it to each of you, but that would place heavy restrictions on these funds.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Attorney Smith just kind of answered my question, but is there a way that we can get, if, let's say, this passes, if that's like some type of guideline that is written up so we can use for vetting? Because I do understand, since we're not doing the connector program, at least this is an opportunity to be able to do the same type of work in districts, but making sure we fall in line with the guidelines. If it does pass, can we get something like that to be able to use as a guideline?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that's exactly what I plan to send to you all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
And just for the end, just asking the support that allows us to continue to just do the work. And again, in line with what the evidence, I want this to be that evidence-based approach work, like organizations like CAP and Alliance and others that are addressing these individuals in our community. That's why I ask for support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
I had a question about the timing of this. If this is not going to be part of the general fund and we're funding this part of the CEP through the opioid, does that need to be part of the budget process? Is that something that could take place in July or even August when we get the answers to this? Any reason why this has to happen today or Monday?
And if I can,
Well, yeah, I mean, to answer your question, Commissioner Bradford, I mean, technically, none of it has to happen today. We can do it all on Monday, but I don't know that we want to do that. So if this is approved the way it's written, it wouldn't count against the general fund, but it would still be an amendment to the budget. So, either way, I think we can deal with it now or later. But Commissioner Caswell, do you want to speak to that?
yeah, and to you, Commissioner Bradford, again, the reason why I was bringing, I know it was some other amendments being brought for the other 1.3 win, and I was just trying to keep that as not being a focus, that we can do something evidence-based with those dollars without going towards general fund. That's why I brought it now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. And to the sponsor, I appreciate the use of the opioid settlement funds. When those funds came back to the county, they didn't have a lot of direction of just what would be best practice to be able to use. And I was just sitting back thinking, do I think that my municipal colleagues deserve just as much as I do in the urban core? But it's my understanding that the opioid crisis is a countywide issue. And so I support this particular budget amendment, and I appreciate that it's coming from the opioid settlement funds.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I certainly appreciate the sponsor. I think my perspective is shaped by a number of things, but one of them is just the discussion that we just had. And knowing that we have these massive internal needs where juvenile court is telling us that they can't even do their work. I just don't know how we can't move forward in addressing those needs first. That's why I would have to object. I just feel like we need to prioritize county government.
All right, so Commissioner Wright has objected, so we can now, Commissioner Thornton, you want to speak?
Yes, if I may, Chair. Just to that point, to Commissioner Wright, because the opioid settlement funds does have so much stipulation around it, I think that it's a very narrow funding pathway. So what can actually, qualify to be in alignment for use is such a narrow, I don't know, I'm curious what Attorney Smith is going to send to us. I don't know how tight it is, but we were able to get our district connector program funded through this particular fund. So I just think for a lot of the expenditures that are going to be made as a request for us today, the opioid settlement funds won't be an applicable source just because of the rules around it. So I do think that we can continue to see the community enhancement program funded through this, and I would hope to see you remove your objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So there's been an objection to 12N, so we'll vote on this. We'll vote on this motion. So yes for it, no against it. Please prepare the screen to vote. All right, anyone who wants to vote, make sure to vote. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Commissioners Whaley, Mills, Wright, Vice Chair Bradford voted no. We have 6 ayes, 4 noes.
All right, that motion passes. Next up, we have 12O.
Item 12O is a motion to amend the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate $1,500,000 to the Office of Reentry to support workforce development, job certification, identification, assistance, and transportation services for justice-involved individuals reentering the community, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
All right, Commissioner Caswell?
At this time, I withdraw that one.
Okay, all right, great. It's going to be withdrawn. We had one amendment I just wanted to take up. I think it's Commissioner Sugarman, this one is budget
12Y.
neutral, but it's a budget neutral item.
Yes.
Yeah. 12Y, which deals with the compensation policy that we looked at earlier in committee. So we can just quickly call up 12Y.
Item 12Y is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reallocate salary change funding to address employee salary compression, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman.
So moved.
All right, it's moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Wright. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you have the floor.
Yes, and so the elected officials reached out to me, and they wanted to address the compression, and so they wanted to pull that 1% increase together to address that, and they wanted to have HR and finance to get together to see what that dollar amount is, and so I'll let them speak to that.
All right, great. Clerk Gordon.
I think my mic is working. Janine Gordon, Juvenile Court Clerk. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak. For the last 48 hours or 2 business days, the electeds and I, we all got together to try to figure out how to address our compression issues in each of our offices. Now, it's not always by the Sheriff's Department, but for those clerks and their courts, typically and historically, they've always paid a little bit lower, let's say, than the trustee's office, the sheriff's department. But we are trying to address this in the salary range of 42 to 46, and really for those employees making less than $50,000 annually. And the way we started to come about that was to use the 1% that was proposed by the mayor's administration, although we are not sure exactly what that dollar amount is, to start to address this and get the needle moved.
Yes, we are doing this as a collective effort, and we realize even though some of our employees have received a raise, it still isn't substantial enough for themselves, their families. So what we are offering is for us to possibly take the $5 million that you were giving across the board for the compression and give that raise to those individuals that are making less than $50,000. And we're spreading that out among each of our offices. I think I have 22 employees that will be impacted. We will have those figures per court for you by Monday. But we are making this a joint effort so that we can continue to fight for those that work so diligently for Shelby County.
Allow me to say, Juvenile Court Clerk Janine Gordon, we have already put ours together. It would only cost us about $50,000, and that includes fringe benefits. So just want to put that on the record.
And my approximation, Jamita Swearingen, Shelby County Circuit Court Clerk, is approximately 160.
Eddie Jones, probate court clerk. We got together, we talked about all of this, and even when you look at my office, if those numbers are low, I only have 13 employees. Mine's going to be actually lower, but it is benefiting those that are at the bottom of these pay grades, and what you're getting out of that is you building it up from the bottom up, because these are sometimes seen as the least of these, but the most effective employees that operate in county government. And this will help fix the compression issues from starting, because it won't be over, because you're still going to have those up above the levels that we put in this resolution. So it's a start, and I just know that it's moving in the right direction, because it's very complex. And even when I sat up there for 8 years, it never got fixed. And now I'm on the other side, still not fixed. But this is a start to the beginning of fixing it all.
And we would like to also re-incentivize. We feel that it's inappropriate for an individual who's been working for Shelby County 10, 15 years, and they've been raised to $40,500, and we have entry position, people coming off the streets making the same amount of money. We have individuals who have invested to make $40,000, and it's not fair to bring individuals from off of the street coming straight in making the same amount of money. So we're fighting for those who have invested in us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Well, thank you all. I think this is a marvelous idea, very creative. So does this also include the district attorney, the DA's office?
Yes, Janine Gordon, Juvenile Court Clerk. We were all included, the DA and their CAOs, along with their finance administration and their HR administration as well.
And I asked that question because I thought we just gave the DA, maybe someone can help me, county attorney, DA's office, a hefty raise of the employees over there. So I'm trying to understand if they're getting additional pay raises. I mean, what we normally give the county is across the board, yes. But when the DA came before us for this hefty pay raise of employees in his office, it was way, way above 1%. I can't remember the percentage right now, but maybe you can help me.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I do remember the Board of Commissioners voting on a resolution to bring pay parity between state-funded district attorneys and those funded by the county. I'm not familiar with the rate at which those increases were made.
I know there were some hefty raises. I remember those numbers on the spreadsheet, so that you're right, pay parity. So that was last year, right? And then we also gave a raise, across the board raise to county employees last year, right? Or did we? And included the DA. I just want to make sure that there's not any disparate treatment here.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak to it?
Okay, briefly, please, yes.
Yeah. District Attorney Steve Mulroy, it was several years ago, the action that was referred to, and it didn't cover all employees. It was simply to bring county employees to parity with state-funded employees, because we had many of the same compression problems that have just been referred to were even in more stark relief in our district attorney's office. And so all we did was level up, and that was several years ago, and there hasn't been any special treatment of the DA's office since.
Okay, thank you. All right, Chairwoman Avant.
Thank you. I do believe that this is a great solution, but I think we would be making a decision without appropriate information, because I don't know if this 1%, which is relatively about 5 million, fixes the whole compression issue for all electeds. So without the data of every office, it seems like for us to say, let's just do a sweep of the 1% without having every elected's office. I just, I would caution us to do that in one full sweep. And I think do you have the data for every elected office to know what the actual amount would be?
Fred Doris, Administrative Assistant, Circuit Court Clerk's Office. No, that's what we propose to have for Monday's meeting. We're gonna meet right after this meeting, all divisions, and we're gonna do our individual budget and needs, total it up and give it to
Yeah,
Commissioner
I just wish
Shelby.
that before you all had come to us on this day, knowing that this day was coming, that information would have been very helpful.
We are-
Having it prior to coming to this body. And I'm not opposing that we need to take care of the compression issue. I really am not. But I do think that if we're gonna convert this 1%, then we need to be clear that if there's excess, it should go to fund balance. There should not just be money just floating for us to find miraculous other ways to spend it. So if there are specific amounts for each elected office that is under the 5 million that helps us to get there, then I can definitely be of support of that. And that any excess, anything less than the 5 million, is that it is directed to fund balance.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Avant. Mr. Doris?
Yes. We don't know what the total figure is gonna be, and we're not necessarily advocating that it comes exactly out of the 1%, because we nobody know what the 1% really is.
It's about 5 million.
Okay, so if our figure that we're trying to come up with, then we would actually be asking Monday that you amend the county budget to include whatever that figure may be.
Yeah.
We're not anticipating that be a very large figure, because to the best of my knowledge, the sheriff department and some of the DA office is not gonna be a part of the total figure.
And I think therein lies the challenge for me, that we have no idea. So if we say that we're going to move this, and it's more than 5 million, then we now have to amend our budget even further, and we don't have funds to amend the budget. I mean, we're working from a very small pool of dollars. So I don't think that that's smart for us just to say with, a magic brush to do this without having some very specific information.
I agree, but the one thing we know, this 1% will be a part of whatever increase we say we need, because you've already figured the 1% into it.
Yeah, so you're saying in addition to those 1% that the mayor is giving employees,
In those pay grades, you already given us 1%. So let's say if in circuit court clerk, we need an additional 3% for parity. 1% of that has already been covered, so we actually be asking for 2%. And we don't know if that's gonna fall within the $5 million that you have allocated. We would
So-
not know that until Monday.
Commissioner Whaley, I'll get back in queue because I don't know if that's the intent of the sponsor.
Right, okay, thanks. Let's see, Commissioner Thornton, and if we can make sure, Ms. Evelyn, if you can help us just with the timer, that'll keep us going. All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So we've heard from the elected leaders. Is there anyone from the administration that can talk about how you're a part of these conversations? Because we need the determinations that they come up to be vetted by finance. And I'm just curious, after, we vote and the meetings happen for us to get the right figures, how are they corroborated by finance?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. The administration just heard about this today.
Okay, can you just confirm that someone from the administration will be a part of these post-discussion meetings that are planned?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Commissioner Thornton, I wish I could. However, this body is already asking Chief Tipton for a lot of information that she's going to be working on. And so it may be difficult to get someone at these meetings.
So just for clarity and just managing expectations, y'all are going to meet, someone from finance won't be there, and the commission is going to want to know finite numbers on Monday. So that might not be an alignment there. So I'm just trying to figure out, we have to make our decision on Monday. How are we going to pull all this together?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer, I hear your requests, but be mindful that this body has already asked Chief Tipton and her team for significant information to be ready on Monday. And so it would be difficult for her to pull some people away from your request than to attend the meeting with the elected clerks and everybody else to be ready for Monday. I cannot guarantee that.
Okay, so I would just say to the delegation that's going to meet, whatever it is that you're going to, figures you're going to come up with, let's get it to the commissioners, to finance as soon as possible so that we can make sure that there are no last minute objections on Monday. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chairwoman Avant?
Yeah, so to the sponsor, as it was explained, so then there's an additional amount that would be requested. Understand, we just voted on a compensation policy. In the compensation policy, it says that we have to address these compression issues. I think this is one solution to that, but it would really be, it would be very difficult to just say, we're going to take this 1% from county employees and address all compression issues when and make a decision in a vacuum, when we have no idea if that is $8 million or $200,000. That's very difficult to do. And so I just really wish that you all had, I mean, if every elected had that number, then it helps us to be able to make this decision with more fidelity.
Juvenile Court Clerk Janine Gordon, is it possible that we could provide this maybe to you all on Thursday or Friday and have this information from every elected's office or those who are participating? Would that be a little bit more helpful?
So, Clerk Gordon, it would be helpful, but when we say things like for those who are participating, but if it's a compression issue for the county, it isn't just those who are participating in your discussions. Yeah, you have to understand that countywide, this becomes, when we make these like broad strokes of decisions that affect everyone in county government. So if we only affect 2 or 3 of the elected's office with their compression issues, what about all the other folks who are having compression issues? And that's why the compensation policy, I very much supported, so that they can address it, and we need to be finding funding sources to address those issues. It may not be this 1%, but the county does have a responsibility to address this, but it can't be that we pick and choose how we address a more widespread issue, and we oftentimes get ourselves in a lot of challenges that bring us right back here because we haven't thought it all the way through.
Juvenile Court Clerk Janine Gordon, I will say, because the sheriff's office does not have the same issue as many of the court clerks, and the trustee's office may not have the same, but they joined in the conversation with us to figure out how we get started, and so that was part of the conversation. They were in each meeting, and each meeting was done virtually, so it was saving time for a lot of people as well, and so hopefully the administration could jump in on a virtual meeting, but they don't always have the same issues and compression that we have. But I do understand what you're saying as well.
Madam Chairwoman, Jonathan Martin, Finance Administrator, Juvenile Court Clerk's Office. On the final note, that range per employee is going to be between $4,000 to $6,000 to settle the compression issue across the electeds from what we see initially. So if that would help bring some perspective. Thank you.
It doesn't, because I don't know if the 4,000 to 6,000 is 20 people, 40 people, 120 people. You know, that, you understand, making a decision in a vacuum when we have no specificity is very difficult for me to do. That, and I respect that it's 46,000, but I don't know per how many employees that impacts.
All right, just in this, for the interest of time, it sounds like there is clearly still information that needs to be worked out. So I would suggest Commissioner Sugarman can withdraw the motion at this time and can bring it back. I'm sorry? Okay, but I'm just saying, based on what I'm hearing now, that we could vote on it, but it may make more sense to bring it when all this information that they're saying they're going to bring before Monday, we can do that. As much as I'd love to continue to spend plenty of time on this, just for the sake of everyone who's already here waiting, for the staff, like, we still have a incredibly long list of proposed amendments to get to. And when we see some that are not fully solved, right, where there's still some question, it's best to get those questions answered and then bring an amendment. Just one person's opinion, but that I think will help us get to the place where we need to be, which is a balanced budget. All right, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so I just want to say on record that there is money already in the budget, and it's account number 5295, and it's $5,306,301. So my recommendation is also maybe that could be the cap. And as Clerk Jones stated, that this may be an ongoing thing, and it's for 50,000 and under, and for those categories that were mentioned in the motion that you all brought to us. And then it also states that you all will work with Human Resources and the Finance Department to determine, the dollar amount, the number of people, the dollar amount, and things of that nature. And so, again, the money's already there as far as $5.3 million. And that's in account number 5295. So, again, I will withdraw, but I just want to put that on the record, because I am working with you all. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you all very much. So, Clerk Jones, very
Yes,
quickly, please.
It will be very quickly, because I could see how this was going. And you found somewhat of a funding source, but I understand the overall county perspective, Madam Chairman, that you brought forth. So how about this? Because a lot of times when we meet, it's just us, and we don't have the administration. How about we put something together, ad hoc committee, where the administration has to be there, where we have to be there, so that it's not so one-sided that nothing gets accomplished. I think that's what is needed, and locate the funding source to be able to do this. All this other stuff is just noise. So, Commissioner Whaley, I'm done.
Okay, thanks. All right, so that motion has been withdrawn, so we're going to go back again. These are the order that we looked at them at the last committee that we didn't get to. So the next one was 12-0, so we can call up 12-0. No, sorry, 12-0 was withdrawn. Sorry, so it's 12Z5.
Item 12Z5 is motion to amend the FY 2027 operating budget in the amount of $800,000 for mental health and substance abuse services of the Mental Health Court, and to include position control budget to add 3 full-time mental health services coordinator positions, 1 full-time peer recovery counselor, 1 part-time court coordinator, and professional services for operations of the Mental Health Recovery Court program. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of FY 27 general fund in the amount of $800,000, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
All right, I don't know if we've got anyone from Mental Health Court here. Okay, so Commissioner Lowry, I know you're on this one too, but I'm just going to withdraw it at this point, and then we can bring it back if we need to on Monday. Commissioner Lowry, if you wouldn't mind just chairing for a few minutes. Sure. So So the next one would be 12P, as in Paul, which is probate court clerk.
All right, thank you. Parliamentarian, 12P.
Item 12. Item 12P is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to increase funding to the Shelby County Probate Court in the amount of $150,604.56. This item is budget neutral, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. Can we have a mover? Moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Clerk.
Thank you, Probate Court Clerk Eddie Jones. I come before you today to, represent what I am capable of representing what we need in our office. So, $150,000, we got approved for a satellite office. So, probate will be out in the community. Well, costs come with that through O&M, through employees. And when I say it is scaled down to bare minimum, it really is. But I know that we can get it done. So this is budget neutral. I have increased my revenue projections, moved from $959,000 to $1.1 million to cover the cost, which means it's zero cost to the county. And that trend will continue to grow because of what the state did with all of our fees. So it increased this year, next 2 years. So the funding through our offices, through fee generation, would be collectible. So once again, I ask for your approval. This doesn't cost the county anything. It's budget neutral.
All right, thank you, Clerk. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Clerk Jones, hello, good to
Hello.
see you. Is that estimated revenue, is that currently reflected in the proposed budget?
No, it's not. What they can see in my budget is where I am right now today. We have surpassed what was required of us somewhere near 600,000 that we have surpassed. So that's just free money. I'm just asking for 150 of it. Y'all can take the rest for y'all, whatever y'all want to do.
And you said, is this figure right? 959 is the collections?
That's my current revenue projections. So I meet that, my budget is fine. If I don't, then they have to find somewhere else for that to come from. We've over-collected in that amount to somewhere near the tune of, it's going to be between 1.6 to 1.7.
So just out of curiosity, who is submitting the projections?
So, well, that comes from the finance and all, so they put that in our budget. It is based off of our employees and what they're paid, which is actually a little bit less than what's there. So if I'm at 959, if I look at my actuals, it's about it's almost 870. And so that I'm not asking for any additional funding, I just increased it to give it more to be able to cover it. And even when I go past it, all of that money goes back to the county.
Yeah, I guess, we've seen these kinds of resolutions in the past. It makes me uncomfortable. A lot of things make me uncomfortable, frankly, but just because, it's funding that we don't, that hasn't arrived yet, or that isn't in the budget book. And so the only thing I can do is either take your word for it, or I can see that your actuals have come in above that number in previous years, but I don't have any independent way to verify that that's going to happen again. I would just say, maybe, is there some way that this would, the only way that I would feel really comfortable with it is if I had some sort of measurement along the way to be seen where the trends are. Does that make sense?
Got you, 100%. So the trends are already built in, what I've already told you. So all the fees are adjusting and going up. The state has approved it for the next 3 years. If we stay on the same path that I'm on year to year, with the fees increasing, that's even more money coming in. So that's already set in place by state statute.
Can we hear from Director Tipton?
Good afternoon, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Just to be clear, we do request that each elected submit to us what they project their revenue to be for the fiscal year. And that's what we put in, what they project the revenue to be. And we have, for the probate court clerk, for FY '27, $959,488. Clerk Jones is correct in that the fees increased, and he has collected, or the department has collected more than that amount over the last 3 years. And if the fees continue to increase, he would increase the revenue that's coming in for probate court clerk. But also the revenue is collected for the benefit of the county, not for the benefit of an office. So to approve for an expenditure is basically approving an increase for the operation of the office. I don't like to hear that it is free money. It's not free money. The money is collected for the benefit of the county. So.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, I just have one question for Ms. Tipton. When did probate stop being a part of all of the county?
All right. Commissioner, Chairwoman Avent.
So I guess the question, Ms. Tipton, when we're making these budget amendments, and this is for Clerk Jones, is this something that could be done after fiscal year ends and we see where you end for the year with these fees, rather than trying to make this as a budget amendment at this point?
It's budget neutral. We are way over what we have collected, what was required of us. So I can get you that number year-to-date, what it is, where we sit, and can I get you to read the numbers again? Because I don't remember agreeing to whatever numbers you got on that paper, because I didn't do that. Because if it's higher than 959, it didn't come from my office.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. That is the point. It's not higher than 959. What you recorded as your projection for FY '27 is $959,488. I agreed you have collected more in the previous years, but that is the number that the department gave us to put in the budget.
Which is accounted for.
Yes.
Chairwoman? All right. See no one in the queue? All right, is there, can we accept this without objection? Is it moved? All right, hearing none, so moved. Thank you. All right, parliamentary, please read 12R. We're not doing what? Well, let me know. I was out, and I just took over. So if Commissioner Whaler had a particular order, let me know.
Ryan, if you could help us with what was taken up before, since we're taking up all of the previous items, that would be helpful.
Because we skipped 12K for some reason. So I didn't know if there were some other ones he wanted to take up before. He said he was going to John.
I think it's on that spreadsheet.
All right, to put us on back on pace here, parliamentary, please read 12K.
Yes, sir. Item 12K is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to Shelby County Government General Fund in the amount of $2,260,376 from the Shelby County Election State of Tennessee Reimbursement Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman.
All right, is this a new mover in a second, or have we already cleared the screen for that? All right. I need a mover. Moved by Commissioner Thornton. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Shala. All right. 12K.
Thank you. There's a lot going on here. And so basically, this is a pass-through, and I just want to make sure that we earmark this. It's a reimbursement from the state, and so this is budget neutral. Just make sure that we get it reimbursed from the state when the Shelby County Commission gets it.
All right, thank you. Chairwoman Everett.
Director Tipton? I should get you some roller skates. I'm happy, just let me know your shoe size. I'll have to bring them down to your office. So Director Tipton, I'm just trying to understand, is this something that we can actually approve? Because the reimbursement, just help us walk through, and I know this isn't your particular area, the Election Commission, but if there's a reimbursement that comes through for a particular election, is it allocated back to general fund? What is the process?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It is allocated back to the general fund because the general fund expended the dollars.
Okay. And so do we know to the sponsor?
Yes, it's in the budget. It's item 4340 count. And so this just ensures we get our money. That's all. It's budget neutral.
So do we need a resolution, a budget amendment to do that?
If you look at what's happened before, thank you, Chair. If you look at what's happened before, it's questionable whether we got it back. And I asked before on record, are we being reimbursed? It was not clear. This makes it clear. This is from the state. It goes to the State Election Commission. They turn it over to us. When I asked in the past, do we get reimbursed? I could not get a clear answer. So this ensures that we get our money when reimbursed. If we got to put the money up front, want to make sure we get the money back. That's all it does.
Chairwoman, you okay?
Well, I guess I just don't understand the purpose of a budget amendment, because if the state reimburses, it comes to the county. So why are we
The
needing,
election commission, we don't necessarily get it back.
no, it doesn't come to the election commission.
It goes to the election commission.
It comes to the
No.
county.
Okay, then it's the election commission's budget. I'm looking at their budget.
Which is encompassed in the county budget. It's part of the county budget, and so that's why I don't understand if we necessarily need a budget amendment to do what is already a function.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. So you're specifically asking where it's posted, if it's posted in the Election Commission's section, I guess, because it is a part of the county's budget. So is your question, does it go to central operations or does it go to the Election Commission?
Okay, because why is it in the election commission's budget is my question. It's in their budget. I'm looking at it right now.
And the Election Commission is part of
Correct,
general fund?
right. Because again, if you look at
Excuse me,
fiscal
Commissioner
year,
Sugarman, go ahead and get in the queue so we can just keep track of time and all that kind of good. No, it's robust discussion, but let's just.
am I recognized? Okay, because if you look at the budget here, 2025, there's a balance of $11,373. In fiscal year 2026, $7,582. Why is it sitting there? And then in budget 2026, it's $2,271,749. In fiscal year 2027, it's $2,271,749. My question is, why is this money sitting there when we have needs? It should have been already reimbursed. On record, Administrator Linda Phillips came in and she stated on record that it should have been sent back to the general fund. This was Wednesday, June, 10th.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bradford.
I'm just going to pull one more person into this conversation. I would just want to ask the county attorney, what, in their opinion, what is this doing? Is this stepping outside of our bounds? Do we need this? Is this going to happen anyway? Just if you'd weigh in on what this resolution means if passed.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, having taken a quick glance at it, it looks potentially unnecessary by operation of law. These funds are going to come back to the county. We are already appropriating as needed by virtue of state authority. So I don't know that we need this motion to get the job done.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so again, it comes to question, she's not coming before us. There's money from 2025 fiscal year, 2026, why? Why is it still here under the Shelby County Election Commission budget? It's my question. If it's a pass-through.
You're asking if the budget is still there in 2025?
I'm showing numbers here. Why is it still here? Okay, again, 2025 actually shows $11,373. In 2026, $7,582. If it's a pass-through, it should be a zero, correct?
No, oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The way the general fund works, it's Fund 10 through 49. So when we report the general fund, we consolidate all those funds together. So you're seeing it under the Election Commission as revenue under the Election Commission, which is correct, but it's still part of the general fund revenue. It's not, we don't have to move it out anywhere. That's where it was collected. It's not saying that they have rights to it and they're the only ones that can spend it. It's just saying that that's the revenue that we receive back from the state for the elections under the Election Commission's budget.
So then, if it's general funds, then do we have the right to spend it then, or not? Because if not, my question then becomes, because if that is the case, and I heard Commissioner, one of my colleagues state on record that they're coming back for additional money, more than the budget, which they have increased twice. So my question then is, if it's in their budget, why can't they use it, or why can't we use it? Why is it staying there is my question. Why is it not being utilized?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
So, in your opinion, CFO, does a resolution, the amendment have an adverse effect? I understand that we got a legal opinion that it's not needed and everything else. Does it have an adverse effect if adopted?
Actually, which one was it? Was it K? Which one? 12K.
Yes.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, it's not needed.
Understood. Chairwoman Avent.
Commissioner Sugarman, I understand that you want to make sure that things are done right and in order, but with the amount of, amendments we need to get through thank you.
All right. Done with that objection. Parliamentarian, please read 12R.
Item 12R is a motion to amend the Shelby County Government FY 2027 proposed District Attorney's Office General Fund operating budget to exclude any personnel funding reduction in the District Attorney's Office. This item does not require the appropriation and expenditure of the general fund. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. Can I have a mover? Moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman, I heard. All right. Does the sponsor want to, who is this? Oh, he's not here. DA, how you doing?
That's fine, Commissioner.
Oh, the sponsor is from the, I'm looking at the screen here. Commissioner Wright.
I defer to General Mulroy and Ms. Indigaro.
Thank you. District Attorney Steve Mulroy here. I'm going to allow our CAO, Jessica Indingaro, to explain.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Indingaro. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the District Attorney's Office. We obtained the proposed budget back in mid-May, and in the very first line of it, and I wish I had a page number to give you, but we're about in the middle of the budget book, there is an item called Proposed Salary Budget Vacancy, and the amount is $283,027. I found this on a day when I was here in commission, and I was able to engage with Director of HR, Gerald Thornton, to ask him about it. He didn't have details, but he said that Director Tipton would be willing to talk with me about this. I followed up with finance on 2 separate occasions. I did, and so we found out about this. My first email was on May 20th. And as of June 10th, I finally did get a response from someone in the budget group that said, we will get back to you shortly on this item. So here we are 2 weeks after that email exchange, and we have been provided absolutely no information about what this cut is. It could be a couple of different things. It could be some equity in some positions where people are not making the full budgeted amount. It could be that they believe that they have identified positions that remained unfilled. However, with the new position control budget that we have been able to review from OneConnect, that position control budget is so egregiously incorrect, including people that have not been on our payroll since October of 2025, that I just don't know what else to do. What I asked of finance was to provide us with the information so that we would know what our position would need to be in front of the commission. And unfortunately, I'm here telling you, I don't know what that $283,000 is, but to the extent we have that available in our budget, we need to keep it. And so that we don't have to come back to you asking for that $283,000 plus 75% to match the public defender's office. So any personnel reduction that happens for our office, if we come back to ask for money later on with other identified things, we have to ask for 75% as well, which basically almost doubles the request to the county commission. So in order to avoid that process altogether, what we are asking is to just be excluded from personnel budget cuts to the extent that they exist across the board or otherwise, but that our office specifically not be docked this $283,027, which is so far unidentified, unexplained, and that we cannot verify.
All right, thank you. Chairwoman?
Director Tipton, I've put an order in on Amazon for your roller skates. If you could just share, and let me just say this, I don't think that this is a good use of the commission's time to use resolutions to go back and forth with the administration. It's a poor use of our time. We've been here for 8 hours, but to do the back and forth amongst departments is not a good use of our time and taxpayer time when we have such great decisions that have to be made.
Madam Chair, could I briefly?
Nope. I'd like to hear from Director Tipton.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The last I heard, and I'm really quoting here, was that we did respond back to Ms. Indigaro, that those were the vacant positions that have been vacant for 12 months or more. And the level of detail in the emails that we get from everyone is quite overwhelming, and we do try to respond respectfully to the questions that are just not the same question over and over again. So if you have not been responded to, my apologies for that. But we did communicate that we cut positions that were 12 months or older that have been vacant. So that was the reason for the cut. And I thought you had received the detail, but if you have not, we'll let you know which positions that was.
Thank you. Chairwoman, you okay?
No.
You had a response, DA?
Just very briefly, place a lot of value in the commissioner's time. I used to be on that side. As Ms. Indingaro indicated, we try to work this out privately without involving the commission. If we didn't have any kind of action right now, then we would have just looked at $283,000 being taken out of our budget on Monday without any explanation as to what it was and any opportunity to respond if there was a factual mistake. For example, we don't think there are that many positions that have been open for over 12 months. So I don't know what else we could do except to bring it to the commission, and I apologize for that. And I think Ms. Ndingaro actually has a response about whether she did get that information.
All right. Commissioner Wright, you're the sponsor here, but given the information, Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would just say I'm sympathetic to this argument that if it's an error and we correct it later, the commission's going to have to come up with some matching dollars, and that's something that makes it very hard to keep this office where it needs to be. So, yeah, I would just renew my motion.
All right. See no other commissioners in the queue. All right. All right, we have an objection. Everyone, our presenters here, CFO Tipton, what would it take for you all to get together and have a clear understanding of what's being proposed, the positions that are open longer than 12 months, and then get that information back to us so we won't have to decide between what's happening between your offices here without all the information.
Audrey Tipton and Director of Administration and Finance, it won't take much. We'll get that information to you.
All right. So, given that, Chairwoman, you still want to have your objection here? All right. All right, let's take the screens to a vote. My screen is not up, so. I can't see the screen, so has everyone got a chance to vote? All right, please report, close screen to report the tally.
Point of order, I just want everybody to be
Chairman.
clear that if, we're amending the budget by 283,000. Because essentially what we're saying is the way all the other departments are taking cuts, we're now taking one department and they will not have the same cuts that every other department in Shelby County has taken by you saying yes to this. So we should just reduce the number on the page.
All right. I have not counted tally. Given that, as every item in my screen is still frozen. So, is there any more discussion before we say we report the tally? Anyone change some votes? All right. Please close screen. Report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Wright, Thornton. Chairwoman Avon voted no. We have 4 ayes, 1 no.
All right, that item passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 12S.
Item 12S is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the environmental court in the amount of $83,075.66 from the salaries 5102 and building and land rent 6741 fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai.
All right, thank you. Can I have a mover? So moved by Commissioner Thornton. Any second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bradford. Who's the sponsor for this? All right, I don't see him in the room here. Judge, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Good.
I've enjoyed my full day over here today, away from the bench. I asked for this increase, and it is trying to find my glass, a mere $83,075.66, which I like to think was an error. But I'm just going to speak to what it's about. My referees, I have 2 referees, and they pay increase. The judicial commissioners got a pay increase in August, and the district commissioners was tracked with my referees for since 2010. And every single increase that the judicial commissioners got, the referees got, except for August. In August, they jumped up $20,000, and the referees did not get a dime. I don't know why. And I asked the administration about it, didn't get a response that I thought I got a response that was favorable, but I'm not sure. I'm also asking for retro pay of $18,000 back to August 1st for the amount that they did not receive. In addition to that, I'm asking for $6,000 for Whitehaven Community Court. I lost my Whitehaven Community Court about 4 or 5 years ago. It is needed. My numbers are extremely high in environmental court, and this court would be necessary for the Whitehaven community. And so that's additional $6,000 is $500 per month. And that lease agreement was worked out by the administration. So I thought that would be fine, but that was also poor. So that's the reason why I'm asking this body to increase the budget for $83,075.66, and $30,000 of that will only be a one-time retro pay. A total of $36,864.36 is just retro pay from August. The rest of it would be about $47,000 total budget increase.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shalala, did you want to speak to this item as being the sponsor, or are you okay? All right. Chairwoman Avan.
Judge, what is the amount that would be a part of the operating budget moving forward? Not besides just the one-time retro?
Okay, the total amount would be, let me get it for you. 47,000, I wrote it down, wait a minute, let me get it right. $46,211.36.
I'm sorry.
$46,211.36.
Okay.
And that is the amount does not include the retro pay.
Thank you.
And I don't know if I just want to make, and I'm sorry, Judge Dandridge, Shelby County Environmental Court. I don't know if I made it clear too. Also, there was a pay equity that was done in 2010 to compare the referees with the judicial commissioners. And that's when the pay increase was increased and bumped up to the referees. All right. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been having some trouble locating the environmental court page in the budget. If anyone knows the number, please shout that out, but I can't find it. My question was, is this, it says it's coming from the salaries 5102 and building and land rent 6741. Is that, are we saying this is a revenue neutral, or this is a budget neutral amendment?
It's a budget increase. I mean, the salary increase for my referees were $20,000 apiece, so that is a budget increase.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm just confused by the caption. And I've not been able to find the page in the budget proposal. I do see that the General Sessions Court Clerk is Joe Brown, so I'm assuming perhaps this needs to be updated as well. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you. I guess I will object. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, there's an objection. I don't see any other commissioners in the queue. Any other comments need to be made? All right, let's take it to a vote.
Point of information, what are we voting on? What does a yes mean and what a no?
Yes, it passes. No, it doesn't. It's understandable. All right, can we close the screens and report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon, Commissioners Wright, Vice Chair Bradford voted no. 7 ayes, 2 noes.
Thank you. Item passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 12T.
Item 12T is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the Office of Shelby County Trustee for OEM expenditures not to exceed the amount of $814,000. This item to be funded by an additional budget amendment increasing FY 2027 trustee revenue commissions fees in an amount not to exceed $814,000, sponsored by County Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Thank you. I need to have a mover. Moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by myself. I'll go to the, all right, you'll see the sponsor here. Trustee, how you doing?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Regina Newman, County Trustee. This is a budget amendment to fund three things which have been in the past included in the county trustee's budget. And the cost of the three things is $814,000. Only one is a recurring expense, which is the $200,000 you've been providing annually in the budget for the Greater Memphis Financial Empowerment Center, which was somehow left out this year. And the second is for 3 kiosks to increase the speed with which taxpayers can get their payments in, and the money can be credited to the county. And the last is for revamp of office space in terms of 30-year-old cubicles, which are falling apart and have no support. But this amendment is fully funded by a funding source, which is increased trustee commission and fee revenue for the coming year. And so I would appreciate it if you would approve it.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So same question I asked Probate Court Clerk Jones. Is that revenue projection already in the proposed budget, or is this something on top of that?
No, it is not in the proposed budget. The property tax revenue is in the proposed budget. The trustee commission and fee revenue ended up this year 1.7 million above projection. As revenue projections are made for the coming year, or as you guys increase tax rates, the trustee commission and fee revenue increases. And so we are more than confident that there will be 1.7 plus the amount of growth which was already in the revenue budget at the time after the budget was prepared, that the assessor provides us the data. And then by the end of the year, now we know how much more it will be in the coming year. So at least for FY 27, this amount can be funded, and those two items are non-recurring. So whether or not that amount decreases for FY 28, it won't matter.
So this body, you're saying, could score this as revenue neutral, or budget neutral?
Yes, absolutely, for fiscal 2027, yes.
All right. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, can we accept this without objection? I move, so moved. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Trustee. Parliamentary, I'll keep moving.
Point of information. Chair, are you keeping the total now? You have a new total where we at?
I am not, but I think we have some.
I know Commissioner Bradford was.
I know we have someone from the staff supposed to be doing that too, right? Yeah. Okay, say it on the record if you don't mean on the microphone.
$4,945,051.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, one more time, 4,900,000. Say it again.
Ryan, one more time. We'll get it back to you.
Point of order. So we really have to subtract the $283,000 from the DA's office because we just voted not to amend their budget. So that needs to be subtracted from this number. Because essentially what we've asked all the other departments to do, which is to make budget cuts, we've now exempted one department from that. By $283,000. That's what your yes vote did. I stated that on the record. I stated that on the record, that essentially what the yes vote in that previous vote, you decided that from all the other departments that the administration told had to have a cut, we were not cutting the DA's office. That's what the resolution said. So we need to subtract the 283,000.
Chair Whaley, would you like to resume, or you want me to keep going here?
Why don't we just make sure that we get this amount? I think we're trying to figure out what this amount
Right.
balance is. Can you, so Commissioner Lowry, that was 12T, so we have not done 12U, is that right? That's correct. Okay, I think what we have Judge Renfro here, so I'd like to go back to the item that we had to pull earlier, which was on the, sort of the original amendments. We can just hear that one. Yeah, we'll hear that one. So that's, that one was 12Z5. That's the one we held, yeah, that I had that held it, so we have 12Z5. Okay, is there a mechanism to consider it, since we've got them here?
I mean, it was withdrawn by you.
Right, yeah. So can I bring it back for consideration?
Is there any objection?
I'm going to have one objection, and I think we need to get to the bottom of what the balance is before we keep hearing these, because I'm concerned that if we start approving more stuff, we don't know where we are in the dollars. And
Right,
so-
no, we'll definitely make sure we get that clear before we take any action.
Awesome, thank you.
One thing I did want to do, Judge, is, if Director Tipton is here? I'm right here. Oh, so we had a conversation about this item, about the full request and essentially approving a subsection of that. And so I just want to make sure we're clear about whether that is already, have we already included that, or does that need to happen? Do we need to take action to do that, should we decide to do that? If you'll just maybe say it on the microphone.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It is not included at this point at all.
Yeah, okay, great. All right, so let's make sure we have the total now. No. So with so there were two additional amendments that were approved that had a general fund impact.
Commissioner.
No, it's less than that.
Yes, it is. It's by half. We were contacted and advised that we did have an amendment an amount that was approved.
Right.
And
I think there's a miscommunication.
A miscommunication,
So,
and we're advising-
Judge, sorry, before we go to your presentation, I want to make sure everyone is aligned on where we are from the budget standpoint, because we had two different numbers, I think, still. Because Chairwoman Avan, I think the number should reflect the DA item. So 4,662,024. Okay, do we concur, Commissioner Bradford?
I have a total overall of everything accepted. I don't have it broken down by individual items, but I can do that quickly.
No, just what's the total overall?
The total I'm seeing is $3,848,024.40. And that started the day at the 4 million number. We had a, if you want to look at it this way, a credit for the tuition. We accepted the 506 from the clerk. We accepted the 949 from the administration. And then the adds we had were the 1.5 to the crime lab, the 283 for the DA, the 83 for the environmental court, and the 841 for the trustee.
I think the trustees item was funded within within the amendment.
Okay, so we can take that out. Great. So now I'm at 4662024, which I think matches.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, all right, great. We're aligned. Good. All right, Judge Renfro, we'll turn the floor over to you. Now, I'm the sponsor of this amendment, but what I've told you is that just given the sheer number of requests we have, like, I just don't see how we're gonna be able to fit it all in. So it's like, how do we compromise and find a way to continue doing at least what we've already committed to in the past? So if you want to speak to kind of the absolute bottom line need, and then we can amend this as needed to move it forward.
Let's get it properly before.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, please, if
Yes,
you'd read
sir.
it.
Item 12Z5 is a motion to amend the FY 2027 operating budget in the amount of $800,000 for mental health and substance abuse services of the mental health court, and to include position control budget to add 3 full-time mental health services coordinator positions, 1 full-time peer recovery counselor, 1 part-time court coordinator, and professional services for operations of the mental health recovery court program. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of FY 27 general fund in the amount of $800,000, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Am I allowed to speak now?
All right, yeah, hang on. So I'm going to make the motion, seconded by Chairwoman Avant. Okay, all right, Judge Renfro.
Thank you so much for your time, Commissioners. I apologize that this document does not have the correct amount on it. It was my understanding that the budget amendment had been made, and that's what that conversation with Ms. Tipton was about, reduced to $400 to allow us to get in the budget, making this sacrifice at this particular point in time. Mental health court has existed for 10 years and not been in the budget. Okay, we're building a building, $22 million, and we don't have a team anymore. Our ARPA funding is running out. We have no one in the house to service these people. A third of our population in the jail is our mental health consumers that need these services. We cannot move forward without the assistance of the county. We only have the state helping us some. We need these boots on the ground to help our citizens, our mental health consumers out. The numbers are all off, so we're going to have to reduce everything by half. It was our understanding at Mental Health Court that if we accepted the $400,000 reduction, or the $400,000 that should be on here, that it would be accepted and voted on, and we had to do nothing further. So on my way home, halfway there to East Memphis, when we started getting phone calls from other concerned citizens that our item was being withdrawn. So we both turned around and came back because this is too important for our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So before we consider this further, I'm just going to make a motion to amend this down to $400,000. Seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Any objection? Okay, and so to be clear, these are the mental health service coordinators that are already being funded, but they're being funded with ARPA dollars, which of course are going away. So the decision we have to make among not just this, but there are many other things, is what continues versus what does not. All right, let me.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, to that point, curious of the discussion that you had with maybe the administration about the positions you needed and why they were not funded, and also what you're getting from the state. And the last part of that is, due to reduction, what are you able to do what you need to do effectively? I guess I assume the what's put before us is, obviously in a perfect world we'd like to have all these things. You don't have them currently now, right? So what's the output going to be, and what's kind of needed to at least advance your office in some form or fashion?
Sheila Bruce Renfro, Judge of Shelby County Mental Health Court. Here, we were asking for 3 coordinators, a peer recovery, and a court coordinator. Now we're losing 2, all right? And this is half of what we asked for. So at least we'll be able to replace those 2. We don't have a peer recovery person on our team, which is something that is required by the state and we've never had. We also need these other supplies, computers and all of that, to have that person in office and be able to do their job. We also have to have some services for professional providers to be able to pay them. So we're going to have to reduce everything that we have here by half, but we're losing those 2 ARPA people in December. So we're just replenishing those 2, and we might be able to add 1 more with what we have, plus all the other services that we currently provide. We were hoping for growth with our program, especially with this new venture you guys have with this building that you're building to try and accommodate more, but we just have to get in the budget. We've never been there. So we said, okay, we'll do it, and if we need an amendment or some kind of emergency services were needed, we will come back before the commission at that time and plead our case.
What is the salary for the 2 positions that you're losing through the ARPA? What's the funding for that?
Those are those $58,000 positions.
58, so 2 of them are 58,000?
2 of them for $58,000. The peer
Apiece,
recovery is
right.
$45,000 is what we have. The rest of it, computer supplies, office supplies, training, education, all that.
So
that goes with it.
116,000 for the positions that you're losing and going away from due to ARPA funds, right?
Those are base salaries. They don't include fringes.
Okay, all right. Do we know the total number there? To include that?
It can be provided. It's roughly close to a fourth of that.
And Chairman, I don't know if my time is up or if it ever started. or
Yeah, I
not,
don't think
so-
we were able to start the clock yet on
Okay.
you, but
right.
it's almost up.
Okay,
so.
all right. Noted. You mentioned something about something being required by the state. Now, what position was that?
That's a peer recovery position, and one of their own who comes back in the system and helps them walk, those steps that they've walked before, then provide support.
And the state does not pay for that?
The state provides funding for us. What is required is a position, I came before and called it a unicorn. The person at the very top of our mental health court is called an administrator, okay? That is required. Then after that, I have a manager, and I brought on Mr. Carson as a coordinator. But we're going to have to do some shifting if we are not provided funding, even if we are provided funding on today, to make sure we're getting the best use of the funds that we have. But we've just been trying to get along with what we had to now, but we are in dire straits. It's going to be, you have the mental health court program and you don't.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair. And along lines where Commissioner Lowry was speaking to, I know this court been in existence, you said 10 years, so through that data and that process, have you all looked at how to go out the grants or federal to back up the impact of what the court has been able to do by getting these individuals wraparound services and support? And go ahead and answer if you could support.
Sheila Bruce Renfro, Judge, Mental Health Court, of course.
Yeah.
I took the position in 2022, same
Yeah.
time you were elected. We have made drastic changes with that program and turned it around. We had a gala last month. We're raising funds. Now, with regard to the federal government, a lot of it was cut, so there were a whole lot of missed opportunities before I took the bench.
Yeah.
Since I've gotten there, we've done the best we could. We don't get everyone that we apply for, but we are applying for grants everywhere that we can. We need stability. It's hard to offer people positions and them to stay there and work and feel comfortable and do their jobs if they don't have stability. If all we have is this federal funding that we knew was going to run out in December, it's hard to get people to stay there.
Yeah. So, Judge, and I appreciate that, and I agree with you. I know this is a position we need to take here as well to support this item. To that point, though, when we look at CAPS and some of the other organizations that have peer recovery individuals, is there any collaboration with some of those organizations to work it with your court?
Yes, of course, and we use CAP quite a bit. Matter of fact, the funding that we did receive, some of the other funding that we had was contracted to CAP, as you know, but our team is supposed to have one assigned to us or paid to be there with our team the entire time. All of our team, participants don't go to CAP. So there are other people in the program that need services as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I support the item, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Any further comment on this item? Is there any objection? Can we accept without objection? Okay, so moved. So this is a $400,000 draw from the balance. So this takes it down to $4,262,024. We concur on that? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, thank you very much. A full budget. So we voted to amend it without objection, and then we will vote on the whole budget as amended on Monday. I couldn't tell you what time, but my good hope.
We'll be
as-
there,
I know
Commissioner.
Chairwoman Avant's hope is that it's done on Monday.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's see. 12U, let's call it 12U as an umbrella.
12U is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the Circuit Court as a recurring expenditure of $50,000 to supplement the salary of the Circuit Court Judicial Administrator position. This item requires a recurring expenditure from operating fund balance in the amount of $50,000, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, for the body here, this is for the 30th. I'm sorry, I move it.
Second. All right. Commissioner
Recognize-
Lowry?
Yes, Chair, thanks, Chair. This is for the 30th Judicial District new court administrator. It's split funding for the circuit court position. State is funding a partial amount here. This letter I see here is roughly $69,888. The vacant position is assigned under the Shelby County Court. So this is to supplement that with what the state is bringing forth as well.
All right, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. Just for clarification to the sponsor, we're talking about Circuit Court Judicial Administrator, is that right?
Yes.
And this letter, I thought, are they adding Circuit Court?
Yeah, so the letter says, and maybe I need to have a copy for everyone to see here. Judicial Court, the 30th Judicial District intends to establish a new court administrator position within the Shelby County Courts. To support this effort, vacant judicial assistant position currently assigned to Shelby County Courts. The position carries a state-funded salary of the $69,888 annually, along with associated state benefits. So this is what I have here.
Okay, I'm confused because I thought the state added back 2 courts, but I thought they were criminal courts rather than circuit court.
Well, that's true, but this is for the administrator position.
Oh, this is
within-
totally separate?
Yes, this is
Oh,
separate
see.
than that.
Okay, I apologize.
Yep, okay. Do we have any further comment or any objection on motion 12U? All right, hearing none, that motion is accepted, so that'll reduce the balance by 50,000. So that'll take it to $4,212.24. We agree? I'm sorry, what am I saying? What did I say? 4,000? We're not there yet. All right, $4,212,024. Okay, thank you all. $4,212,024. Okay. 12V.
Item 12V is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reallocate $705,000 $1,462.70 from the Shelby County Government operating budget to the offices of the District Attorney General and Public Defender. This item requires a reallocation of, one, $403,887 to the District Attorney General's operating budget, and two, $302,375.70 to the Public Defender's operating budget for a total reallocation amount of $705,462.70 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell and Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Caswell, do you want to move this item?
Yeah, I'd like to move this item.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Caswell, do you want to speak to it, or you want the DA to speak first?
Yeah, if I can just say, I know that we are just, as Commissioner Wright just alluded to, we're going to have 2 new criminal court. We talked about this in sessions with getting those 2 courts from the state. Now we got to make sure we got able to operate those, and that's what this is. And I'd like the DA to speak more to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again, all of you. So as Commissioner Caswell just mentioned, the state did create 2 new criminal courts. And although there originally was funding in that state legislation for prosecutorial staff, which is the norm, whenever you create criminal courts, you also fund staff at the last minute, that got taken out. I know that Commissioner Mills, the last time we spoke about this very item, we had presented on this already, asked if I could find out how that happened or who did that. And at first, Commissioner Mills, we tried and we couldn't find out. It just happened in committee. But more recently, I've come to find out that there were 2 different amendments, one with prosecutorial funding and one without. And Representative Rick Scarborough, who was on the relevant House committee, chose the one without the additional funding. However, I want to be very careful here because it may very well be the case that he was simply acting on instructions from leadership at that time. And I can go into more detail about that offline if you want. But in any event, we have to staff 2 entire new courts with no additional staff. Now, we are going to cannibalize from other trial teams acting in other courts to try to do this, but there's a limit to how much we can cannibalize existing staff and still manage the functions of the DA office. Normally, each trial team that's assigned to a court has 8 prosecutors. We're not asking for anything close to that. The state originally had suggested that in the legislation that the appropriate number would be 4 prosecutors and 4 criminal investigators to staff these 2 courts. We're not even asking for that. We're asking for less than half of that. We are asking for just 2 prosecutors and 2 paralegals to help us staff 2 entire new criminal court divisions. And I'll point out that earlier this year, before the state legislation was passed, we had another presentation that we had asked. We had asked for 2 additional paralegals. We've taken that out of our request. We had requests for a video technician. We have taken that out. We have pared it down to the bone because we understand that you are behind the 8 ball here with fiscal demands, and we are doing what we think is the, absolute minimum for 2 new courts, 2 prosecutors, and 2 paralegals. And then, unfortunately, under the state law, if you provide anything to the DA's office, there has to be a 75% match, and that's how we got to the final amount.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's nothing against you all, but it was a couple of years ago, or two or 3 years ago, the state took away 2 of our courts, and in that budget cycle, I made put forward some budget amendments, and I think maybe only one of them passed to reduce staff in, if we're losing the courtrooms, we should lose the staff. I think only one of the 4 passed, and even that we reversed ourselves later because we said that we'll still have the same number of cases. And so again, it's nothing against what you all are doing, I understand, but that's very frustrating to me to say you take away a court, but we won't take away the staff, but you add a court, we do have to add staff. And somewhere along the way, that math doesn't math out for me. My other frustration, again, has nothing to do with you all, but has to do with the state. I would really like to have an understanding of why this office is, whether it's half funded by the state or whatever that breakdown is. It's like we're picking up the slack that these are state courts. So why is Shelby County having to do this? I imagine, in addition, we'll have to staff up the criminal court clerk's office. We'll have to staff up the sheriff's office for court deputies. So I don't know if those things are being envisioned as well, but this is a tremendous expense. I'm appreciative of the state, certainly, for the additional judges. I guess my question to you, General, would be, is there any play between us and the state? You know, is there any game of chicken that could be played, or does that make sense?
District Attorney Steve Mulroy, I understand the question entirely, and I sympathize with the frustration with the state government. I share it, maybe even have more of it. There's certainly an opportunity to go back to the state next year and try to get some of that staff funding restored. But right now, we're staring down the barrel of these courts coming online September 1st and not having enough staff to do it, which is why we came out of desperation to you all asking just for the very, very bare minimum, not exactly what the state should have been giving us 4 prosecutors as part of this bill, and then as part of the overall funding bill for all DAs across the state, our share was supposed to be 5 more prosecutors. I think it's possible to go back and try to get some portion of that. I can't lie. But right now, just the bare minimum is what I'm asking for so that we can fund, because we're going to have to fund these courts come the fall. And then as to the other question about same number of cases, another valid point, I concede. However, the same number of cases, so therefore we don't need a full new trial team of 8 prosecutors, right? Because it's the same number of cases. You're right about that. But you still have to have like 2 prosecutors in each courtroom running the docket and negotiating cases, and you can't have one prosecutor be in 2 different places at once. So it's just like when you guys talk about the education funding and they say, well, you're going to build 2 new schools, but it's the same number of students, so why do you need more staff? Well, there's a basic minimum that you have to have for each school. There's a basic minimum you have to have for each court, which is why we're only asking for 2 prosecutors and 2 paralegals to staff the 2 new courts that are coming online September 1st, whether we like it or not.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. To the line of questioning with Commissioner Wright, I was wondering too, so when do we appoint these 2 judges, and do the state pay for the 2 judges in those positions?
Yes, District Attorney Steve Mulroy, the state does pay for the judges. The state does pay for the courts, not for unfortunately, the prosecutors. And my understanding is that they're supposed to start September 1st. There's an appointment process that's supposed to take place, and they're supposed to start September 1st of this year.
And to this amount that's asked here, is this, again, I know as public defender in your case, so if they're starting September, is this paid from July, August, all the way? Is this the full amount of pay being asked?
Jessica Ngaro, the Chief Administrative Officer. It's going to take some time for Finance and HR to create these positions, so we are going to have some vacancy savings during that process. Last year, after this body approved positions for the Drug Task Force, it took 5 months to get Finance in the same room with us and to create these positions. So we'll be acting as quickly as we can, but yes, there will be vacancy savings. We're going to try our hardest to get them on board before September 1st, but new positions take time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant.
Yes, so to Commissioner Wright's kind of line of questioning, since you already have vacancies that we just approved, could we not just amend this amount by the $283,000?
I'm Jessica Ngaro, the District Attorney's Office Chief Administrative Officer. So since we don't know what positions are affected by the $283,000, we don't know if that's attorney positions or victim witness positions. I can speak to what some of my colleagues have found, which is that when they did find out what the positions affected were, there was factual disagreement as to the length of vacancy in those positions. So we just don't know what that $283,000 is. If it were just cash, then the answer would be yes to your question. But I assume, without verification of any kind, that the amounts are embedded in current positions and that it is likely not enough, or, I mean, we would have to come back to you to create a position from existing funds. That generally has not been the case, that we have enough money in those positions in order to do that.
So, I'm in my head trying to understand how it could be from several positions, existing positions, if they're vacant positions.
I have the same question. I think that it is potentially a combination of things. And again, I just haven't seen the relevant information that would allow me to give you a better answer. But it is at least positions that they have identified, that they have not disclosed to us, that they believe have been vacant for more than 12 months. I would like the opportunity to verify that and to have a conversation with them, and we just didn't get there. I think it's also possible that some of the money that they've identified is what I would call equity money, which is a person leaves and the new person comes in and makes less money. So then there's a delta in between what the person is actually making and what the position is budgeted for. But again, I just can't go too far down that road because finance has not shared that information with us.
I have to say that of all the offices, yours seems to be the most complicated in the blending of, like, from a position of vacancy than anything else. Like, it's really kind of, it's a little confusing in the way that you're explaining, because and I'm assuming finance looked at vacancy in every department across Shelby County. So if they looked at vacancies, I don't understand how yours could be different in what an actual vacancy is than anything else. So with what we have still left before us, I think that there's give and take that everyone should be giving in this process. And so if, to your point, there's less cases that could be heard as a result of those courts and creating other positions, which we have told ourselves has not been a good use of our time, I would make a motion to amend this request by the $283,000. $0.27.
And I would,
All right.
and I object, and I'd say why, if, Sheriff.
Okay. So what we have is the original motion, which now has a motion to amend the motion. So we can just get clarity on the proper way to dispose of this
Parliamentary.
from the parliamentary.
The chair.
So.
Chair Whaley is asking you a question.
So with the posture of all of these are motions.
Correct.
So there was now another motion by Chairwoman Avant to amend the motion, which had a second from Commissioner Clay Bibbs to reduce the amount of the amendment.
So like you amended the prior one, if it could be by one of the sponsors, this friendly amendment to just change the dollar
Well, it's not
amount.
friendly, so the sponsor objected, so there would have to be a vote of some kind. Either we vote on the motion to amend the motion, or we vote on the motion as it's written. So what is the proper?
So it's a motion to amend. There was not, a friendly amendment was not accepted, so you have to take up this amendment, and then there could be a subsequent motion to amend.
So we have to take it up as it is.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's unless there was a friendly amendment, but there was not.
No,
So you have to take them up individually.
Unfriendly. So what we'll do is we'll take 12E as it is. We'll vote on it. Again, like nothing's permanent around here, so, it's all good. Like we
So
can amend as
my
needed.
understanding was different. I thought she was saying we had to vote whether or not we were accepting that amendment or not.
No, so if this is an existing motion to amend, so permanent.
If you'll just say that on the microphone, please.
So when you have an existing, we dealt with this was actually an issue that happened at full commission where there was an issue about there being an amendment on the floor. And there was a point of order made to take up that amendment. We were trying to accept a friendly amendment, and there was an insistence that we deal with the amendment that was on the floor. And so if there's not a friendly amendment that's being accepted, then we have to deal with the amendment on the floor,
Right.
the motion on the floor.
Okay, great.
Yes,
So
sir.
all right, so we'll go to, finish through the queue here, and then we'll vote on the original motion on the floor. Commissioner Brooks?
To the attorney, Attorney Smith, I'm just wondering, what we have here before us is an unfunded mandate, and there seems to be a pattern with the state and the DA's office. And we don't have any money. You know, we don't. Everybody know that. Not for this, not for an unfunded mandate. So I'm just wondering what are our legal options in terms of seeking legal redress? Is there a way that we can ask for some kind of an exemption and then pursue some other recourse from state auditors because we don't have the money for this office and for this unfunded mandate?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. It is never my preference to discuss your legal options on the record. What I will say is that these courts will exist, and they will be placed in the courthouse. So to the extent that some decision is made to fund them, that of course could be evaluated in any future legal step that the county may want to take or have to take. But I would like to consult with the county attorney about your options and bring those back to you.
Okay, just so I'll be clear, I know that they're going to be here because the state, they didn't appropriate, but they didn't recommend, whatever, they mandated that those two courts be there, okay? So you got the courts, but they're not funded. They can't be staffed because the staffing is dependent upon us. So will we put ourselves in any legal jeopardy if we let them sit vacant until we can pursue our legal recourse?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, to the extent that the county is presented with two new courts to operate and chooses not to, the county could risk liability by not operating those courtrooms. What that risk looks like, I'd like to take a look, and I can bring that back.
All right, Commissioner Brooks? Okay, Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'm not objecting just to object to Madam Chair positioning on this. I understand the position. I want to say to my position on the first item was that it was no other money being allocated for public defender because it was a discussion in. So hopefully by Monday, that item will be cleared up and we'll understand if it's vacancy. I just don't want to mix the apples and oranges with those two different items. If that can be dismissed on Monday because we found out it's vacant, I'm gonna vote against it, right? And that can come down. But with this item, it's a separate item, and that do requires other money by the public defender. I don't want us to have to pay for something after with adding public defender money if that case come to be something that we had to do. It was already, should have been taken, the first item, right? If y'all understand where I'm coming from. So that's why I objected to that and support this item as it is.
All right, thank you. So we've had an objection on this item 12V, so we're going to take it to a vote. So yes for it, no is against it. Again, doesn't change, it can always be amended and changed, but if we can please prepare the screen to vote on item 12V. All right, has everyone had a chance to vote? We can close the vote and report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Shalai, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon voted no. We have 4 ayes, 7 noes.
All right, that motion fails. All right, thank you. Let's go to 12W.
Item 12W is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to Heal the Hood Foundation in the amount of $500,000 from the Opioid Special Revenue Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
So moved.
Commissioner Sugarman, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your patience. This is a budget season. I know I've been here since 10 a.m., but if you could, go ahead with your presentation.
Liddell Beeman, Heal the Hood Foundation of Memphis, 1042 Palermo Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm going to let these great people introduce themselves, and then I'll go forward.
Lionel Hollins, former coach of the Memphis Grizzlies, and now board president for Heal the Hood.
Danielle Whitted. I am a board member and a business owner, 380, what's my zip code? Carterville. I don't know it. I've been here since 10. I do apologize.
Our whole mission at Heal the Hood Foundation of Memphis is to actually do work that keeps kids out of the system. And so a lot of our kids are most definitely at risk. And one of the things that we're building in the city of Memphis is the Hero Empowerment Center, which we've been given 7.02 acres of land to make something amazing happen in the city of Memphis. And so we did email all of the commissioners this presentation, and we're asking for $500,000 so that we can break ground. Here recently, we just got back to Memphis probably about a month ago from recognition on the Sherry Shepherd Show, and that was huge because what happened was Memphis, from a national standpoint, was put on the spotlight for something very powerful to be able to happen. And so we've been working and doing this work for over 20 years inside of the city of Memphis, and we reached a little bit over 550,000 kids. And so our restructuring process was from generating a fully functional board to being able to do what we had to do, and not only that, but attracting national attention and funders to be able to do what we have to do. And so the work has been continued. And shout out to most definitely all you guys as commissioners, from Commissioner Sugarman, Commissioner Bibbs, Commissioner Caswell, Thornton, everyone who's been instrumental in helping us to help these kids. And so that's part of our plight to being able to build this amazing facility. And we'll be able to do that with the help of you guys.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the queue here. Commissioner Wright.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question on the opioid fund. I know we did restoring the grants at 1.3 from opioid. This is now opioid. From looking at the previously adopted amendments, it looked like, at least initially, that the juvenile court funding was coming from opioid. Is that right, or was that changed to general? It's 430,000 juvenile court. That was opioid. So if I guess
so that was the original amendment from the first committee. That was the 430,000. Now, as they were here earlier today, asking for a $3.5 million amendment from the general fund, which we've held for now, but just, let's not forget about that in case we want to do something about it. But yes, the opioid fund was used for part of their request, 430,000.
So do we have enough fund to cover this?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I believe so, but Director Tipton, you want to say on the record the availability of that fund? Because now we've also approved the CEP grants. Yeah, 1.3.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We did receive another $2 million for opioid, so currently we have about $3 million. And if we deduct all the things that have come across, I think that leaves us at about $1 million.
1 million remaining before considering this item? After consider, okay, so 1.5. All right, Commissioner Wright, you still have the floor? Okay, good. All right, Commissioner Bradford?
Kind of similar to Commissioner Wright's question, more for county attorney. Any issues with using the opioid money for this?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, not on its face. Obviously, all these types of grants will go through a vetting process and we'll work on the scope and the contract, so no issue now.
All right, Commissioner Shalai? Great. All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the work that y'all do. It's always a more and more impressive group that's around you, so I like the way you roll. Remind me what district is the facility going to be in?
So it's going to be in Commissioner Bibb's district. And so we share districts because these are sisters that are kissing right on each other. So District 11 and District 12, but the building is in District 11.
And so when we think about, I know that you have done the hard work to take your programming to the schools all across the county. So when we headquarter a facility in a district, particularly one that's like further out east, what's the plan to make it a more accessible district? So opioid funds are supposed to, be something that help us all. And though $500,000 is enough to make me to turn my head to say, how does District 10 benefit from this? So do you have anything factored into helping constituents from the furthest parts of the county get to this facility?
Yes, ma'am. We just completed our full campaign for our superhero tour bus. We were donated a tour bus, and now it's getting ready to be wrapped with superheroes, pimped out with screens on the inside, and we will be picking up kids from different districts and bringing them to the Hero Empowerment Center.
So do y'all currently have any operations aside from what you do at the schools? How are students able to stay engaged with Heal the Hood?
We do have a small van that was donated by Memphis Allies, and that we utilize to get some of the kids to our after-school program. So we do have existing after-school programs that is happening in Hickory Hill, and those kids, or some of them, are bussed in from their parents, and we do pick up some of the kids in the current vehicle that we have.
And so the plan with the tour bus, what's the plan for how kids will be able to realize that they want to get picked up to come to programming?
So we would actually work with you and Hamilton in that area to actually work with the school. Through that, we will create a route and times and days that they will come to visit the facility. So hypothetically, if we say we're going to have Hamilton come twice a week, then we would have those days as Tuesdays and Thursdays, after school pickup, pick the students up, and then return them back to their school. So we will actually coordinate that with surrounding schools, but it'll be a build-out program.
Okay. And so you haven't built a facility yet. So once you get the facility, then you will effectuate all these plans to be able to get the kids to the new facility?
Correct, but we do presently have a small facility that we are housed in.
So
So we're
those-
housed in a facility in Hickory Hill presently, and we're servicing kids within that area and a little further out.
Okay. And just a final question, what's the total cost for the facility?
Right now, we've scaled it to a $7.5 million build-out. We've already invested right at $900,000 into the facility, and it's going to take us 1.5 to break ground. And so that's the reason why we're asking for the $500,000, because at this point now, a CC Foundation is coming in. NITO has already made promises to do matching funds, and Sherry Shepherd is coming to Memphis to do some other stuff. It's real cool.
So for clarity, the 500,000 completes the capital stack for you to start to break ground?
For groundbreaking, yes, it does.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think a lot of questions have already been asked that I was going to ask for the record. So definitely am in support of this item, now that I know we can actually use opioid funds for it. Ms. Smith, I'm pushing you on that so we can make sure that we have the right information.
Yeah, Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, we will take a look to confirm that same document that I'll be sending to the commission later. But at present, we have everything we need.
Okay, great, thank you. With that being said, I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Clay Bibbs has been moved to be added as a sponsor, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. If we could do that without objection. All right, thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
Yeah, I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, also moved by Commissioner Caswell to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman without objection. We have you on, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, and so I just want to thank you all for the work that you do, not just for Hickory Hill, but throughout Shelby County. And again, I know there's money left, $1 million, whatever, but I just want to tell my colleagues also, remember we talked about affordable housing? When I was in NACO, they said that could be used for that. So again, if there's any question about what can be used, for opioid funds, keep that in mind as well. But again, thank you all, and appreciate for you staying the whole day.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Sugarman. Chairwoman Avant?
So I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Chairwoman Avant's moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner
Thank you
Sugarman.
again for the work that you do.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just want to say thanks for the work that you all continue to do always. And Coach, thank you for hanging out with us as well. You see, this is the real work here. Sitting on the sidelines so compared to being up here for hours on end, making these tough decisions.
I learned a lot today.
All right. Thanks, Coach. And with that, I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Lowry is moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Vice Chairman Bradford. Without objection, we'll have you added on. Chairman Avant? Yes, you already good? Yeah, you're great. Okay. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, can we accept this amendment, 12W, without objection? All right, hearing none, that amendment successfully made to the budget. All right, thank you all very much for being here. All right, let's see, next up, we've got 12X.
12X is a motion amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to allocate funding to the Memphis Zoo in the amount of $1,500,000 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
All right, Commissioner Bradford, move it.
Yeah, I'll move the item.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Bradford?
So this continues the free Tuesdays at the zoo. We sponsored this last year, and so the zoo was able to open it up to an all-day event at the zoo. In the past, it had only been, I think it was after 3 o'clock in the afternoons. I believe they came and gave us an update on this, and they had information that just about every zip code in the county had taken advantage of this. They've gotten, I just got a text, about 85,000 people have taken advantage of this program since it was put in place. And so this 1.5 million just continues the free Tuesdays at the zoo for the coming year.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. I have a question. It's called Tennessee Tuesday. I was just wondering, does the state also contribute any funds?
I don't know that they do, and we may need to ask them to change it to maybe Commission Tuesdays or something like that instead.
Or Memphis Monday or something. I mean, can you ask?
Shelby County.
Oh, that's true. But can you please ask about the state?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Sugarman was going where I wanted to go, but then I do know that in their presentation, I did ask the question, what is possible with $1 million only? And I don't know if they ever answered that, because I think once they have the amount that they got last year, and we're getting to the point where large dollar amounts, people have the expectation that we give the exact same amount every year as if we got money to go around. So that would be my only reservation, is trying to understand the difference between $1 million and 1.5. Because this will now be like the second year at 1.5, and I think the previous year we did $1 million. And no, I know no one's here from the zoo, so they can't answer the question, but it would be great to have that answer by Monday.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Commissioner Brooks?
At one time, the state did provide waivers for school children to attend public events, public amenities, cultural entities, and all of that. So that was during the time when you had a different kind of leadership that fed children. But that aside, I think it's worth taking a look to see if those waivers are still in place, because I'd also like to know this 1.5 million, I can't support that for the zoo with what we know we got coming before us and what we just did to mental health court. I wouldn't be able to do that. But I do want to know for the public if those waivers are still in effect for children to attend free public amenities. So that was it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant.
Yes, there's a couple of different projects that we funded last year that I think were really important to the health and well-being of Shelby County. The zoo, as well as Hospitality Hub, and then also the investment we made with the Memphis Brooks Museum. So I'm going to object at this time. I do feel like that I'm hopeful after we get through this budget season and we review where we are as a county, that we can make some allocations to those projects again. I just think in this very tough budget year, I think I would rather have the budget balanced before we make those types of investments. So I support the zoo, and there's a lot of other organizations that I really support as well. But I just think doing the one-offs when we have such a critical budget year and so many of our just even standing departments are taking a hit is the reason why I'm objecting. My hope is, once we come back in the fall, and those of us who are coming back, that we do look at our financial position to see where we can make these very critical investments that are the whole part of how Shelby County is healthy.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant, and just to kind of reset, I think, where we're at, that the remaining items, even that we just have, remember, there were some that we didn't deal with today, so there's some that may come on Monday. But even the additional ones that we have on the list today add up to well more than the space that we've got, right? So that's just an important thing to understand, and that's not even considering the juvenile court at all, which, that still likely has to be dealt with in some form or fashion. But I think the dilemma is going to be, these asks, I think, are all, I understand these asks, but if we sort of just take them at full ask, we'll be done in like 2 items. And then just because, the item was the last one on the list, it becomes, what do we do? So I don't think that, just my personal opinion, that doesn't make as much sense as, let's look holistically at what the needs are and what the requests are, and we can decide either to fund a little bit of all of them, or say no to probably most of them, in the interest of funding just a few more things. I'm not sure we're going to solve that right now, but just a caution of, if we do go down the route of approving them as they come, I think we will get to 2 items, this one and the next one, and then we will be done. So just important to understand that. So there was an objection, I think, for that reason, probably from Chairwoman Avant. So we can now take a vote, unless there's a friendly amendment, but we can take a vote on 12X. Sorry, I thought we were voting. Yes, we can vote now. I was ready. Okay, I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
Commissioner Whaley, we now have yes.
Yes.
I like it. Yeah, if you feel, want this to, I love it.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Shalai, Thornton, Bradford, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon voted no. We have 3 ayes, 7 no.
All right, so that amendment fails. Next one up is 12Z.
Item 12Z is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget, authorizing a $3 million investment in public safety, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr.
All right, Commissioner Caswell.
I'm sorry. What number, Chair?
12Z.
Oh, yeah, okay. I want a motion to move.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. All right, Commissioner Caswell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I know things are tight on us as we are, but in all that we've been asked to do, and we had many advocates come out a couple of Mondays ago around prevention intervention work. I think that when we think about the safety in our streets, we often hear that even before the task force came, we've seen a reduction of 25% in crime, and I can say a lot of it had to do with these individuals who are doing that type of work in our communities. And so I just, this is a number that I came in large because of the cuts that I was looking for in the initial 1J, even though I know that those was discussed as being maintenance of efforts things. So I just ask that this be considered, that we think about the people that's doing the work in our streets, in our community every day, and support the joint office work. We had an individual come down from DC who is helping with Cities United, talking about how this work and creating that ecosystem equates to bringing down, making our community safe. So I'm just asking for this body to consider this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chairwoman Avent.
Yes, so I'd like to ask if the sponsor would consider a friendly amendment to this. I think that it was very telling, the number of people who came down to support. And I think if this is specifically for the Office of Public Safety, the joint office, I can support us making sure that that is in our budget, because I think it holds a really important place in some things that cover a multitude of issues that we have all thought as important. So my request is if the sponsor, one, would be open to a friendly amendment to 1.5, and that it specifically goes to the joint office of public safety.
I am.
All right, so just a motion to clarify that it would go to the joint office of public safety, seconded by Commissioner Clay Bibbs, who was accepted by the sponsor as a friendly amendment. So we're now, sorry, 1.5.
I accept that.
Okay, all right. Chairwoman Avent, anything further? All right, Commissioner Brooks.
I'm really not familiar with this office, so if someone could help me in terms of some of the duties, responsibilities. I do know that there's one staff on the county side and one staff on the city side, but I'm not familiar with the roles and responsibilities. Can I get some help?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. I just could speak to what I've been involved with in the work and seeing it when the murals, both murals came together. This is the first time in the country where you got the county and the city to bring together an effort to combine prevention and intervention work. Largely was thought of because of seeing cities like Atlanta and others that was getting so much money, even though Memphis had the highest rate. And what was said by the people from DC was that it was no collaboration. You had city asking for resources from the federal level, county asking for resources, and we never was getting the real resources down to the ground. This office was helping to convene that. I know on the city side, they've been putting $1 million behind nonprofit organizations, actually creating the ecosystem to do their work. And so this is just, again, to allow them to build out that ecosystem, support those organizations that's on the ground, that's doing the work in our communities. Thank you. I hope that answers.
All right, thank you.
I can appreciate my colleague's explanation of that. Thank you very much. So I'm going to not say anything more because I'm really not, I'm just not versed or informed enough to speak on it. But I'm very curious about spending $1.5 million for this office that I don't know a lot about. But we have some time before Monday.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Brooks' sentiments. I was scrambling, talking to someone, so can you just remind me, who is the division head over this office?
Chair, right now for the county side is Valerie Matthews, and for the city side, I believe it's Tamika Williams, I believe her name, on the city side. And they were under Shelby County Community Service, under the Office of Shelby County Community Service.
And so if Ms. Matthews can be here on Monday, that would be helpful to get some additional questions that may come up answered. I have heard and seen the organizations that came down, so it's my understanding that the violence intervention organizations primarily use this office. Is it open to all nonprofits, or is it just for those nonprofits?
Yes, Chair. Yeah, they are open to all nonprofits. I know that they do work within the ecosystem, and a lot of it is around gun violence intervention work. It's the main focus of what they do. And so this, again, office was created to not have so many organizations going after these dollars in silos, but actually to be intentional about going at it together. I think it builds the case when we talk about the federal and the state level to get those dollars, to know that you have a joint office who keeping all that data and showing those outcomes from that department is their focus.
And if I may, Chair, to Commissioner Caswell through the chair, thank you for answering these questions. Do you know what the newly proposed $1.5 million will actually be earmarked for?
So from my understanding, in both bodies, they already have administrative dollars for the administration. These dollars, from my hope, is to actually go to the streets. I would think that it would actually go and do the work that's needed to be done out there in the community. I know a lot more is needed. When we look at the data, what they have presented to me and others around this work when we had them in the Public Safety Ad Hoc Committee, was that cities like Baltimore that was getting $500 million from the federal, they, from their local body, was putting $15 million a year in, and they were seeing major reduction in violent crime in Baltimore due to that work. And so that would be hopefully the idea. Hopefully the administration can send these, allow Valerie, Ms. Matthews, Director Matthews, to come down to speak to this, to give you more context around that.
I definitely am interested in learning more, and I'll just hold my remaining questions for Monday. Excuse me, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So with that, the amendment was accepted, or the friendly amendment was accepted. So is there any objection?
I will, can we take this to a vote, please?
Great, all right, so we'll call that as a soft objection.
I'm not objecting, but I need to recuse.
Okay, all right, so we will take this motion as amended to a vote. All right, Director Tipton.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Just to understand where this money is being budgeted, I agree with Commissioner Thornton. We need some type of itemized list on where it's going and how it's going to be spent. So if you could also ask for that as well. Thank you.
And administration, again, if you can with the administration, I know it's under the mayor office. If they can request that too, but I'll put in a request to them. Thank you.
Okay, I will.
All right, thank you. We can take this to a vote.
Can you please mark me as a yes?
Yes. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote. All right, Commissioners, this is going to take the new balance down to $2,712,24.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Cadswell, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon, Commissioner Wright recused, Commissioner Brooks abstained. We have 8 ayes, 1 recused, 1 abstain.
All right, so that motion carries. Again, the new total is now $2,712,024. I want to call up, I think the last item here, which is 12Z7. This is Commissioner Lowry's item before he has to head out, so we can discuss that. So can we read 12Z7?
Yes. Item 12Z7 is a motion to amend Shelby County 2026 through 27 budget to appropriate $1,500,000 for the Hospitality Hub of Memphis, Inc. for services to combat homelessness. And I'm just was the N supposed to be in there? Okay. Sponsored by Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, I was just, all right, Commissioner Lowry?
So moved.
All right, second by Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Lowry, do you want to introduce the item?
Sure, this is, similar to what we did last fiscal year. I think we approved that with the thought process that it would be reoccurring, but I know we have a myriad of, items before us, but bringing this back as well, and I know we have someone here to speak on the item as well.
All right. Yeah, we're on 12Z7. Okay, Jared, do you want to introduce, state your name and zip code and give us a brief context here on this item?
Jared Bingham, 38105, founder, Hospitality Hub. Thank you all so much for having us here. As many of you know, some of you were elected the very first time that the Hub came before this body, when Mayor Harris was first brought over here to this side of the plaza, and we worked together with the commission and the administration to build a plan to build a primary campus for women who were experiencing sidewalk level homelessness. It took us years and years and years to get an operating agreement with the county, and we finally have one, but it is pending availability of funding. And so we ask you to match the city's commitment, which is 6 years. That's in the resolution and the contract we have. The city supports the Hub at $4.5 million a year, and we're asking y'all to support us too. On deck this year, we'll open a family campus with 60 families for 300 kids. Tonight at the Hub, there are about 80 kids. It's a dire need, and we're doing our best. We're underwater all the time. Thanks for helping.
All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. So you said that you have a new operating agreement or a better understanding of the one that existed?
No, we have an operating agreement with Shelby County that anticipates 6 years of funding pending budget availability. Each contract has, as you probably know, has to be rewritten every year.
And the agreement over the 6-year span, what is an agreement? Like, what is the, I guess, vision for service, and what are we paying for in terms of just the magnitude of this issue?
That's right. The Hospitality Hub is a point of entry for people who are entering the continuum of care. In our community, we want there to be no wrong door. And so we want there to be every agency that finds someone who's experiencing homelessness to be able to find support for them and pathways towards housing. At the Hub's primary campus at 590 Washington, we see 4,000 unduplicated adults. This funding is designed to stabilize that core population, which is about 95% of the people in the county who become homeless each year. We see all zip codes. We send outreach out to every encampment, every place that there's need. We respond as quickly as we can. We are not perfect. We make plenty of mistakes, but we do our best every day to fight to be better.
So when you talk about you being one point of entry, who are some of the other points of entry? And can you just talk about any targeted strategy you have for Orange Mound? I ask this every year. So when I talk to my stakeholders, they're like, who cares about the homeless people of Orange Mound? They're clearly here. They're on the business steps. They're at the church steps. They're in the middle of the street. They're getting hit while they're crossing the street. It is the most visible homeless community that I can see outside of downtown. So what is the plan
Thank
for
you,
the
Commissioner
homeless
Thornton.
of Orange
Yeah,
Mound?
that's incredibly helpful. It's one of the tightropes that we walk with Hub Outreach is we aren't law enforcement. We aren't enforcement of any kind. We're an offer of help. And, many times if somebody rolls up on you with an offer of help, you don't really want the help. Now, the relationships do form. And so, like, when the inclement weather hits, we have 400 people come inside our shelters to keep from freezing, but those 400 people are not coming to an offer of help until they're ready. Now, each community should have a place like the Hospitality Hub, and building the capital stack, for example, the Hub North Campus for Families, that's $20 million. It took me 3 years to put together $20 million for that campus. So, yes, we should have a dedicated facility in Orange Mound. The Hub would love to partner in that kind of thing. It takes probably 3 years of assembling capital to be able to build something like that.
And the Hub North Memphis, is that moving forward?
Yes, it's the deal, it's a LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit deal. It will close within 90 days, and the buildings will start being built August.
And so the 1.5, the dollars in question right now, what will they go towards?
They go to general operating budget of the Hospitality Hub, which is $10 million a year. So roughly 15% of the operating budget.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
That was my question about your operating budget. So that's your total, but that's your operating budget. What is your total budget?
Well, if you count capital this coming year, our total budget will be $30 million. But we count operations as direct support, people who do things, feed meals that are fed. Right now, we have a lot of families in hotels. So summertime is, perversely, summertime is challenging for us because when kids are out of school, families who've doubled up, the sister who's been keeping her sister with 3 kids, it's easier when they're in school all day. And now they're there and they're pulling on the curtain or they're chasing the dog or whatever, and families get fed up with each other and send them out to the streets.
Okay,
So
that's great anecdotal information. So maybe, I guess I'm looking for something in writing about your outcomes, where you go, what you're doing in North Memphis, South Memphis, Orange Mound, Cooper Young, and what areas of operation and what exactly you're doing, so I can.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll send you our annual report when I leave this meeting today, and then the public-facing demonstration of where the outreach reaches is super important, and so we're building that right now. It takes a lot of work to build a public-facing dashboard. You guys have been engaged in these kinds of conversations before, and so within this year, and in fact, I'll commit to you as part of our reporting to this body, I will deliver to you a public-facing dashboard where you can see all the routes.
In fact, you just brought it back to mind. I remember now, last budget cycle, we talked, and in that talk, I think we talked around public engagement, community engagement, and I asked about just that, you reaching out to the community, because I think there had been some issue about the tiny houses, the tiny homes. There had been some community opposition and all that. And so you talked about what you said, then what you just said now about what you were going to do. So, I would greatly appreciate it if you all would, actually get that public-facing, public footprint out there as soon as possible, because that's what's important. People need to know where to go. Homeless people do not watch the news or keep up with social media and all that kind of thing. So, on the street flyers, in soup kitchens and inns where homeless people go for shelter and food would be a great place to start.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. What percent of your $30 million budget comes from government?
Two different tranches of budget. So the general operating budget, 80% of the general operating budget comes from some government contract source. On the capital allocation side, it depends on whether you count the low-income housing tax credits. They're a federal instrument, and they run through THDA, so they could be counted as a government tranche, but they're actually purchased by institutional investors like banks. So the capital comes from the banks, which makes that project in Hub North, it's 15% government funded and the other's private.
I would like to see on Monday what the breakdown of the dollars are, where they're gonna go. Because we've talked about a lot of hopefuls, but I can't stress enough when we're seeing an operation that's a $30 million operation, we should be able to have a vision before us that is a countywide vision. So if the county is investing in it, then we need to know when people come to you from their respective communities when the inclement weather hits, what happens outside of that 1 day, 2 day, less than a week experience, and they go back to their communities where they're not served. It's been great that the buses have been free, but what happens when, the buses aren't free and people aren't willing to take that $1, $2, however much the bus costs, trip down to the hub. So I just want to stress to this body, I do think it's important for us not just to give dollars to Hospitality Hub because homelessness is a hot topic, but let's fund the plan. We have made Universal Pre-K come to us with a plan. They've put us on a 5-year plan to be able to provide Universal Pre-K. I've never seen the Hospitality Hub plan that we're investing in. And so today I have no other documents but another multi-million-dollar ask to go towards Hospitality Hub. So on Monday, give us something that can tell us what the vision is for how Hospitality Hub is either going to service the homeless issue in Shelby County or the piece of the pie, because you mentioned you're just a point of entry. So if there's an acknowledgement that there are other points of entry, then I don't want to give 100% of funding to Hospitality Hub. I want to give you what is your proportionate service to this issue. So let us know what we're working with here. And I would hope, just on behalf of a community where homelessness is a real issue, that we would look to the 100% goal of whatever this county is doing for homeless people across the county. Supporting Hospitality Hub does not necessarily mean that you are doing much for all the individuals that are in Orange Mound. I encourage everyone listening to go to Park and Airways and see all the bodies that are just walking around the community unsupported. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will preface this by saying I absolutely support the Hospitality Hub. But as you could see, we have a lot of people coming today asking for a lot of things. And very similar to what I said about the zoo is about it based upon if funds are available. So if there's an opportunity for us to fund at some level, I think will be great. But even if we can't do the 1.5 that you've asked for, and I'm putting it on the record, hopefully someone will make a second of that, or as we talk through it, because I think we're in the situation where we know we made a lot of commitments last fiscal year that you see now really are not the same for this fiscal year. So if it happens not to be 1.5, don't take that as, oh, we do not support you. We're just in a different climate now.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Chairman Avant?
Similar. I've seen firsthand the work that you all are doing, completely support the Hospitality Hub, and was the sponsor last year for the investment that was made. And so one of the sponsors for the investment that was made. So I too really just want to see how we get through funding the basic Shelby County government at this point. But I do want to make sure that, and I'm asking again on the record from my colleagues who are coming back with me, that once we have gotten through this fiscal year, as well as seeing where there's some revenue that is, unspent, where we can make some of these very pivotal investments. So that's, for that reason, I am a huge supporter, want to make sure that we can do that, but I just feel like we have to make sure to fund county government at its most basic level at this point.
All right, yep, thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I also just want to let you all know that I really appreciate the work you guys are doing, and I know there are alternate sources. We're a great match for opioids, for example. So if you think of something that's not in the conventional path, then I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, that would be an interesting amendment if someone wanted to do that.
I'd like to make an amendment.
All right, Chairwoman Avant?
I'd like to make an amendment to utilize 1 million of opioid funds for Hospitality Hub. If not, if the sponsor would take a friendly amendment.
All right, I think it's moved by Chairwoman Avant to fund 1 million from the opioid fund, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. So just to be clear, Chairwoman Avant, are you just amending the whole item just to be 1 million from the opioid? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just because of, I want to make sure they get funded, right?
Right.
And I think we have about 1 million left. And again, we have some very important projects that, once we get through this fiscal year, maybe we could get to the other investments that need to be made to make some of those organizations whole that we funded last year.
All right, let's also just make sure, and I think we always do this with the opioid funding contracts, to make sure that it's subject to the funding actually being in there. We'll make sure that, yep, thank you. All right, is there any objection to this item as amended? So it's been amended to 1 million as an amount. The amount has been funded through the opioid fund, subject to the actual availability of the funds in that account. It was moved by Chairwoman Avant. The motion to amend, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. It was done as a friendly amendment to the motion. Is there any objection?
So I'm going to object,
Okay.
just because I just want to vote.
Oh, great. Okay, so we'll just take it to a vote now. So yes is for the item as amended, no is against the item as amended.
No.
All right, if everyone's had a chance to vote, sorry, put Commissioner Sugarman as a no. And then we could record the vote. Sugarman, no.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Wright, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avant, Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Thornton voted no. We have 6 ayes, 3 no.
All right, that motion passes as amended. Okay, thank you. Let's go back here to 12Z1.
Item 12Z1 is a motion amending the FY 2027 operating budget to appropriate unexpended funds previously approved in the FY 2026 operating budget for community initiatives and grant recipient programs, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, Commissioner Thornton, I'm going to move it. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by, get a second on the motion. Seconded by Commissioner Shalai. So we're on 12Z1. Just to recap that previous item did not did not hit the fund balance, so the balance now is still $2,712,024. You want to move, you want to comment? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. So this particular item, in fiscal year '26, there are a total of $1.8 million earmarked for the organizations listed. So to date, none of those contracts have been signed off by the mayor. All of them are sitting on his desk. And so if you're doing math, we have less than 6 days before those items are going back to the general fund. So to be proactive and to possibly just get a new administration to support these organizations, we are asking for these items to be added into the budget using the dollars that have been earmarked from them for fiscal year '26, as they will be going back to the same source that they'll be pulling from. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Caswell?
Just to be clear to the sponsor, so this wouldn't be no new money, this is money from last year's budget?
So, great question, Commissioner Caswell. I'll let legal explain what has been the number one question that I've been asking. It's a yes and a no, I think. So to legal, if you could clarify.
I'm sorry, I missed the first question.
Well, I was asking, was this new money, or since she's preferring to last year 1.8 million, Commissioner Thornton?
Yes.
Moving that money towards these items, so.
Okay, so we've had a crash course in how this works. To answer your question directly and succinctly, it's new money. The reason for this is that the funding source for the previous allocation in FY '26 is fund balance. At the closure of the year, the expenditure would go back to the fund balance. Therefore, the new funding source available in FY '27 would have been fund balance. So it is a new expenditure on a new budget year. It's new money.
So I appreciate that explanation. So the thing is that if these items are not contracted already?
All of these items are contracted. They're just sitting on the mayor's desk. So the big question is, what was it? I don't know what. They're not executed. That's what I hear.
So no
Director
contract.
Tipton.
I'm sorry.
They
just
have
to be-
contracts, but they're not out the door.
I just want to, just for the record, the county government does not have a final executed agreement, so there is no contract in place, and there is no detrimental reliance argument right now, just to be clear.
So just for me, to that point, is that, because I don't know where that they are in the process with the mayor still signed, how do we make sure that that is dead if this come alive, that those items die?
So that's a good point. That's a question that I asked. So hypothetically speaking, if Mayor Lee Harris wants to sign off in these next 5 business days, then this particular item would not fund those items in the fiscal '27 budget. That's my understanding from legal.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that was the design, is that if there was an executed agreement between now and the end of the fiscal, there is a clause in here that says it would not be duplicated in FY '27.
All right, thank you, Chair, thank you, sponsor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. All right, so do we have, so can we get clarity then on if we approve this amendment, does this amount hit basically our fund balance target that we've been allocating so far? So that we're at $2,712,024. Would this, can you please state that on the record? So if this, just to clarify, because we're trying to make sure that we balance this out, that if we accept this amendment of it's 1.8 million, that, I understand the semantics of it, but would the effect be that it would reduce our 2.7 million, in available funds at this point by 1.8 million? Or is this separate, or is this sort of, I don't know, neutral?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, it would affect your running total, your $2 million total. It would reduce it by 1.8 million.
Yep, okay, all right. Yep. Okay, any other questions on this? Commissioner Bradford?
Based on that, I'm going to object to this, just because this seems like this needs to be put in the same pot as some of the other things we've talked about, and I apologize to Commissioner Thornton and her group that this never got passed by the mayor, but I just think where we are, that's what we need to do with this one, as we did with the zoo and a few of the others, so I'll object to this time.
Okay, all right. So why don't we just take it to a vote, Madam Clerk? Yes to the amendment, no, no at this time.
And point of information, I may be looking, what is a substitute presented? Because I'm looking at 700,000. I know Commissioner Bradford just said 1.8 million. Is it something else I'm missing?
I think it's 1.8. This is 12Z1. Yeah, I think that may be a different item, another item. So we're just on 12Z1.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman's a yes, and then we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Brooks, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 3 ayes and 7 no.
All right, that motion fails. Let's do 12Z2.
Item 12Z2 is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to First Aid Memphis in the amount of $2 million from the general fund balance, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Take this one. All right, Commissioner Thornton, you want to move it? Seconded by? Second by Commissioner Wright. All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Sorry, I didn't mean to skip you, Bradford, if you were in queue. Thank you, Chair. So this particular item is pulling from the $2.7 million set aside for the District 10 plan, another contract that has not been signed off by the mayor. And so hearing the conversations that have been happening around our commitment to universal pre-K, but I guess a contractual agreement that has prevented us from being able to honor that commitment. The 2.7 million has been broken down into a $2,700,000 allocation, and the goal is for us to see general fund dollars put towards our stated priority. So I just want to put into context, we have earmarked, albeit from opioid funds, $1 million to, the hospitality hub. We've built a facility in Commissioner Clay Bibbs' district. We've done other priorities. I would just stress that I think our biggest priority is our 3 and 4-year-olds in Shelby County. This is something that is proactive. It's something that is going to allow us to continue to stay on track with our 5-year goal and just press forward. And so I think that a lot of constituents in Shelby County are looking for something to hope for in the future, and this is no better resolution for us to be able to make sure makes it into the fiscal year 27 operating budget. So $2 million towards First Aid. We hope to have your support today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'm wanting to make sure I know where we are with this. I know we had a previous amendment already, 1.4, I believe. And so where do we stand if this is added? Or does someone have that?
So this will put us on track for what was stated as our year two investment goal. So if you remember, the 1.4 correct me, I mean, if I'm wrong on that, I know that it was somewhere around that figure. It kept us flat this particular budget cycle. So we have not added any new classrooms, though the plan that was presented to us when we bought into investing into universal pre-K was a 5-year stair-step plan to get us towards all 3 and 4-year-olds being able to have access. And so, the reason presented, I believe, for the flat budget was not just because the dollars weren't there seemingly, it was also because of a new contractual arrangement that says that we have to keep with the 120% ratio between the county and the city. Well, there are advocates that are working on that, and I'm told have made some strides in that area. And so this is not something that is intended to break the contract, but it won't be executed on unless those parameters are met. So, it's coming from the general fund. Those dollars will remain in the general fund if they're not expended. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Bradford?
I think Commissioner Thornton just spoke to my question, because I had some concern from when the lawyer spoke to us in committee the other day about if we change the amount, it could null and void the contract altogether. So it sounds like that's being worked out. I guess my concern is that, do we need to pass this today, or is this something that we push into the next budget so when the contract's in place, the money's there? I'm just trying to figure out what the action should be today. That's all.
Yep, Commissioner Thornton?
If I could encourage everyone, I think that there's no better day than today to invest in our 3 and 4-year-olds. And because we are doing this jointly with the city of Memphis, our commitment today will allow those conversations on the city side to be more robust, because they're looking to see, is the $2 million extra going to be earmarked for us to step up our investment? So, I'm told that the legislative interest is there, but they are looking at our decision today to decide if they're going to take it up to that level.
All right, Chairwoman Avant?
Yes, just this question is to the county attorney. I'm really wanting to make sure we are, in line, because there's been a new contract negotiated. Where does that put us?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The reality is there are contingencies attached to this disbursement or this allocation of funding. As you'll see in one of the resolved clauses, that in order for the money to go out the door, the city of Memphis would have to give express written consent that they have matching funds, and the contract would have to be amended to allow for the additional appropriation. So in terms of what the effect of a vote today on this motion, it would include it as a line item, but in order for it to go to first aid under the contract, there are several more steps that would have to take place. In order to prevent the contract from terminating.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, to prevent the contract from terminating. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, there's a clause in the contract regarding the funding across the entire term. If the break in funding between the county and the city is greater than 100, if the county's portion exceeds 135% of the city's allocation, it terminates immediately.
So it would terminate the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman, I'll go to you.
Thank you. And so what is the city's allocation? And would this put us over that threshold?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I believe next year's disbursement from the city is scheduled to be $7 million, and ours is around $9.5 million. If the break there were to get larger, the clause would activate in the contract and it would terminate. So this allocation of funding has contingencies attached to it, where there are several things that would have to happen in order to prevent that termination and for the money to therefore go out the door. And yes, Megan Smith, that would also apply to the $1.4 million as well.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, and so we do know that there's, city's given $7 million, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Before it, you said termination, and I could feel like some panic. So the contingencies in this particular budget amendment will not get us to the place of termination. And so can you just clarify, or just explicitly say, is passing this budget amendment going to terminate the contract?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that's not the intent. It is to earmark the funding in the budget, and the budget amendment itself requires certain steps be taken in order for the money to leave county government.
And just for deeper clarification, so when the dollars are actually expended, that is what would be the terminating action, right? If First Aid were to actually receive $2 million before, so it's not the allocation of the dollars that terminates it, it's the actual expending of the dollars out of whack with the contractual terms.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I'd like to talk with Ms. Tipton before I speak on that point.
If you could pause my time, Madam Clerk.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I've gone over the language with Chief Tipton. She believes that the allocation in the budget creates a liability sufficient that it would trigger the clause in the contract.
Yeah, okay. So Commissioner Thornton, what would you like to do here? Well, we could vote on it, you could withdraw it.
So I'm going to, you're saying that the passing of this particular budget amendment triggers the contractual agreement.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office.
terminate.
Yeah, Chief Tipton has explained to me that it creates a liability sufficient to consider it an increase in funding, and that would trigger the clause. In the
And what is
agreement.
that based off of? Have you seen the actual clause that we're talking about?
Yes.
So,
I mean, yes, I've seen the contract term that I'm referencing, yes.
can y'all send that term out to the entire commission, so that we can understand, what that actually does? With that being said, we don't want to terminate the actual agreement, so, I am going to withdraw this item.
All right, great. All right, so item 12Z2 has been withdrawn. All right, withdrawn. Let's do 12Z3.
Item 12Z3 is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to designated neighborhood associations in the amount of $700,000 from the general fund balance. From the general fund balance, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, Commissioner Thornton moved it. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Sugarman. All right, Commissioner Thornton, you have the floor.
All right, third time is the charm. So there's been lots of headlines about the grants. I've seen people who are very much so not into the grant making. I offer you a friendly way to invest in a district that is a high needs district. So as this body might recall, $2.7 million were earmarked towards District 10 back in fiscal year 2025. They were carried forward to 2026, and still today, the mayor has not signed off of them. So it's a big issue that we have not been able to get dollars on the ground. One thing that I have studied in District 10 is that there's a lot of need for neighborhood association support. And so to me, neighborhood associations are the most foundational way that we can support hard to reach and disinvested communities. So the slate that you see before you is just asking for $700,000 of the $2.7 million that this commission 3 times has approved for District 10, and we still today have not received those dollars. So these are not just to nonprofits, these are to neighborhood associations that want to host community-based events in these respective neighborhoods to be able to reestablish the social networks that they have and keep their residents engaged. And so it's a nominal fee for each one of these neighborhood associations, and we hope to have your support today.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
Just going to object, so this goes to a vote. Just on the last couple of these, they all seem to be non-direct stuff that the county has to fund, and so I just want to take them all to a vote, so I'll be objecting on this
All
one.
right, sounds great. Any other commentary on this item? All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on 12Z3. All right, has everyone had a chance to vote? We can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Shalai, Wright, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon voted no. We have five noes, 2 ayes.
All right, that motion fails.
Chair,
Let's
just as a
see.
point of privilege,
Okay.
can I ask actually to the chairwoman, what is your opinion on Monday for budget amendments coming on Monday? Are those being accepted?
Well, why don't we maybe get through this, and then we can talk about what we want to do Monday.
Just because I have constituents tuned into those particular items, I want to give them instruction on what they need to do on Monday to advocate for their items.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Right, I think the question Commissioner Thornton had was what the process will look like on Monday. So I was saying, I think let's wrap this up and then we can go over that. Yeah, it should be quick. All right, next one is, I think it's just one, that's right? Yeah, 12Z6.
Yes, sir. Item 12Z6 is motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to Lemoyne Owen College in the amount of $250,000 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Henry Brooks, and Commissioner Matthew Shalai.
All right, Commissioner Clay Bibbs, you want to move this item? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, you want to speak to this motion?
Actually, we do have someone here that is from Lemoyne Owen College that has been here for us probably the whole time. So she deserves some special recognition to be able to come and talk about Lemoyne Owen College on the record for us. That is BP Rosalind Nichols.
All right, we just make sure you hit the microphone button there. And state your name and zip code.
Rosalind Nichols, 38116. Thank you. My phone died, so I'm using my watch. I am Grateful to be here and for you allowing me to speak to you as you give consideration of the budget amendment on behalf of LeMoyne College. We believe context matters regarding this request. As you all know, 80 to 85% of the students who are enrolled and graduate from LeMoyne College are native Memphians and Shelby County residents of our only HBCU in our community and the nation's 5th oldest HBCU. It is therefore essential that this body be mindful that a majority of those talented graduates remain in Memphis and Shelby County as productive tax-paying citizens, business owners, educators, nonprofit leaders, and elected officials and productive citizens. And so I speak as one of those graduates, and there's evidence in this body of those who also have graduated. These funds would be used to continue to enhance our student experience, among which includes safety and security on our campus. We have been quite fortunate that students, faculty, their family members, staff all feel secure, and that is because of the intentional effort to improve, provide, and secure the experience for those who enter and exit our campus every day. Being able to continue to provide adequate security support is an example of how these resources could benefit not only the college itself, but the historic neighborhood in which we are housed and rooted. And as has been reflected in our earlier agenda, this $250,000 investment in LeMoyne College is a strong investment with a strong return on the investment. So on behalf of President Davis, our faculty, staff, and most importantly, our students, we ask that you would vote favorably to approve this amendment to the budget. And I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you on this day for the fiscal health of LeMoyne College.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Claybos, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay, all right, great. Commissioner Bradford?
Just like I've done the other ones, I'm just going to object, not because I have anything against LeMoyne, just so it can go to a vote. This doesn't mean it's dead. Obviously, we could bring it back on Monday, so.
Great. Yes, well said. All right, any other commissioners wishing to speak on this item? Commissioner Brooks?
I want to thank Dr. Nichols for being here all day long, all day long. And I know why she was here all day long, because this is a very significant, important resolution, and I fully support it.
Thank you.
And sort of like the, in my mind, it has a high priority due to the fact that it relates to students, education of first-time college students, if you will, first-time graduates. And LeMoyne has so much to offer in our community, particularly when you look at pre-K, when you look at early childhood education, and when you look at teacher education. There's so much promise there. And if we would have a little vision and a little support in terms of financial resources, we can see that materialize. And I'm just so glad I know you. And thank you very much.
Likewise to you, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you so much. Always good to see you, Dr. Ross.
Good to see you.
Do you have any itemization of what the $250,000 is going to go towards?
Yes, as I mentioned, it is at least a portion of it will be included in helping with continuing to secure campus-wide safety, because we know that the neighborhood in which the school rests is a neighborhood in which we are very fortunate, as I said, that we have not experienced it. But yes, continuing to enhance as well as to provide the resources to build out and expand our campus security.
Is that information that you can bring in budget format on Monday for us to include with this particular item?
I would be more than happy to.
Thank you.
All right, I think we can take this item to a vote. So it was objected to. I don't see any other commissioners wishing to speak, so Madam Clerk, can we please prepare the screen to vote on Amendment 12Z6?
Can you please mark me as a yes?
All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Chairwoman Avant, Commissioners Whaley, Mills, Wright. Vice Chair Bradford voted no. We have 6 ayes, 4 noes.
All right, that motion passes. So this will reduce the available fund balance down to $2,462,024. We concur with that. Okay. And this is the last one that I've got for today. I don't know how long that we spent on this one item. Maybe a record. Maybe a record. Yeah. So if there's a motion to send this item down without recommendation. Motion. Okay, so moved by Commissioner
The whole
Caswell.
budget item.
Seconded by Commissioner Thornton.
As amended.
As amended.
Yes, please, as amended. We'll send this item down without recommendation, and then, we'll make sure that we get everything reconciled also, so everyone can see. I mean, it'll be loaded in the system, but make sure we really fully see what we've done today and what the balance is to date. We still have a few more items, but I just want to commend everyone. I think this was well done. Like, we put in a lot of work that ahead of time, so we shouldn't have to do as much on Monday, because we left ourselves a little bit of space and room to accomplish, I think, a really good budget. So,
And point of information, I don't know if you have this, but what is our current balance?
the $2,462,024.
2.4, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, $2,462,024.
And Commissioner Whaley, if I wanted to answer Commissioner Thornton's
Great, yeah,
question.
please. Mhm.
I also want to just take a point of privilege to really thank Chair Whaley for his extremely hard work in this process. We should, I mean, it really does take, it's a lot of work. He's put a lot, and Ryan, I also want to thank you for all of your hard work in helping to prepare these items, and thank you to my colleagues so that we could do really the heavy lifting. So as Commissioner Whaley mentioned, the balance is about $2.4 million. So at that time, Commissioner Thornton, I think for those that failed, people might want to make additional amendments. And we would really just review the amendments that have been presented, not new add-ons. We will not be doing new add-ons. So it is, if there were items that were a part of this original, the list of budget amendments that came before us, then they could be brought back up for review from the 2.4. Is everyone clear?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. All right, let's call up item number 10. Yes.
Item 10 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Capital Improvement Budget for fiscal year 2027, FY27, in the amount of $176,761,862, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was referred back to committee in June 15th, 2026 commission meeting.
All right, this item is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton?
Okay, Director Tipton, I have a question. The Haynes Health Department satellite location development, it is slated for, actually, hold on. It might be more appropriate for me to ask this on the next item. That's the 5-year one? Yeah, okay, I'm coming back.
All right, okay, so you'll come back on the next item. So I'll make a motion to just send this down without recommendation. seconded by Commissioner Sugarman.
Commissioner Whaley, there's a substitute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's move, okay, we can move this.
So the substitute, I think there's a correction because of the sponsor. It's a sponsor, the sponsor's
Okay, all right, we
different.
can read the substitute.
Okay. All right. Substitute caption reads, "Resolution approving the Shelby County Capital Improvement Budget for fiscal year 2027, FY27, in the amount of $176,761,862, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison," and I think that's the only thing that has been changed in the substitute is the sponsor.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. There's one additional clause that has been added. If the chair would like me to explain.
Yeah, no, please.
Okay. So if you flip to page 3 of the substitute item, you will see the addition of a clause saying each district, meaning school district, must disperse funding designated for charter schools in its district within 15 days of receipt to advance timely spend and reporting. This was the result of collaboration with Commissioner Morrison and interested charter schools who are trying to advance funding to their schools as quickly as possible so that they can work through their projects. That appears to be a problem. All parties believe this is the path forward, so it just adds another stipulation to the capital funding coming out of Shelby County. That's my understanding of how this is supposed to work. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Just,
So who, the mover, the substitute?
do you need a mover?
Okay.
So
All right,
moved.
moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Chairwoman Avant. All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Just to Director Tipton, I want clarity around if my question is more appropriate for this item or the next. The Haynes Health Department location for the, in Orange Mound has been moved back, I believe, to fiscal year '28. And so I would love to advocate for it to be included in fiscal year '27. And I'm just trying to figure out what's the process of creating that priority. Just for context, the health department has already come out to the community, told us that we're getting a new renovation, got everyone excited, and now it has been pushed back from what it was initially told to community to be.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The timing of the events on the CIP 5-year plan are reviewed with the CIP Advisory Committee and established at that time. And we balance each year accordingly. So if we were to make an adjustment to that renovation, we would have to move somebody else somewhere else. So that's what would be required.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, before we go to the other screen, it's just, can we accept the substitute without objection? All right, hearing none, Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was discussion previously, I don't know if anything became of it, but I know there was some discussion in previous committees about not only the East Region High School, but also this idea of a treadwell. There's a 1-year allocation for $11 million in this budget. Last I knew, we hadn't heard that from the school system, that being a priority, and I believe you, Mr. Chair, had made reference to perhaps shifting to deferred maintenance. So just wanted an update from anyone who can speak to those questions.
Yeah, Director Tipton, do you have any update on that? I mean, I know you tried to clarify what that was actually earmarked for. That was not a new build, but a renovation. But still, even still, that requires the school district's the one that makes a decision on that. So I think we're still within our purview if we wanted to amend it to say it's for deferred maintenance, that would not mess with the ADA allocations. Is that right?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration. I know that there was an attempt to talk to people at the school, but I have not been privy to whether or not that conversation took place. And they were present, when we reviewed or toured Treadwell and what they needed. So they're aware, but I don't know if they have accepted this amount. And to answer your question, yes, we can use this amount for deferred maintenance, and it would not impact the ADA allocation.
Okay, all right. So, I think we still need to try to seek some clarity, but that's probably the direction, I don't know, probably the direction we end up going. But someone will have to make that motion at some point, probably on Monday. Commissioner Wright, anything further? Okay, Commissioner Bradford?
My only concern is this 15 days of receipt of advanced timely spend, just because I know a lot of organizations, it takes a long time from the time you get the check to get something issued back out. I have a tendency to want to change that to 30 days, but I think what I'll do is I'll just wait until Monday and I'll reach out to a couple of the school systems and see if they can get something turned around that quick. So I'll hold that for Monday.
All right, sounds good. Chairwoman Avant?
Are we able to amend now for the deferred maintenance? I don't want to, if that's not something that we have to take up on Monday, I would rather.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we just make sure we explicitly say what's being amended and then we adjust it.
Yes.
Make sure the exhibit's adjusted for Monday.
Okay, so I'd like to make an amendment of the 12 million to Treadwell to be shifted to deferred maintenance.
Second.
All right, motion to amend the amount allocated to Treadwell at the capital plan to deferred maintenance, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there any objection to doing that? All right, hearing none, that amendment passes. All right, I'd also entertain now a motion to send it down without recommendation. Moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Without objection, we will send down item 10 without recommendation as amended. All right, item number 11.
And on this one.
We do, yeah. Well, let's read the item first, and then we'll
Yes,
amend it.
yes, sir. Item 11 is a resolution approving the Shelby County 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 through 2031, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was referred back to committee in June 15th, 2026 commission meeting.
Yeah, all right. Item 11, moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. All right, there's a substitute to the exhibit on this item that's being passed out that I will move just to get it on the floor. Second. All right, seconded by Commissioner Wright. Director Tipton, can you just clarify the difference in the substitute exhibit?
Sure. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The substitute you're receiving has taken out the out years for building Treadwell. So now we have removed that portion from the exhibit.
All right, thank you. Chairwoman Avant?
So should the amendment have gone into this particular item versus the other?
No, this is the 5-year, exhibit.
Okay.
So on Monday, we should have loaded a revised exhibit that has the amendments you made on the 1-year plan. But that would probably translate to some degree to just the FY27 piece of the 5-year plan.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We'll probably just reword that instead of saying Treadwell Middle, it would say deferred maintenance.
Right, because it's just that it's only in there for FY27. Yep. All right, Chairwoman Avant, anything further?
No, thank
All right,
you.
okay. We have an amendment here, so a motion to amend, can we read that, 11A?
Yes, sir. 11A is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 through 2032 capital improvement program to advance the Holmes Road expansion project from fiscal year 2029 to fiscal year 2028, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you want to move this?
So moved.
Seconded by? Second. Commissioner Shalai. All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, and this expansion has been pushed out, but I just heard from Director Tipton is that you have a committee that votes on this, is that correct? So then this is moot, basically. So I withdraw it. But I'm gonna say this on the record. This has been pushed out. It's been over 10 years at this point. And I just, I'm very disappointed that this happened. In fact, Holmes Road is a road that people have had wrecks and been killed on. And this is a hazard. It's a 2-lane and it's got hills and things of that nature. And I just would like, if something's pushed out, especially in any commissioner's district, that we are notified so that we can have individuals come to speak. And I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that motion's been withdrawn. Commissioner Thornton, you're on the floor.
Thank you. Can you help me just identify where is the clinic that's in Orange Mound, the health department clinic?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, you mean on the sheet is under clinic renovations. Let's see. It's like middle of the page.
On the substitute, are we looking at the same document?
Let's see.
Oh, here it is, right here.
It says Health Department, Clinic, oh gosh, I can't see, it's so tiny. Consolidation.
Chair, it's right under the sheriff, then health department, about 12 down, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to hear from you, Chief Tipton. Is this the actual clinic that's in Orange Mound? Because it doesn't explicitly say it.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Right now, I am completely drawing a blank. I'm going to have to get my modification book and get the details on that. I have it for you on Monday.
Okay, and then just for clarity, so to Commissioner Sugarman's point, so if the committee doesn't decide it, then if the commission disagrees and say, the earmark funds for the deferred maintenance, the commission wants to use towards this clinic, is it our discretion to be able to make that decision independent of that committee?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, we just have to reallocate the entire schedule.
So just to Commissioner Sugarman, I was about to say, don't get yourself, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Just a couple of questions under first page, community projects. What is the Agri Center Innovation District? What are the spots? Can we get someone here to talk about that? Tell us something of what that is, what that means. Oh, do you know?
No. I'm sorry, the people that
Okay.
were sponsoring these should have been here. So we'll have to answer those on Monday.
Commissioner Bradford, can you help us with that?
So I serve as this body's representative on the Agri Center Commission. I believe that is, they're looking to do some improvements out there to recruit additional businesses to come and do research at the Agri Center. I think that's what that is, but I'm happy to request Mr. Butler be here on Monday if he needs to discuss it. Director Norville could probably also handle it as well, but I think that's what that is.
We need someone from the project, if we could, to come and let us know what it is. And also someone to talk about what this contingency, what is that?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We always build in a $1 million contingency for projects that potentially could exceed the amount that's budgeted.
Okay, so I guess I'm just real confused because there's not a project every year, but there's a contingency of $1 million every year in the 5-year plan.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance and Administration. There are projects actually in play right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so projects are continuously going on. So that's what those dollars are for.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be able to explain it to my district, so I need someone to tell me what's in it, what makes it up. Thank you, Director Tipton.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. All right, if someone wants to move this down without recommendation, we can do that. All right, moved by Chairman Avant, to send down without recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Without objection, item 11 will go down without recommendation. We have an add-on item here, item 17. If we can read item 17 into the record, please.
Item 17 is an add-on item. Item 17 is a resolution approving a 90-day extension of sealed bid 1000841 and the expenditure of funds from the purchase of automotive repair parts and supplies from Union Auto Parts in an amount not to exceed $125,000. This item requires expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $125,000, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
If we can get a mover and seconder. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Chairwoman Avant. Do we have a report on this item? Ms. Odell, do you want to give us a... You were probably ready to give it 8 hours ago.
Good evening, everyone. Rhonda Odell, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. And bear with me one second. This resolution extends the existing contract with Union Auto Parts for automotive repair parts and supplies for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The original sealed bid was awarded by the County Commission in December of 2023 and included 2 one-year renewal options, both of which have been exercised. There are no remaining renewal options, and this action provides a short-term extension from July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. The extension ensures the Sheriff's Office can continue purchasing necessary repair parts to maintain its fleet and keep vehicles operational. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval of this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Is this a local vendor?
Commissioner, I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll get an answer on that and get back to you.
Thank you. And this particular $125,000, is that coming from your contingency fund? Assuming that y'all, how did you plan for this 90-day extension?
It will come out of FY 2027, and it's funding under the operational budget under account, and it gives the account number 10031-610-202-6056, which are parts purchase.
Yeah, just my sidebar question, Director Tiffany, if you can just educate me, how do you spend fiscal year 2027 dollars?
There's a clause in the resolution that states pending budget approval for the FY 27 budget.
So is this particular expense already budgeted for fiscal 27?
It's in our budget, yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. But that was my original question. Where is it in your budget? Is it in a contingency? Because this is a 90-day extension. You plan to have to do this extension? When you budgeted or submitted your 2027 budget request?
So this item is actually for automotive oil and grease, so they would have had to have budgeted that because this is something that's totally ongoing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take this item to a vote. Item 17. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shaline, Thornton, Brooks, Chairwoman Avon. We have 9 aye votes.
All right, that item goes down without recommendation. Seeing nothing else before Budget and Finance, this will conclude committee number 1. Thank you all.
All right, Madam Parliamentarian. Calling to order Committee 16, Milton Community.
Commissioner Thornton, they want to make sure that we have the item numbers correct before you call your committee, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Take your time.
There was another item, the add-on numbers got a little mixed up, and so I think we have one more item, Commissioner Whaley, and I'm happy to.
I'm trying to eat my lunch. All right,
And Commissioner Whaley, I'm happy to chair, please. You've done a Herculean job today.
yeah, okay, all right, I'll toss it to you then. Why don't
Okay.
you ta- Okay, great.
All right, one more item. Parliamentarian, please read item 16.
Item 16 is an add-on item. Item 16 is a resolution by the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, approving a contract with Cornerstone Government Affairs, Inc. for the provision of federal government relations consultant services with 2 one-year options to renew. This item requires expenditure of legislative operations funds in the amount not to exceed $150,000, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant.
A motion? Motion by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Please prepare the screen for a vote.
Yeah, but that's still automotive.
That's because we just got it, so she hasn't put it in the system yet. So that you don't have it to copy and paste it?
Which one?
16.
Cornerstone.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
up there. No, wait a minute, hold on.
That's 17.
Yeah, that's at 17. Dang, that's Cornerstone.
I want to make sure that we know we're voting on the item 16, which is the resolution to approve the Cornerstone Government Affairs contract. This was item 16. Please record the vote.
That's it? We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That motion, it goes down with a favorable recommendation. And we're concluding Budget and Finance. Commissioner Thornton, I'm going to go ahead and open up Committee 16. Parliamentarian, read item number 1, and then I'll toss it over to the chair.
Before, just real quick, I guess the first one is an ordinance. I was going to recommend that we read all of the CEP grant items as one and then do one vote on all of them, but I will defer to the chair as how she wants to handle it.
Thank you, esteemed colleagues. So we would do just that, parsing out the ordinance. So before we call items, are there any items that commissioners want to be heard today? Commissioner Bradford, are you in queue still?
No, ma'am. Not back.
All right, Commissioner Shalai?
If I could just withdraw
Item 11?
For CEP?
Yeah.
yes.
There's 3, Commissioner Thornton, there's 3 CP add-ons.
Okay, noted.
There's one substitute.
All right. 3 add-ons and a substitute. So, I will just say, personally, I need to hear from, Feed the Needy. If anyone could help me locate them on here.
And number 21.
21. Thank you, Commissioner. Well, that's making a difference, ministries. Is Feed the Needy, I was told, Commissioner Shelby, that Feed the Needy was one of your resolutions today. Are they on here?
That's correct.
What item number are they?
I believe that, let me, yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, sorry, someone called out something. Feed the Needy, do y'all see them on the agenda?
They're one of the add-ons, so they haven't been put in the system. Tanya's going to email because it's too much for her to type.
Okay, and then just in addition to that, Commissioner Sugarman, Miss Minerva Little, is she also an add-on today? What item is she? 21. Okay, perfect. All right, so I have the item that I am calling. Any other commissioners have items you want to call before we roll these together? All right, so Madam Parliamentarian? All right. You got it, no rush. You got it.
I mean, Commissioner Thornton, while they're doing that, would you like to just go ahead and do item 1?
Yes, ma'am. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is an ordinance, third reading. Ordinance by the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee to establish additional accountability, reporting, and eligibility requirements for grants as approved by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman, Commissioner Mick Wright, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, and Commissioner Amber Mills.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Caswell. Any commissioners want to speak on the item?
Hold on, I think that's the wrong item, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Can we get a mover and a seconder? This item has been moved by Commissioner Wright and second by Commissioner Bradford. Any commissioners want to speak on the item? Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I have a substitute item. Well, no, I'm sorry, it's already in the system. Is it? Well, I brought us, hold on. I was told the substitute is in the system, but I don't see it in there. For the ordinance, yeah. So, yeah, because, I mean, I brought it Monday, and it was deferred back to committee. I know Ms. Nora you did the substitute, and we passed it out Monday night, but I don't know if they got the substitute, because I was told by one of the assistants that it was in the system, but I don't see it. Yeah, it went, so, no, I think because Commissioner Sugarman did ask that we defer it back to committee, because she said it was a little extensive information in that substitute that I was presenting, so.
If the motion was not made and we just deferred it,
Then we would have to bring it now.
we'd have to bring it now as a substitute, Commissioner Caswell.
In the form as required by the permit.
So if you can just come back to that item, to the Hill. I'm finna go get Lucretia to print it off.
All right, so Commissioner Caswell would like for this item to be heard at the Hill. Just Madam Parliamentarian, do we have to carry any motions to make that happen?
We're at committee. You can just move it to the Hill through your discretion if there's no objection. But I think we still need, there are a number of add-ons and substitutes that our clerk was not given enough time to input in the system, so she has to do that now.
Okay.
So there's a lot of moving parts, and if you don't mind, if we could just have a moment for her to do that.
So.
Because she can't run the meeting and do timing and enter the information.
We're going to do a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton, I think we're ready.
For 1 and 10?
All right, let's get ready to go home. So, not for one, okay. So I think, Commissioner Lowry, do you want to call an item? Yes, please. 4, 5, 7, and 20. Is that good?
And 21.
Okay, so just to confirm, Commissioner, so for Committee 16, we are going to hear items 4, 5, 7, 20, and 21. Any other items that you want to be heard? Yes, Commissioner Brooks?
There's not a number on this. The add-on is a resolution awarding, and I did not write this caption, 7,500, and then it goes on to say 22,000, and then 14,000. So-
Okay. We're going to hear the add-on separately, so if it's an add-on, you're good.
Yeah, I have two, so I just wanted to be heard first.
Okay, for the add-on? Okay. So.
If you don't mind.
So does it have a number, Commissioner Brooks?
There's not a number on it, nothing.
All right. Just to staff, are we ready with the add-ons? We were to hear.
Team, for just a moment. I need everybody locked in so that we can get this done. So there were 4 add-ons that were provided. One was for $1,500 for Salvation Revolution, another for $7,500 for South Memphis Renewal. The clerk has to have all the add-ons to put into the system.
With that being said, I think, it seems like Commissioner Brooks, we would love to get you out of here, but I don't think that the add-ons are ready. So we'll hear those after the parliamentarian calls item number 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 through 19, Madam Parliamentarian. These are all,
Read them all together?
yes.
Ma'am, I apologize. I have
You got it. One more time. So just for clarity, Commissioners, the only items that we are hearing are items 4, 5, 7, 20, and 21, plus the add-ons.
I need to add 10 to that list. I apologize.
No, you got it. All right, going once, going twice. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, if you could read items number 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 12, 13 through 19.
Oh, my God.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, she's gonna read them.
Yes.
So you do have it, okay.
You have numbers on your add-ons?
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 is a resolution to establish a temporary spending freeze on Shelby County Commission Milton Community Enhancement Grant CEP expenditures through November 1, 2026, in order to strengthen the Shelby County's fund balance and enhance long-term fiscal stability, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. I kind of recommend, these are a little different. I think you should take that up individually.
I'm glad you stopped as you were saying it. So, item number 2 is different, but item number 3 and the rest of them, can they be read? These longer caption items, number 3, 6.
Historically, what we've done is ones that are similar, we take them up together. So, you see what I'm saying? So all the
maybe
ones
let's do-
resolution amendings, I can read those in a lump sum. And then the ones that are just the normal resolutions awarding, I can take those up in a
Okay,
lump sum.
with
Is that
being
okay?
Yeah, no, that's great. So
Okay.
if you could, Madam Parliamentarian, read items number 3, 6, 8, and 9. Well, 2 is a different, yeah, I think. These are we good to go with Madam Clerk? I know she's doing a lot. There's a lot going on. You good? Okay, so you read item number 2. So this item, are these the correct movers and seconders? This item has been moved by Commissioner Wright, second by Commissioner Bradford. It's not right? Okay, my screen is frozen, so if it could be reset. Can someone make a motion?
Second, item 2.
What are you saying? So, the screen is not correct, but we do have a mover in Chairwoman Avent and a second from Commissioner Bradford. We good to go? So
Good. What's good now? What's good now?
It's good now. It's good now. I knew.
no, mine is still rebooting, but. Yes. Okay, so for item number 2, which has been read into the record, we have a motion in Chairwoman Avent, a second by Commissioner Bradford. My computer is restarting. Is there anyone that wants to speak on this item? Seeing none, can we prepare the screens for voting? Please come as an aye. All right, all commissioners having voted, Madam Clerk, would please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, please read items 3, 6, 8, and 9.
Yes, ma'am. Item 3 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 18 adopted February 16, 2026, entitled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY Operating Budget in the amount of $20,000 to Collierville Citizens Police Association, a charitable organization, awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $20,000 to Collierville Citizens Police Association, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $20,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Collierville Citizens Police Association, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $25,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 6 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 27, adopted March 30th, 2026, titled Resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Leadership Collierville, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Leadership Collierville, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $15,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 8 is a resolution awarding Resolution amending Resolution Number 19 adopted June 1st, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $1,500 to Co-Crew, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $1,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Code Crew, a charitable organization. This item requires expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 9 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 33 adopted June 15, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Collierville Rotary Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Collierville Rotary Foundation, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $17,500. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr.
Thank you. This has been moved by Chairwoman Avant, second by Commissioner Bradford. Any comments on these items? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you prepare the screens for voting? All commissioners having voted, Madam Clerk, please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon. We have 6 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read items 12 through 19?
Item 12 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to MVP3 Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai. Item 13 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $15,000 to Reaching Back, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Commissioner Eric Sugarman. Item 14 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $1,500 to the International Consortium of Young Artists, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $1,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 15 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Power Center Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 16 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Junior League of Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 17 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Collage Dance Collective, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 18 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to City Leadership, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 19 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Aurora Collegiate Academy, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
These items have been moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Chairwoman Avant. Any comments on any of these items? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you prepare the screens for voting? All commissioners having voted, Madam Clerk, please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Thornton, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon. We have 6 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Are those add-ons ready to be heard? Commissioner Brooks, do you still want to hear your particular item? You called for the item, I still don't have them marked, and so. Okay, if, Madam Parliamentarian, if you could read the add-on that reads $1,500 to Salvation Revelation Ministries. Mine doesn't have any numbers, but Commissioner Brooks is number 24. Commissioner Brooks is a special request for this add-on.
Item 24, it's an add-on item. Item 24 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $1,500 to Salvation Revelation Ministries, DBA Pursuit of God Transformation Center, a charitable organization. This item requires expenditure of $1,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. And this item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
So can we need to suspend the rules? This is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we get a motion to suspend the rules? And can we get a second? Commissioner Brooks has made a motion to suspend the rules, second by Commissioner Sugarman. So now that this is properly before us, Commissioner Brooks or Commissioner Caswell?
Well, I just need to add that I'm a member of the church there, but I'm not, I don't work for the church, so I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
That
Very
was
briefly.
suspended without objection.
It did.
What was that, Madam Parliamentarian? This was suspended without objection. Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Brooks, do you want to be recognized?
Just briefly, I wanted to say that this is a unit or an entity under the auspices of Pursuit of God Church, and as we all know, that is the church that was formerly pastored by Ricky Floyd. And what they're trying to do is continue the work of Ricky Floyd. I'd appreciate your support.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowry, you recognize.
Thank you. I'd like to amend by $1,500.
This item has been amended by Commissioner Lowry for $1,500, second by Commissioner Sugarman to bring the total to $3,000. Any other commissioners in queue? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we prepare the screens for voting? All commissioners having voted. Madam Clerk, can you report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Chairwoman Avon. We have 6 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. So we have disposed of one of our add-ons. Let's get back in queue. So, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 4?
Yes, ma'am. Item 4 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 15, adopted February 23rd, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $15,000 to Elite Performance Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $5,000 to Elite Performance Foundation, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $20,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Can I get a mover and a seconder? Is this accurate on the screen? Yeah. Okay, this has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Lowry, you recognize.
Thank you. I'd like to amend by $1,500.
All right, this item has been amended by $1,500 by Commissioner Lowry, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Bring in this, I'm looking for which one of these figures is the figure, 15,000? So 16,000, 17,000? Forgive me, there's another figure here. $21,500 is the total figure. Any other commissioners in queue? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you prepare the screen for voting? All commissioners having voted, Madam Clerk, please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon. We have 8 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Madam Clerk, I don't have a number for this, but it is to South Memphis Renewal Community Development. Do you have a number for that item? If we could read that item next. Item number 25.
Item 25 is an add-on item. Item 25 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 27 adopted April 27, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds for the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $7,500 to South Memphis Renewal Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $14,500 to South Memphis Renewal Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $22,000. This item requires an expenditure of $14,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry Brooks, this item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
Okay, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Shalai. Can we get another we have a motion from Chairwoman Avent to suspend the rules, second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? All right, hearing none, is there someone that wants to speak on this item? Commissioner Brooks, you recognize.
I need for legal to explain the language, how they wrote this up. I'm just not understanding these numbers, so I need someone from legal to talk about this, this new. It's just like 24, yeah. The language is, and the numbers are different. Say that on the record.
Lisa Overall, County Attorney's Office. Legal has not reviewed this item.
No, I know you haven't reviewed it, but it was written up by legal, according to Ms. Blunt now.
I'm not, Lisa Overall, County Attorney's.
There's some new manner that the county attorney's office is now advising this body that they need to start. If a community, if one of these grantees have already been awarded a grant and now we're making a second award, now they're treating it as an amendment. That this is a new process now that the county attorney's office has directed.
It would, am I recognized? It would have been great for those of us who actually put these things together, I mean, who have these grants, to know about that new verbiage and language structure. Because I'm looking at this, and the only thing I recognize is the name, not the numbers. I don't want to hold this up, but if they recognize what they're doing, then we can go ahead and they can explain it to me later so that we won't, delay the process.
Just for clarity, are you prepared for us to vote on the item? Or do you want an opinion from them?
Commissioner Brooks, the total grant amount is 22,000. What they've done is every time someone is amended, they're adding that language in the caption. It would be helpful for the county attorney to send an email so that is an explanation to commissioners so that it is easier for us to be able to vote on items.
Easy to read.
So however the county attorney's office can make this a simpler way, which we have done in the past, if there were amendments to a resolution that had CEP funds, it was a total amount, and anyone who sponsored it was able to just add whatever that amount was, but if it was coming before this commission. So if you could explain that, but briefly.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, the language in the caption is to ensure that the distribution a second time complies with the program rules. So we're happy to try to streamline the language a little bit, but making sure that we are acknowledging we're amending a previous contract, which is how it has been handled in the past. It's just transparent in the caption now. But we can work on streamlining the language.
All right, with that response, Commissioner Brooks, are you good, or you want to be?
No, I just want to say this on the record. If there is any issue in terms of the amounts, it is through no fault of my own. I don't recognize these numbers, but again, I haven't seen the email so that I can read it. I just want to make sure that there is no delay or holdup because of this new language requirement. And with that, I'm ready.
All right, Madam Parliamentarian, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screens for voting. All commissioners having voted, please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Chairwoman Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Please, commissioners, remind me, I know I wanted item 21. We have items 20, 10, 7, and 5 left. Did anyone else besides Commissioner Lowry want those items? Because he's going to send those down.
I wanted 10.
You wanted 10? Okay. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read items? Was there anyone else for 5, 7, or 20?
I need to do 10 individuals, I guess.
Anyone? We're about to read 5, 7, and 20 together. Any commissioners need to hold those items? Okay. So, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read items 5, 7, and 20?
Item 5 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 52, adopted March 30th, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to YMCA of Memphis and the Mid-South, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to YMCA of Memphis and the Mid-South, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $22,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. Item 7 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 24, adopted June 1st, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY Operating Budget in the amount of $35,000 to Memphis Child's Advocacy Center, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $35,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $11,500 to Memphis Child Advocacy Center, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $46,500. This item requires an expenditure of $11,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. And 20. Item 20 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to protect our aquifer, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
These items have been moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Chairwoman Avent. Per the request of Commissioner Lowry, I would like to make a motion to send these down without recommendation. Can we do it without objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, so Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number, let's do item number 10.
Item 10 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to Habitat for Humanity, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move the substitution I think is in front of all of us. The item in the agenda here, I think, is the original item, and what I'm trying to do here is add additional funds to it. So the substitution should be in front of you. Up in the red, it says Committee Number 16, Number 10.
So Commissioner Bradford has made a motion to move the substitute, second by Commissioner Caswell.
May I read the
Yeah.
caption?
Yes.
The amended caption, or the substitute caption for item 10 reads, Resolution amending Resolution Number 33, adopted June 15, 2026, titled Resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $17,500. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr.
Commissioner Bradford, you recognize.
Nothing further. I'm ready to vote.
All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screens for voting. Madam Clerk, please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 7 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 21.
Item 21 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Making a Difference Ministries, Inc., MAD, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Shalai, you recognize.
I'd like to amend this by 5,000.
All right, we have a motion to amend by 5,000 by Commissioner Shalai, second by Commissioner Sugarman, bringing this total up to $10,000. Can we do that without objection? All right, and I also would like to make a motion to amend by 1,000. This motion to amend by 1,000 has been made by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman, bringing the total to 11,000. Any other commissioners in queue? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. Please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. So we're going to go back before the add-ons to item number 1. Madam Parliamentarian, I see that there's a substitute for it. So if you could read item number 1.
Item 1. Oh, goodness. Is an ordinance third reading, ordinance by the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee to establish additional accountability, reporting, and eligibility requirements for grants as approved by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman, Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, and Commissioner Amber Mills. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Bradford, and then moved to the Hill.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner,
Wait a minute.
we have a
It was-
substitute?
No, it was moved. Are we moving the substitute now?
Yes.
Okay, because it was, this item was moved by Commissioner Wright. It was seconded by Commissioner Bradford.
Okay. And so now we need to make a motion to move the substitute?
Yes, ma'am.
So can we get another mover and seconder for that? Moved by Commissioner Caswell, second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, we have a substitute. Madam Parliamentarian, do you have to read the substitute?
Yes, yes, thank you so much. Is the caption changed? Yeah, you said yeah. Okay, I think the caption has remained the same.
It's in the body of the ordinance.
So if, do you want to outline, or do you want to outline what the changes are on the substitute? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you. And again, I appreciate all the work of my colleagues on this item. Again, I support the item. I just had an issue with the idea of one particular piece in there where it just really talk about the 5-year debt suspension of any organization that may fall short. Again, I'm in agreement that if it's intentional fraud, and I kept that language in here under item number 5, it's under, I'm sorry, under number 6C, that basically talk about organization determined to have intentional misrepresentation, information, submitted fraudulent documentation, knowingly misused CEP funds, may be deemed ineligible up to 5 years. I agree with that. It's just that looking at this ordinance and knowing that it's going to be something law for us with community organizations, just the impact of giving some, especially with one of the resolutions we passed today about the opioid use, making sure that people understand that the receipts and things that are needed, that they are, if they fell short in bringing one of those receipts, that they are given some warning, and within 30 days, where I got it here is giving them chance to actually getting that information to us without just deeming them and losing credibility for 5 years of being able to apply for grants. I just know for a small organization, it can really hurt a lot of our nonprofits if we're not trying to be intentional about working with them through that process. And then number 6 is just talk about the gradually non-compliance in that capacity. Is 6A that say basically 90 days to get that information corrected, actions to be taking place before they are deemed. That's just where I stand on this ordinance.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Sugarman, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. And so I just want to say that I don't know about the other commissioners, but I did not review this, and so I was not asked to be a sponsor, so I'm gonna take my name off. So I'll make a motion. And then the second question is, thank you.
The substitute has just been presented for discussion, so right now it has not been accepted without
Okay.
objection. So this is still your item,
Okay,
and a substitute has been proffered. He just described his substitute. Is there an objection?
okay. I have questions. Okay, and so for the sponsor, because you say you have to have receipts and things like that, who's gonna keep up with all this stuff?
To my colleague, this is already required by the office. So let's say you're supposed to submit your reports and invoices to the office, to CEP, to Tanya Blunt office. So when she turned in the receipts, that's part of what they do. I mean, I wasn't asking to do nothing different than what was already required. That's not truly my intent on this, was not going over and above. I just really wanted us to look at the steps that we're taking when we talk about where they don't come into compliance with it. It wasn't to take away anything from the intent of yours, other than that piece of gradually allowing them to get those receipts in if Tanya's saying that those receipts are not in place, that we hold them accountable that way.
All right, Chairwoman Avent, you recognize.
Thank you. And I appreciate us wanting to make sure that there is a graduated approach to compliance with our grants process, which any good organization would do. I would like to make a friendly amendment in the substitute that with the non-compliance under 6A, that a written notice and a Florida corrective action period be up to 30 days. And the reason for that, 90 days is, a fourth of the quarter, fourth of the fiscal year, right? So if they have up to 90 days, then it's not much time before an actual fiscal year could be ended. So I just really think, because of how long the process takes, to get CEP grants through, the information they need to provide, by the time that most of our grantees get their checks, it's the new fiscal year anyway. So I just think we should shorten the period of time that they provide written notice and a corrective action plan.
I can second that emotion.
So that's a friendly amendment to your substitute that is still, has not been accepted without objection. So it's a 30, instead of 90 days, it's 30 days.
30
Yes,
days.
ma'am. So that's a friendly amendment that's been accepted by the maker of the substitute.
Okay, we have a substituted item. Commissioner Sugarman, you recognize.
Okay, the only other issue I have is with the CEP funds that may be utilized for personal and administrative expenses, because I've heard, okay, that there have been grants from our commission being utilized for their, for their payroll, for themselves, et cetera. And so I just, just to have a blanket like that, it's too vague when it says, I just have an issue at 25% or something like that, but just, to just leave it open that way, they could have 100% can go to them, personnel, and it's not going out to the community. And so I don't know what your thoughts about that are, or what the city does about that, but I just have an issue with that, because I've heard individuals, I'm not going to name any names, organizations, who have put a large percentage, more than 75%, towards themselves in salaries or their employees. And this is not administrative, this is in-house. And so I just want your thoughts about that. I'm not going to put a percentage, I just want you to think about it.
No, I hear you on that, and I'm acceptable to any amendment there if you feel it is. I just know that a lot of small organizations, they do all of that work, what their work look like. It depends on what the organization actually offer. For example, if they are providing mental health counseling, that's what they do. Then a program piece is what they, it's actually administratively work. And again, but I'm open to whatever you suggest there. I know it has not been in the past, but
Right.
yeah.
So I don't know what we can do, and maybe it's something that you can think about. And to your point, I agree, but I don't have a nonprofit, so I don't know, but I just know the look, and we've heard recently about certain situations where people have benefited themselves, and really have a problem with that. And so I know what you're trying to do, but can you think about how we can fix that piece?
Again, I want us to be intentional about where we're going with it, trying to put something in place, right, to hold the accountability, and I'm very much in support of that, so I don't want it to be that I'm not. So I'm open to, if you want to say that we go forward with saying 25%, I just know that with many of these organizations, that then say that you need to go if you're going to implement that program, what you do, you need to find some other dollars to be able to implement it. These dollars will only go towards, for example, giving out food baskets, but whoever going to administrate giving out those food baskets, you may have to get the money from somewhere else to do it. It's just that nuance. I mean, I'm not going there, but I'm open to however you feel.
I have a point of order. I am in the queue, but I do want to just put this out here because this isn't time sensitive, considering now we just passed that we will not be giving out any grants until November. So I think this is an opportunity for us to step back for a moment so that everybody's on the same page and really read through and assess where we need to go moving forward. Because I do understand what Commissioner Sugarman is saying, but I don't want us to because we feel like we got to get it done right now. It's too much at stake, and this is really about the rules and policies about our grants. And we're not giving out any grants for the new fiscal year into November. So we have time. That's just a point of order for me. So, I mean, but it's up to the sponsor,
Yeah.
if he would allow us maybe more time, like either withdraw the substitute or withdraw the item. I think it's defer it, so then that way we can spend more time after we pass a budget. Then now we can dig in between July, August, and September, even October, to get this done.
Okay, so we have a substitute on the floor. We need to properly get it without objection, or?
It sounds like there might be a consideration of withdrawing the substitute, and then, once that's done, then we can, a motion can be made to defer to perhaps a September committee meeting?
Okay. So, so we have, yeah. Yeah. So we have multiple, just two, Commissioner Sugarman is the lead sponsor? So who made the substitute? You made the substitute
Yeah, I made the
motion.
substitute, and I'll withdraw the substitute and give and defer back to, and we can go with a date deferred in August, maybe. Or if you want to, if the September is going to be the new commission. Yeah.
What's the will of the sponsor? Do you have a preference?
August. Yeah, the date, what day in August you get?
August 5th.
Okay.
I like to defer, August, that's a good point.
So are we saying that we're gonna do 3 readings and we're gonna start
No,
it
just
in
one more reading. This is the third reading. So, yes, I would like to defer. You said the second?
I think it was August 5th.
Okay, August 19th.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer this item to the August 19th meeting by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Chairwoman Avent. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, that item is deferred. So we have just 2 more add-ons. Thank y'all for a riveting committee today. Let's do the William R.
Madam
Moore.
Chair, I'm in the queue, and I know that we've already disposed of
You're
this
recognized,
item.
Commissioner.
Thank you so much, I appreciate that, and I won't be long. But I did want to say something about the Milton Community Grant. It's a significant program. However, it's come under a cloud. We have our own colleagues going on various TV shows talking about how it's abused. And so if it's abused, then it's talking about how we're abusing it and allowing it to be abused by the people who are our grant recipients. So I think it's real important for us to be cognizant of the fact that everybody is looking. If you look at your little social media, you'll see people making comments that they know nothing about, really. I mean, misleading, miseducated comments. So I think it's important, if we really care about the program and if it's really helping your district, to stand up for it. I'm not going to stand up for, something that probably should not receive, that is not a community grassroots organization. I'm not going to do that. But when it is one, I'm going to stand up for it. I'm going to let people know that some of the comments are just comments that are misleading. So it's just important for all of us to do that, because I don't think any of us are trying to abuse this program or would abuse this program. So, and let me just say this now. There was recently in the news today, the Daily Memphian, on the city side, some information, alleged information about grant abuse. So let's be cognizant of that and know that all eyes are on grant programs.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Brooks. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read the item for William R. Moore College?
Item 23 is an add-on item. Item 23 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to William R. Moore College of Technology, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Chairwoman Avant. Do we have anyone to speak on this particular item? All right, seeing none, let's prepare the screens for voting.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibb, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Vice Chair Bradford. We have 6 aye votes.
All right, this item goes down with favorable recommendation. And last but not least, we have our last add-on, which is to feed the needy. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read this add-on item?
Item 22 is an add-on item. Item 22 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 27, adopted October 27th, titled Resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $100,000 to feed the needy, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $100,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to feed the needy, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Chairwoman Avant. Can we get a, we have a motion to suspend the rules by Chairwoman Avant, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Okay. Is anyone else in queue? I would like to amend this by $2,000. Motion has been made by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman to amend this item, which the caption, I see 100,000, then I see 10,000. Is there an error in the caption?
It's the way it's written. It's being, 10,000 is being added to it. They've already received 100,000 this fiscal year.
Okay, so it's,
I wish legal was here to understand how confusing that
yeah, I was like, I don't know. Okay.
They wrote it.
Okay, so this item now has a total,
Yeah,
So it's just 10?
Yeah, it's just 10, and so.
Oh, okay.
The
I
additional
was like,
amount is
dang,
from
you
what.
have that much money?
I don't have that much money. It's just from what has been donated before from the grant, yes.
Okay.
I'm only providing $10,000 of the amount.
Okay, so with the amended amount, we're up to $12,000. That's a correct figure for this item. Madam, anyone else? Okay, Madam Clerk, can you prepare the screens for voting?
Did we already do the salvation?
We do 11, the dollars. We did the dollars.
Did you do the ones at the end?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Shalai, Brooks, Vice Chair Bradford, Chairwoman Avon. We have 6 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Before adjourning this meeting, Madam Chair, I would like for you to just look into some of the resistance from staff from being responsive to a request that I personally have made for them to be able to speak on the Milton Enhancement Grants. This is the last meeting, and we only have, I think, 5 business days. So my question was just to get clarity for the organizations who are asking, are our items going to be able to be funded, or will they get caught up in what we're hearing y'all say is a period where if the contract isn't signed, or, like, I just wanted the public just to know with clarity how to differentiate budget amendments from CEP grants. So that request was made to our staff and rejected twice, and much to my dismay. So if we
So,
could get something in writing, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, and I do think, I want to make sure that we're clear about the things that staff can answer, and then questions that the administration needs to answer, especially when it comes to getting contracts executed. So there's a differentiation in what staff does on this side of processing the grants and what the administration does. So just so that there's clarity, so that I don't want the narrative to be that we're just not responding.
Just for clarity for what I'm reporting, there was a lack of responsiveness. So the part that we do control was what the question was for. And so I was told that people have decided that they're not going to come and answer the questions. The other staff persons have been asked to do things, they respond. And truthfully, none of the staff positions would exist without the elected official position. So I just want us to ensure that the constituents that we serve, they're getting the back office support that they deserve. Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn committee number 16.
Wait, Madam Chair, to the chair, we definitely need to get an email from the county attorney's office. Sure. And they need to have a practice of putting in writing, sending us an email about changes. Send it to commissioners and staff.
I'll make sure that we get something clarified, and also make a request for them to simplify the process.
Thank you.
If I could see all the staff in the conference room before we leave. Thank you.
And staff that's been here for 12 hours today, like me, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Hopefully, this will help us on Monday. So I'd like to reiterate that for my colleagues. Hopefully, this will help us on Monday.